Hello everyone, welcome back to day 2 of Alliance Tournament 21. I am CCP Overload, joined once again by Mystical Might and Blackbart Pirate, and we have got so many spaceship explosions for you today. Spaceship explosions are guaranteed. We're starting off in our upper bracket. These are teams that have not dropped a match yet, and then we'll go into our lower bracket later on where we have some exciting matchups. We saw Truth on a Light get knocked down yesterday in a surprise upset. They've already won one match in the lower bracket, but they're going to have to win a lot more to get to the finals, so we'll see if they can do that. But we only have a few minutes, so let us look at the bands for our first match of the day, the Tuskers Co versus Laserhawks. This is defending champions. Band Guy tells me he's prepping the bands. God damn it, Band Guy. You have one job. Push ban button. He's just complaining that he's never done anything right in my ear. It's alright, Band Guy.
Yeah.
Save Band Guy. F's in chat for Band Guy. Everyone likes Band Guy.
Mm.
Do you know what we like more than Band Guy, though?
Sound
Bands.
Guy. Oh.
That's true.
And Sound Guy.
And Sound Guy. We love Sound Guy.
Yeah, so the Tuskers Go, last year's defending champions. Laserhawks, they performed pretty well yesterday. Now they've picked up a couple of really good mercenaries. I saw Dujek One Eye in there, for example. Okay. So they're going to be a pretty strong team this year. They've kind of languished a little bit over the last couple of years, but this might be the year where they make another deep run. What do you think, Bart?
Yeah, I can see it. Well, I mean, we're about to find out in a couple minutes how deep this run could be, but they've been playing really well, and bringing in a couple talented people that have a ton of experience can sometimes revitalize your team, and sometimes you only really need like one person that has the wrinkly theorycraft brain to just really make some crazy stuff happen.
Exactly. Mystical Might, the Tuskers, of course, they had the first match yesterday. Didn't go perhaps to plan. They won, but it was very close. They could have lost their flagship at one point.
They didn't win because they won. They won because Deteriorated lost. It was very much Tuskers was kind of just in the arena, and Deteriorated managed to decide the outcome of the match. I'm disappointed. I would have liked to have seen all of the favorites for the tournament have to make their grueling run over the next couple days, but hey, congratulations, you're still in the upper bracket for now.
Yes, and then, I mean, how much do you think there was discussion and shouting and arguing about what happened in that match yesterday? Because they really should have been in a much better position during that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that they're, they have to be toxic to each other, right? That's what friends do. Be extremely toxic to each other and hurt each other's feelings as much as possible. But no, I'm sure they talked about it a lot. They've probably locked in, hopefully. But also, let's be real, Tuskers has kind of always had matches like this where they're like, oh, they barely won, oh, they somehow won the tournament, so hey,
it's the bands.
The bands.
We can take a quick look at the bands. All right, so we have Zenithaf, Zarm, Dominix, then moving further over, we have the Deacon, the Sleipnir, the Guardian, and the Sentinel right along at the end there. Blackbird Part, tell me about that one.
Oh, well, Sentinels are great. I think that it's probably one of the best tracking disruption frigates that you can possibly have. Completely shuts down logistics, and that's pretty much it. It's a bit weird to see that as a ban, but we've seen them do some pretty decent work so far. But these are all pretty standard. I think you were joking that it's like, oh, we're going to see all the same bans over and over again, but who knows? Somebody's going to pull something magical out of a hat. Perhaps a Rifter ban.
Yeah.
We shall see, but we don't have time to talk much more about the bands because the match is about to go. So let's head over to the arena for the first time of the day.
Welcome back to the arena for the very first match of Day 2 of Alliance Tournament 21. I'm Novaterra, joined once again by Starfleet Commander for this match between the Tuskers and Laserhawks. Tuskers on the red side showing up with triple Typhoon fleet issues, their cruise fit as well.
Which is huge, and obviously Laserhawks bringing EOSs and the Huggin. Both teams got a Huggin as well, but I'm really liking the cruise fiends here, and they warped in at max range. As soon as, well, you mentioned when they were warping on grid, as soon as we saw the ships, you're like, definitely cruise with the Vigil as well, for the paints and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm really liking the Tuskers' chance here as well. I think Laserhawks can definitely get things down. They've got 2 Hyenas as well, so they've got plenty of webs. But I do think because of that, that they can basically apply anywhere on the arena, basically, the cruisers.
No, absolutely. These cruise missile launchers have such massive range. You can essentially apply anywhere in the arena, exactly as you were saying. And so typically this turns into a kite-focused setup, but it's really reliant on that additional application, ships like that Vigil and the Hugin. Notably as well, though, these EOSs can also potentially apply across the arena immediately, just setting up some Republic fleet bouncers, sentry drones, and they're immediately, wow, just get rid of the Tuskers Vigil right off the bat. That's a huge kill.
That's a huge win, but obviously Tuskers trying to reply in kind and going for the Hugin, which is probably the best thing they need to go for. And obviously I don't think the Inquisitors are going to keep up. He'll definitely be going down. Now the Magus for Tuskers taking a lot of damage. You can't ignore that the EOSs do a lot of damage. Lots of reps on the Huggins, but I don't think he's going to hold.
No, it's also just so interesting to see. Like, we typically look at a Cruise Foon comp like this, and we think this is going to kite out, but instead they're recognizing that they have the battleship advantage on grid, so they're actually pushing in to try to make use of those potential neutralizers, for example, in the high slots, and pressuring the team at close range, not allowing that Hugin to pull any range themselves, but wow, still surviving barely is Alicia Dorena, mid-armor now, but clawing back some armory HP at this point.
He's burnt right to the back, but Flak Inquisitor is burning in. He needs to be careful himself, because this is a webbing war. They do have 2 Hyenas, and they could sacrifice the 2 Hyenas and get Flak down. And without the Vigil, with the Vigil dead, if they lose the Huggin, these cruisers are going to have a hard time applying, as they now switch onto the Inquisitor.
Yeah, I mean, I think so far this is a beautiful job from Laserhawks. The fact that they were immediately able to kill that Vigil is helping them so much here. I think their Hugin might already be dead with the additional application of those target painters, but wow, another Magus now falls, and yeah, this is actually looking really good for Laserhawks.
This is really, what's really good about the EOS and the bouncers and stuff, they have bouncers dropped, is the fact that you can just switch the targets really quickly with the TPs and the webs, and the Inquisitors just don't have the time to react to that switching. Now they're going to go for the Inquisitors. Really good move. Tuskers need to get some points on the board and get something down.
No, and it's so interesting because they've just been forced to keep trying to apply to this Hugin
they've been
wherever
chasing
possible,
the whole time.
and they just haven't been able to push it past 50%. Every single time they just bring over another Inquisitor, help it out. The Hugin just keeps burning around itself. Now we are starting to see some more damage come into some different targets. Hyena takes some damage. Inquisitor is getting chunked as well. The fact that there's grapple and web is a good sign there for the Tuskers, their potential ability to break through these logistics frigates, but it's looking rough for them.
It is. They've moved in the Typhoons in to get them in close, but I feel like the Tuskers are struggling to get some stuff. If they get a Hyena down, that's really good. He's going down into low armor. He's going structure. Wow. He does go down. That's a good win for Tuskers. They need to get something else down as well. Maybe go for the Inquisitors now, or go for the other Hyena. It looks like they're going to try and go for the Huggin. He has come a bit close, but they are sitting around a beacon at the moment, I believe. There's an EOS on the beacon, GJX on the beacon. They're going to go for the Huggin, I think.
Yeah, and the Hyenas now are
He's
also
off position.
Yeah, okay. There is a micro jump play happening. Dujek in the EOS at least, who does appear to be micro jumping back into the thick of things, and does land actually really close to the back line from this Tusker side. Hugin does finally go down though from Laserhawks. That's a massive win for this cruise comp.
Yeah, they're literally getting the Hugging down. That will change the game. They've only got 1 Hyena left for the drone comp for any sort of application and webs, and now obviously Tuskers realizing that, put a web on it as well. Huge that Flak Inquisitor is still alive. This is basically a controlling game. If you lose your webs, you lose your TPs, you just can't apply anywhere.
And there's been so much pressure onto these Inquisitors now from the Laserhawks and Tiro, Nari barely surviving, and I don't know if they're going to be able to for much longer. The fact that there's been neutralizers applied to the other
as well.
Yeah, the other Inquisitor from the Laserhawks side means that it's just so much harder for them to get any reps. Yeah. And I think they might be dropping now as well. Hyena, everything is seemingly falling apart here for Laserhawks.
Tuskers just clawing it back there. It looked a bit dicey there for the beginning. They do get the Inquisitor down. He'll definitely go down. Both Hyenas down now. 1 Inquisitor left. I think Tuskers are now, from the potentially losing, managed to get that win as well. It's so key to have the Foons as well. We can't ignore that they have their own grapples, they have their own newts as well, and they can just ram in, and at the same time, the EOSs won't be able to break them. But they're still losing their Logi Frigs though. Laserhawk's not going down without a fight. It's not out of the running yet.
No, not at all. We did have a Logi trade there for a bit, but now the second Inquisitor from the Tuskers side has died. But I must say, this 1 Inquisitor left for Laserhawks, I don't know how much he's going to be able to continue to do here, given that he's also been so nuded out for so long as well. I'm pretty sure there's some EC drones on them, so potentially just jammed out additionally. But, I mean, yeah, the really nice thing about having these Foons here is that they're just consistently applying the entire time. We were talking earlier when we actually saw the Tuskers start to burn in as well. One of the reasons for that is that these sentry drones actually track terribly when you're moving past them, like right next to them. So they were able to mitigate a lot of damage for a while there, but not long term. With the further they had to burn back, the better those sentries could then apply once again. And yeah, getting a bunch of kills here to show for it.
So the thing is that now that the EOSs are on their own, they're going to go for the Huggin, which is the correct call. But now what's left? The cruisers can, even if the Huggin dies, the cruisers can still apply now. So that's the thing. It's like, even if they kill the Huggin, which they probably will, they've got grapples on both the Ishtars. It doesn't matter if they get the Huggin down, they won't be able to chew through the EHP. And this was what we were talking about yesterday, about having these top-end ships, these heavy top-end ships, the Kingslayer stuff. Yeah. You have all that EHP, and all that control and all that damage like put into 3 ships. So even if you lose the rest of your comp, you can still probably win in the end.
And just look at how quickly these Ishtars
Yeah,
are
they're
dying
dropping
from
so
the
quick.
Laserhawk side while that Hugin is still alive.
Yeah.
The web's so impactful there, saying that you are slow enough that our very slow cruise missiles will absolutely be able to apply to it. I think the Ishtar might die before this Hugin at this rate.
I think he will. Do you know, I was thinking, I think I definitely prefer the cruise over rapid heavy. Just in general, I think the application is really good. And I think we saw Tuskers last year bring cruise phones with like loads of vigils, wasn't it, or something? I can't remember. I think it was in the finals. They had like 3 vigils, wasn't it?
That sounds correct.
It's
Yeah.
similar to what they're bringing here against Laserhawks. Laserhawks not a bad team. They've won in the past. They've got some good players. I mean, Tuskers coming from winning yesterday, but kind of they won, but it wasn't a clean win.
Yeah.
But this seems a bit more. They had a bit of a blip at the beginning. Laserhawks got some kills, but Tuskers clearly getting their heads in the game and getting back in it.
No, I agree. It was an absolutely terrifying opener
Yeah,
to this match, I would say.
The vigil just instantly just got destroyed immediately. didn't it?
Yeah, I think realistically, any team going up against the Tuskers is probably considered the underdog. However, I would, overall, if any team was going to upset them here, I think this was a reasonable gamble for which one might be able to do that. Laserhawks, and that was a terrifying opener. Just getting rid of the vigil.
This is not good.
No, cruise foons are so reliant on having that additional application from ships like the vigil. We saw a ton of it in the feeders as well. We were seeing Hyenas everywhere into these comps. Cruise foons were looking really great, especially going up against rapid heavies, which was another comp you were mentioning.
Yeah.
Here it looked really rough at the beginning, especially losing some of that additional application, but they really did claw it back here in a very impressive way.
Well, Laserhawks not out of the tournament yet.
Nope.
They go down to losers, which is a bit of a grueling run down there at the moment. But Tuskers looking to advance definitely into the winners bracket, and it'll be interesting to see who they're going to play next. They're definitely the favourites at the moment for probably the tournament in the winners bracket. But I don't think Laserhawks are out of it. They still performed really well, and as we said, we're saying that they got the kill super early. I'm actually surprised that the vigil wasn't getting repped or anything, but it's super hard, especially with the bounces they dropped. Laserhawks doing a good thing as well. They actually abandoned their bouncers and then dropped loads of medium drones.
Yep.
Which is a good call because sometimes it's a good idea to just switch and go off for some faster drones, which we can see on the Typhoon at the moment. But the Typhoons aren't going to die.
Yeah, I think Dujek is about to die here in one of these EOSs from Laserhawk's end. But what I've been watching all of these ships do on grid is they've just been bouncing micro jump units as well to survive as long as possible, which is a really smart thing to be doing. It was actually really funny to watch as well, though, because it seemed slightly unnecessary, but Tuskers actually started doing the same thing when these drones, these Praetors from these EOSs, were getting on top of Mirashiv's Typhoon fleet issue.
We need a close-up on this.
Jumping. Yeah,
we need a close-up on the EOS.
Yeah, some beautiful ship skins also coming in from these EOSs.
This is a beautiful skin.
It's too bad the skin wasn't able to give them more EHP on these EOSs. Maybe
Blood EOS is just multicolored. I love that. That's
stunning.
Great. The skin game's on.
That it is, but actually, shockingly, Mirachiv is taking a lot of damage in their Typhoon fleet issue as well. It's just coming in a little bit too late at this point. And yeah, again, just the fact that these cruise foons can just repeatedly apply this DPS, there's no reload cycles, they're not letting up for any moment. It's just consistent pressure. So strong.
This is the thing with the drones, though. The downside of the drones. Mira's jumping. Yep. And that means that those drones have got to travel all the way 100 kilometers to keep applying his damage. That is a huge downside of the EOS. We have seen success with the EOSs yesterday, but I do just think that this was probably run in the draft. I think Laserhawks were just at a disadvantage from the start, I think.
That could be. I do think they gave themselves a pretty good shot at it, all things considered. But
it was a bit dicey, but I think as soon as you just push in the Typhoons, there's not much you can do. They can't really do much to them at the moment. But there's good fights in local. There's a good match as well. So, with 30 seconds left, I don't think Blood's going to die. Where is he? He's far away.
I don't think so
He's miles
either.
away.
How are you feeling about the EOS in this tournament so far, Starfleet?
I think it's good. I just think that we saw the application land really well. But I just think in the long run, it just doesn't have the sort of core EHP. They obviously can bring Dominics and stuff, but I just think there's other comps that are better, I think.
Yeah, that is indeed fair, at least in this match, going heavily in the favor of the Typhoon fleet issues. But yeah, after a little bit of a rocky start, still, it's another win for the Tuskers, but not quite as comfortable as they might have wanted it. Regardless, we'll be passing it to the analysts, who can maybe tell you a bit more about these ships.
Both still
knocking
have their
Laserhawk down into the elimination bracket. But Blackbird Pirate, again, like yesterday, it seems like Tuskers made it more difficult for themselves than it really needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just what they do, though. I mean, like, they'll make the game more difficult for themselves, you know, all the way up to the point where they've won the AT. So, like, if you're constantly winning by the skin of your teeth, but you're also constantly winning, you're clearly onto something there. I will say, I feel like Laserhawks kind of understood what they were up against, and they kind of knew what to target, because they took the Vigil out right off the bat, which is great. Bonus target painters are, like, the key to making that work. They took the Magus out because they saw the Magus had target painters on it, and then if you notice, there were no more target painters, because I'm pretty sure, and obviously we're not going to know because I don't think the Hugin actually died, it was a full web Hugin, which is very Tuskers. I mean, they once flew a full web Loki, armor Loki, with like links and webs and nothing else on it, which nobody else has ever done. And I mean, good job on Laserhawks. They understood what to do. I don't think they were quite prepared. They kind of did the thing where like their first two targets were perfect, and then they sort of petered out and had trouble figuring out where to move on from there, where Tuskers just was like, well, we're used to losing a couple ships and then pulling this off, so they kind of just kept playing the game and doing everything correctly.
Yeah, I mean, you saw, like you pointed out at the start, the EOSs and the SRs just dropped sentries and then blapped that Vigil. But then, Misty, we saw the problem with EOSs where you have to abandon your sentries, drop heavies, and we could see for a while the attack bar, essentially was just 0 because they were traveling. And the Hugin on the Tusker side, very, very smartly, just flew away.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to be like the best drone pilot necessarily, but I think the switch that they tried to make from sentries to heavy drones, I can understand if some of the targets that they wanted to go for were initially out of range, and especially trying to track the Inquisitors without the web support that you would have from the Hyenas and the Hugin would make the heavy or medium drones more attractive. But I think, like Bart was saying, after the first two targets, they got stuck on the Hugin for ages, when they really should have gone for the Inquisitors and then just worked their way through the Fleet Typhoons. I think when they had the 3 EOS and the 2 Ishar still alive, they would have had enough damage if they just reconnected to their sentry drones to start shooting the Typhoons. And I think they probably would have won that trade. I think it would have also helped if you guys sit on beacons, okay? Jump beacons and drones are like a match made in heaven, right? You sit on a beacon and you just jump around. We saw a lot of the EOSs just kind of sitting in the middle of nowhere, which was very unfortunate because the Typhoons then could shoot them from the middle of the arena, and you had nowhere to go. And we also saw the 2 Ishtars kind of get grappled halfway through the match because they were sat at 0 on Typhoon Fleet issues when they have an arena's range for their drones. So I think some piloting errors as well from Laserhawks kind of clinched the win for Tuskers. Again, another game that Tuskers have accidentally won as opposed to
confidently win.
yes.
Just falling ass backwards into another W. All right,
hey,
well,
failing upwards.
Good job, Tuskers. All right, let's look at our next teams: Deepwater Hooligan versus Doro Sweetpunch. So let's learn a little bit about those two teams. All right, now let's take a look at the bans for Deepwater Hooligans versus Doro Sweetpunch. We have the bans. All right, I will get my ban pointer. So obviously the Zenithaf, it's been super popular. I've seen a lot of bans. Oh no.
Ooh.
This is a new one.
Is worse.
I don't
This
here.
one?
There we go. Oh no. The Zenithaf's been a very popular ban. We see a lot of the Hugin ban, but Misty, normally the Hugin is paired with another ship ban.
Yeah, so the Rapier is still open, as well as, the Hyena as well. So the Hugin, I guess some people will favor it because I think it is slightly tankier since it's a combat recon instead of a cloaky one, force recon. But yeah, so I'm not really sure why they've only gone for the single ban though. I think they're the same points too, right?
Yeah, they might not know.
They might
Well,
just
so
not.
Wait, there's another one?
Yeah, it's possible. But no, you're right. It's like, especially when you're armor fitting it too, it's literally a difference of like raw base armor HP, and I'm not gonna do the actual number on it because I'm gonna mess it up, but it's like a couple % tankier.
But the reason sometimes people favor the rapier over the Hugin because of the weapon systems. Not that it's going to make a massive difference, but every little counts when you've only got 10 people on grid. So yeah, interesting to see the Hugin ban regardless, and also the Raven Navy issue, or the Ravy Navy, is a very points-effective battleship with fairly decent application. So interesting to see that ban too.
Yeah, and of course the Blackbird is a classic ban. No one likes the Blackbird.
I was trying to figure... No, this is all upper bracket, okay. I was wondering if one of these teams ended up against the triple Torp Ravens at 0.
Could have happened in the
but
feeders.
Yeah, that was a different team.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see. Can Deepwater Hooligans continue their run in the winners bracket, or will Doro Sweetpunch continue theirs? So let's hand over to the arena for our next match.
Welcome back to the arena for Deepwater versus Doro Sweetpunch. And we have Widows on grid, don't we, Nova?
Yeah, I'm really excited about this one. Seeing Widows finally here in Alliance Tournament 21. They're a really exciting ship. I love me some ECM. I don't know about you, but hoping they're going to make use of it.
I have a bad experience with ECM, and I think and I feel like Deepwater are going to experience a bit of that at the moment. Also, Deepwater bringing their flag bow.
Yep.
With rapid heavy Navy armor guns, which with 2 damp ships as well. So and the Kitsune themselves as well. So both teams bring a bit of ECM. We've got the battle badges as well. Must not forget the battle badges. Very important to the setup. Interesting to note the Widows are at range, 50 kilometers in, and also they are crews, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. They are indeed crews. I'm excited to see if they're going to be moving much of anything, like if they've propped.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible that they might be tinkering, which would be pretty interesting indeed. But now we are getting in with the countdown at least. And yeah, you were noting it as well. 2 damp ships and that pair of Celestis from the red side and the Kitsune there. That's a lot of E-War effects overall.
I think you might be right. I think they might be a tinker. They have the Bassi, the 2 Widows. They've got the badges as well. I think this could be a little tinker. I don't really see them going out anywhere, to be honest. I think they're going to stay in the ball and just like shoot anything they can, but I just don't know if they'll be able to get anything down. It's all going to rest on the Widow's jams, I think, for this whole game for Sorrow.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of that. I'm also wondering to what extent the Balgorn might be able to cap them dry, depending on how it is.
Cap transfers out already.
Okay, we do have cap transfers. That's very exciting. So it does look like Tinker Widows. The legwork that they're having to put in, though, for this comp to actually fit these Widows on the top end, fielding multiple badgers. Yeah. Of course, it's nice to have the extra cap sticks that they can potentially drop at when needed, or potentially get some additional mid slots out of those to still find some use for them. But yeah, it's an awkward ship to have to field to enable this.
Deepwater burning in the battleships in, which is the right thing to do. I mean, to be honest, if they've got a Tinker and you've got a Balgorn, oh dear, it's going to rest. Can they just keep them jammed? That's basically the win condition for this whole comp, is like, can they just jam out the Logi and get some kills? They are going to go for the Navy Army again of Null, but I'm not too sure about this Widow comp, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see. So far, they haven't taken too much pressure, which is good for them. And I think we were talking about it a little bit yesterday as well. I think it might have been a Fraternity match where they actually did field a Tinker of their own. Yeah. Something about bumping them apart. I'm really interested as to whether or not our Deepwater Hooligans team is going to be able to try to do that in order to bump these all apart. Because look at this ball of ships that our Doro side has put together.
It's easy to bump. And we just see the Stalk immediately just get popped right now.
Yeah.
That's the webs and the rapid heavies.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, rapid heavy missile launchers, we've seen it a lot so far. They're a really good weapon system for just getting rid of key targets like this, especially when you are able to paint something enough that you're able to apply to it. That's exactly what happened to the Stork. I guess Tinker setups in general, not super well known for ultra survivable low ends, for example. But my guess here is that it's potentially the case that the Kitsune land jams on the Basilisk. We see that there's many attempts happening at least. So
I think the Kitsune is just going to be trying to jam the Bassi, and then as soon as he gets a jam, he'll call it out, and they'll just go for something really small, and that's exactly what they did. And it's also a super good target. It gets the links down as well, and makes the whole comp just even weaker than it is currently with only one set of links running.
Yeah, and we've also seen damps on these two Widows pretty much the entirety of the time as well. And we know they're working because, or we can assume so at least, because there aren't ECM attempts going off on any of the red side ships either. And that's really, really worrying. Potentially not enough remote sensor boosters still available onto these Widows. And it's funny, we're actually seeing the Widows try to push very, very slowly towards the middle of the arena.
And, well, the Armageddons have now moved back. Everything has kind of moved back, and I think they're just going to wait for their Kitsune jam and get a kill. Or, I think they might do this and just say, got one kill, and just go away.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. They have the damp advantage. They know the range to which that the ships are damped.
They're so slow.
And they're so slow, they could literally just turn off their props and move away.
Look, I mean, you can see the whole ball of Sorrow just moving very slowly towards a Deepwater team, but I just don't think, I mean, they've just lost one ship. I think this is exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to move away. Now they're moving back in now. I think the Armageddon's turning around. Both the Armageddon's turning around. They might go in and get a kill now. Going for the Badger.
Okay, all right.
The Battle Badger will survive for now, but when the jams land, it will die immediately.
Yeah, I would assume so as well. Again, Badger, we don't expect it to be ultra survivable here. It's just getting some additional mid slots out of it, and of course the cargo that it does have. But any of these ships, if there is the threat of a bump coming out, they could just potentially run in front of the rest of their comp and sort of block that.
The drones are being kept in right now. I think they were shooting their drones for a bit. I can see some of the acolytes chasing some of the other red team acolytes as well. So I think they pulled their drones in, because I think when they originally pulled their drones over, they just started to kill them. So they just opted to keep that damage for later. But I think this is going to be a bit of a slow game. I don't think we're going to see. I really think the Deepwater is going to be very cautious. They've got the points. Why risk it? Why go in? They've got the damps. They can keep everything at bay. And now, right now, the Kitsune's have got jams across everything right now. I'm guessing he got a jam or something. Is placing them elsewhere. Bit of damage now coming onto the Navy Armageddon of Rebel, but I don't think it's going to be that much of a problem at the moment.
I'm just trying to watch our Deepwater Hooligans team here and figure out how they're aiming to position themselves. Because the one thing that does worry me, seeing them move over towards a micro jump unit, is that if they or if they're unable to sort of sync that velocity arrow of where they're actually heading towards at the moment that they would activate something like that, something could potentially get caught out, or at least at a range where then the Widows could try to apply to it, and that would be a little bit scary. But otherwise, they're moving really well altogether. They're paying so much attention to those ranges. And I don't think they have any reason to do anything whatsoever. They moved in a little bit, tried to apply to the Badger, then realized that, oh yeah, our gems didn't land, we can't kill it. Totally fine, we'll just leave.
Yeah, they're just. I mean, right now the Sorrow team is about to get to the center of the arena. They're about currently 15 kilometers off the center of the beacon. There is a jump drive there. They could try something, but if they screw it up, they're going to be like you said. If they get the angle wrong, if one of them's off, it's too much of a risky move. I don't see it happening. So I just think Deepwater's going to chill, and then for 5 minutes, we're going to just watch this team slowly approach. We're going to watch the Tinker team slowly approach the Armageddon Navy issues. I mean, if I was in their position, winners bracket. Staying in the winners bracket's really good. The losers bracket's an absolute nightmare. So many matches down there, and you only have one chance, and you just go out. So I can see why they want to do it, just secure the win, even if it's a bit long and a bit boring and nothing happens. But it's still a win.
Boring's fine. You're keeping your flagship alive.
That's
with this.
Another good point as well.
You're winning in the tournament. I think a win here guarantees you prize ships at this point as well. That's everything that you want to start with, right?
They do.
Why risk your flag?
Jason is coming out a bit more now. He's 37 kilometers. He's probably about 40 kilometers away from the Tinkers at the moment. He could probably just start putting some webs on, which he has on the Stork.
Yep.
But I just don't see. They might try and go for a little another kill if they get a jam on. But it looks like the Stork is getting reps in the Bassi, and they won't be able to break through it, I don't think. Even with TPs.
I mean, something that's worth mentioning at least, we normally never see ships, even battleships, moving this slowly in the arena unless they're webbed down by triple webs from a Hugin or something, right? These fits, they cannot fit a prop mod because they're so reliant on the additional tank and whatever else. I mean, we're going to assume that they're maybe fitting ECM on the Widows.
The Badger goes straight into structure.
Yeah, but if the Badger dies, nothing's fundamentally changed.
Nothing's fundamentally changed, and the Bassi's done a great job there, keeping him alive in low structure. I mean, they still have a ship down. They need to do something. Sorry, need to get some points on the board. They need to go zone. They are trying to shoot the Pontifex, but I just think the Widows are not actually being able to do anything right now. The Widows are trying to jam the Celestis at the moment because it's the only ship that they can probably maybe target.
Exactly. We finally are seeing some cruises come out here and start trying to apply to this team from Deepwater Hooligans, but 3 minutes left. That is potentially enough time that they could potentially break through something.
They've just gone past the centre of the arena, so it's taken them about 2 minutes to slow boat like 10, 15 kilometers or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's very slow for the Soro team.
I'm pretty sure they warped in at 50. So
They did walk in at 50,
exactly.
so it's taken them over half the match just to get a bit close. Now Red Bull taking a bit more damage now. That's what we want to see. We want to see some damage on there. God, he's taking a bit more damage at the moment. So I think they could maybe try and get him down if the Widows start getting jams.
You know, I think the biggest problem that I'm seeing here, outside of the fact that, if
Rebel taking
range,
a lot of damage.
if they can still keep range open, Deepwater should be fine.
Yeah.
The issue I'm seeing here is that, there's a potential case where an Armageddon Navy could go down, and they would just lose the match off of that, right? But I think they're going to recognize something that they can potentially do. If they are under significant threat of that Geddon Navy issue going down, they could jump that ship and that ship alone to stay out of range, and all the damps are still applying, so they wouldn't be able to be targeted
to a
anymore,
beacon,
right?
exactly as you said. He's moving towards the beacon, and that's what they can do. He just go to the other side. Navitas though, Xenon now taking a lot of damage. I mean, now Deepwater need to think, okay, we need to make a decision now. Like, are we going to do the jumping around thing, or are we going to go in and try and actually break this Tinker? I think they should go in. Actually, that's my hot take.
Okay.
Because I think they got the Balgorn. I think they got plenty of damage. I think they can. I know they have 2 Celestis as well, but like either they all jump together or they all burn around. But I think they need to utilize the Balgorn, I think, a bit more. I don't think the Widows will shoot it because it's going to be very tanky. There is only 1:30 left, so I mean, if they keep doing what they're doing right now, try and just like keep the Badger, keep the again alive. The Badger's getting really low. He might just pop now. That's another points on the board, but like you said, that's not really detrimental to the setup for Soro.
Yeah.
But I think at some point they're going to have to decide if they've only got a minute left, so I think they can hold on.
Suddenly, I'm really worried because Rebel Rico has actually left the safety or the semi-safety of that micro jump
God, he's
unit
taking a lot of
and
damage.
is burning towards, I believe, a different micro jump unit, but is a
He's
very
left it.
long ways away, going now under a half armor. This is suddenly
actually
looking like
really
it could be a
dangerous.
win for the tanker setup.
If the Widows get some jams on the Navitases, I see the Unpredictables being jammed or attempted to jam. Unfortunately, with the UL, we don't know if it's landed. We can only assume that it's not right now because he's being repped. He is pulling back right now, but if they do get some jams, on the Navitas, they could get him down. But I don't think it's going to happen.
Clawing back a good number of armor HP now, which is very important. I am wondering if that reactive armor hardener potentially is starting to spool up as well, which is likely to save them at this point. Only 30 seconds remaining. I don't think the Tinker Comp is going to be able to break through, but this one, wow, that looked really close there.
Bit close, but Deepwater winning with only 15 points on the board. Stalk and a Badger being the ones that died. I don't know if Soro could have won this. I don't think so.
I don't know. It seems
this
hard
is the risk
from
of
the
Tinkers.
get-go.
This is the risk.
And I do almost wonder if they could have somehow fit more remote sensor boosters to try to avoid this from the rest of their low end. But that time hitting 0, that is a win for Deepwater Hooligans. Barely taking that one down. But yeah, just all you have to do is kill a ship. You're a win.
And we'll take it.
Back to the analysts.
Deepwater there with certainly one of the matches of all time in the Alliance tournament. But they got the W, and that's all that really matters, Mystical Might. We just saw some unpropped Widows spend 7 or 8 minutes slowly moving around an arena. Why did they have to do that? What happened there?
Well, I think as Twitch chat kind of identified here, it was probably one of the most exciting matches for viewer entertainment.
We should watch
that
it
we
again.
have
Let's
had.
watch the match again.
Yeah, if we could just get the replay
Roll the
back up,
replay
just a full 10-minute replay for the Twitch chat, that would be great. So the Deepwater team brought damps.
Yep.
And yesterday we saw teams bring damps and then struggle to remember what they did. But Deepwater did an excellent job of applying their damps to the Widows, meaning that they were unable to project. Usually a Cruise Widow would be able to shoot out basically the entire arena. Right, so you warp in at 50 with your Tinker, you shoot stuff, you have a couple jams so that they don't get reps, and eventually you whittle them down and they die. In this case, they couldn't actually do that, so they tried, very slowly, to move about 70 kilometers before the match ended. If we had let the match run for another 15-20 minutes, I don't think anything would have changed.
No.
Because Deepwater would have just gone around the
Move.
sides.
They would continue to move.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was basically just very much a hard counter, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, I liked the Widows. We were talking yesterday, but we haven't seen that many Widows. I love to see the Battle Badger. You know, it just brings joy to my heart when I see it. It's just the lack of mobility there really hurt them.
I think one of the things Bart also brought up while we were we were having very intense discussions, we had to get through it all very quickly, was the fact that they went for the Storks instead of having something like the Vulture or the Nighthawk as one of their link boats, so that they could have stronger, tankier links, and they didn't lose them some way through the match. And we haven't actually checked the Stork loss mail, but if it had the info links on it, then they were even more suffering when trying to get into range.
Yeah, I mean, Deepwater, although it wasn't the most exciting of matches that we've ever seen, they knew exactly what they needed to do, which was go in,
Slam.
kill one thing, and then just stand at the other side of the room and be like, hello, you have to come to us now. And they did it, and they got the win. They got a bonus Badger kill, just for fun. Although there was one point where one of those battleships was looking a little bit in risk because the damps dropped off the Widow at one point and it started applying. But anyway, what we did see is them trying to get towards one of the micro jump beacons in the center of the arena. So if you're new to the Alliance tournament, let's take a look at the layout of the arena in the AT. Or not. Oh, no. Okay, so do we talk over this one? I'm not sure. No one's told me. You can see our audio is live. Fantastic.
Okay.
So you can
Nice.
you can see here the beacons. This is what they were looking for. So these beacons are in a cube, 100 kilometers along each edge. There's 9 of them, one in the center as well, and you can use them to ping yourself around the arena. Now, if you are, for example, propless Tinker Widows, useful to have because you can move around. But Deepwater, if you notice, they weren't sitting at 100, they were sitting around 70 or 80, so they could easily reposition. So useful to do. All right. Oh, one last thing, by the way. All these teams that are winning these matches at this point, they're guaranteeing themselves prize ships at this point. These two teams, Deepwater and the Tuskers, are the first teams in Alliance Tournament 21 to guarantee themselves prize ships. But let's look at our next matchup. It's going to be Ragequit Cancel Sub versus Test Alliance Please Ignore. So let's learn about these teams. All right, so now let's take a look at the bans for Ragequit Cancel Sub versus Test Alliance Please Ignore. Here we are, the bans. All right, so pretty standard bans. We're starting to see these come out all the time. Of course, the Zenithaf, probably the second most banned ship so far behind the Zarmaz. Everyone is banning the Zarmaz. It is a super powerful ship. But Misty, we haven't seen that many Loki bans. Of course, this gets rid of the Nighthawk Loki Rush. But what else would you maybe ban that for?
We have seen Loki predominantly be used in the Nighthawk Rush. I don't think it stops you from bringing a Nighthawk Rush. I think you can still go for like Nighthawks, and then you can go for Navy Ospreys or Navy Caracals, and a few other like Jackdaws and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that is predominantly the reason why the Loki was banned. We haven't really seen it in any armor setups. I think the only team that really ran the armor Loki was Tuskers at some point. So yeah, kind of a standard normal ban.
Yeah. And Bart, the EOS, also becoming quite a popular ban. It's very pivotal in the drone setups that we've seen being flown. Tell me a little bit about that ship.
It's great for drone setups. It's great in any armor setups, just because it's sort of the opposite of what we had in the last match, where you have a very vulnerable link ship. In EOS is probably most of the time the worst target to ever start on because of the massive resists, but it also provides drones. It can provide rep drones. It can provide a ton of DPS. It can be a tackle ship, weirdly enough. If you get caught by one, which that's maybe a bit of a skill issue on your part, but that's okay. So I get it. It's kind of just a generic, like, hey, this makes it hard to run certain armor setups. Very solid ban. Nothing, doesn't really say anything, but because you can still fly drones, with Dominic's, which is also banned
Also
here.
banned,
but
yeah.
Yes. I'm saying, just EOS by itself, those kind of like.
What I think is more interesting is that all of the test bans basically came in within 20 seconds. They were like, we don't want to see this, or this. And they knew exactly what they were going to be getting rid of.
And you can see the Sleipnir ban. It took them 2 minutes and 17 seconds to think about it. Well, and then
the Loki is a minute 42 as well.
Yeah,
so there was a lot of thinking.
A lot more thinking going on there. Test, not a fan of thinking. They went with the guts.
It's a vibes.
It's a vibes type comp system. All right, so let's find out. Are the vibes good, or are they ready to rage quit? So let's head over to the arena for this match.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. You already know who we are. We have on grid Ragequit cancel sub on the red side going up against something really interesting. Test Alliance, please ignore. One of the 2 teams in this tournament showing up with a flag Leshak. A very exclusive club, and I'm really excited to see how it can perform here.
Interesting for the Redeemer pick. We were looking at it on the way in, and it's, as you said, it's basically a less tanky Geddon.
Yeah, that's also how I look at it. I mean, one of the nice things about the Redeemer is that there is a lot of pressure. If you are able to get into Newt or Nos range, you are going to be able to chunk people's capacitor in a really nice way. Yeah. The other thing that's nice about the ship is it does have a pretty sizable tracking bonus, so it doesn't have the hardest time applying, all things considered. But overall, I think this is a much more unproven comp, at least from what we've seen in the tournament. But we've been seeing these Typhoon fleet issues, and they look pretty good in general, right?
We literally saw them earlier today with the cruisers and stuff, so I think we know that that Ragequit's comp is solid and works. They got the Huggin, they got the Vigil. Unlike the EOSs that were against the previous team, they didn't have the application, the projection, sorry.
Yep.
Tests aren't really going to be able to project as much, whereas Ragequit can. So they're going to move away, which is exactly what they're doing.
And it looks like first target paints are coming out onto an Inquisitor from the Test Alliance, please ignore side. My guess was actually going to be that the first target priority was going to be these Ashimus, because if they are able to get down onto something, they're reasonably easy to kill, but they're also really threatening. Being able to web down one of these ships that would love to stay as far away as possible from these Typhoon fleet issues. I'm sorry, from the Leshak flag, rather. The Typhoon fleet issues need to stay away from it, and I think they're going to do anything in their power to keep them away safely.
Dante going down into low structure right now. I think he does go down. The second, so one Inquisitor down for Test, not looking too good. I reckon that Ragequit will probably go switch onto the other Inquisitor, get that down, and probably go for something else, or maybe go for the Shimu. But I think they should get the other Inquisitor down now while they have the opportunity. Typhoon of Captain being completely webbed and scrammed and neutered right now, so I think the Lesh is now probably got in there and is going to start doing some work.
Yeah, and it's really scary stuff. There was actually a beautiful micro jump play with that Leshak and all these ships trying to get on top of these Typhoon fleet issues, and they did manage to land it. So Captain Shinken now taking an absolute pounding, all sorts of E-War effects going onto them, and just look at all that pressure.
I think the Leshak, I mean, this is the thing now, they've got the 2 Logifrigs down, Ragequit. They need to get away from this. This Typhoon's tackled, he's locked down, he's probably going to die. Yep. The Spall is a flag Leshak is going to do a lot of damage. Now's the time for them to just clear up the rest of the low end. So they've got the Hugging for the webs, and they're going to get the Skybreaker down. I reckon go for the Ponti, Magus, and then get rid of the Shimus and just kite around the map.
It was really interesting as well. I was watching this hero Skybreaker tackle down a subsequent fleet Typhoon. One of them does drop now, but there isn't another one tackled. That Skybreaker had actually locked down a second Typhoon fleet issue for a long while there, but they were able to kill it relatively quickly, send some drones over and everything, and just say, no, you can't maintain tackle here. But was it long enough? That Typhoon fleet issue was not able to burn away from that rest of that comp in time, potentially. No. We're seeing this web now on that fleet Typhoon. Yep. They're trying their best to get away. I think they might barely manage to.
They're going to they have to get the Ishimis down now to clear off the webs. Because if they keep getting the Typhoons down, if the Leshak just keeps getting one Typhoon down, then another one. If they have 2 down, I don't think that Ragequit can actually kill anything else in time, because they still got 2 Redeemers and still got a Leshak. If they get one more Fleet Typhoon down, the rest of the comp I don't think can actually kill them in time.
Yeah, exactly. One Ashimu does drop here. There was a brief scram that did land again on that same Typhoon fleet issue,
now.
But he got out of it, which is a massive deal. Of course, it does look at the current moment that Test Alliance are slightly ahead on points, but that's not going to stay that way. We saw how quickly that Ashimu died. There's no logistics left for the Test Alliance, please ignore side, and these Typhoon fleet issues, we've seen it before. They can apply anywhere on the arena. As long as they can stay away from this battleship core, they're going to be totally fine.
So Magus could go down as well. So it looks like Tess are going to try and go for the Inquisitor of Melinda, but I just think I think it might be a little too late at the moment. Even if the Leshak does get on top and get them down, I think the Typhoons with the Hugging, I think they're completely safe. And they can just kite away and just get rid of the Ishimu and just then go for a Redeemer. Or if they want to try and get the loot in time, go for the Leshak.
I think this is potentially a case where either they maybe wanted to instead try to regroup on top of another micro jump unit and try to make another one of those crazy plays. It worked for them the first time, and so maybe they could have been able to do that then, or also just retaining that Skybreaker a little bit longer instead of while they were pressuring down that first Typhoon fleet issue. If they had held that for a little bit longer, they could have potentially used it to catch another fleet Typhoon a little bit later. Maybe that would have helped them, but still, they're doing their best and actually applying a reasonable amount of damage into these Typhoon fleet issues still with these Redeemers.
Both Inquisitors down now.
Yeah.
For Rage, which is actually really bad. The Redeemer, they've opted to go for the Redeemer, which is good. They've got a lot of damage with 2 Fleet Typhoons. They are crews, so they're going to keep shooting. They don't have long reloads or anything. They're just going to keep going for it. They've still got the Hug-In and the TPs as well from the Vigil, so they're going to be applying max damage. I'm still favouring Ragequit right now. But you're right, if the Lesh can get another amazing jump, that could change the game. But it's super hard. They've done it once, and I reckon they're acutely aware now to not let that happen again. Yeah. Which is, as you say, I see on your monitor right now.
Exactly. I've just been tracking this Leshak for the last little while. They are not shooting currently. They're not loading Mason or anything with their Disintegrator. What they were doing is getting onto a micro jump unit, and they're going to try to make yet another play. If that Leshak can again get onto something, they still have potential in the match. But otherwise, that is going to likely be it. They have a Redeemer that is so low, it does finally drop now. It's a Leshak, a Redeemer, and an Ashimu against the bulk of this comp still from the Ragequit side.
He's going for it, so the Leshak's going to go for a jump. He's going to try and go onto onto the Typhoon Fleet issue. So we'll see if he gets there. But the Typhoon Fleet issue is also jumping as well. They're going to miss each other.
I think so as well. It does land a pretty reasonable jump, is somewhat close to them, but not close enough. He's too far still. Looks like around 30 kilometers away from them. That is not close enough to land any sort of tackle. And no, those ships are gone, which is really great if you're the Ragequit fans in this case.
But the web's now coming down from the Leshak. They just thought, you know what, we're just going to web the Huggin's just going to go and web the Leshak. Yeah. We'll kill the Ishimu, and we're just going to fly around the arena and just like keep shooting it. But I think they will probably kill everything by the end of the match. I think they get the Ishimu down. They're not very tanky. I think he'll die. Probably. Do you reckon they go for the Leshak straight away? Try and get the loot, or just? I mean, you could do it.
I think I'd do it. So once the Ishimu's gone, sure. I think there's very little threat at that point.
There's no threat now.
The other thing to mention, I mean, these Ishimus are dying very, very quickly, and yeah, as I say that, it does finally go down there, but. Hugin, Vigil, they're both still alive. That's all the application they need to apply so well, even with cruises, onto cruiser and below size ships. And yeah, keeping them around just means, those ships pretty dead in the water, but now it's just big targets as well, and they're going to apply pretty well to them to begin with.
I mean, you can see Lars still taking a decent amount of damage at the moment.
Yep.
He's heading towards 50% armor at the moment. You can still see they've still got a lot of damage. You can see on the bar, the attack bar is still quite even actually. That's all from the Leshak. The Leshak's still doing a lot of damage with Meson, which is like the long range ammo. But Redeemer is going to go down into half armor, and he will probably die in the next minute or so. So I think it's safe to say I think Ragequit have got this one.
The thing is, though, I've been watching this Leshak for most of the match, and they haven't even been in Meson range for the vast majority of it. It's pretty much been only these Redeemers applying at long range, probably
He's just been burning around,
Scorch ammo, which does a respectable chunk of damage, just not enough to trade out against these cruise Foons. And that's why the Leshak has been so focused on trying to make these micro jump plays, but it's sort of been a forlorn attempt after the first one. Exactly.
The first one was really good. That was a good surprise, and it probably took Ragequit completely by surprise, and they were just like, oh god, he's like right next to us. And as soon as the Leshak gets his claws onto any battleship, it will die eventually.
Yeah.
But you do it once, you're not going to be able to do it again. They're going to be acutely aware. And right now, it's just the Leshak, the flag Leshak on his own. He's now damped, he's webbed, he's TP. They're going to try and get him down. They've got 2 minutes and 24 seconds to try and get him down in that time and get the loot. I think they might be able to do it. Maybe not, actually. I'm not really too sure.
And it's been funny.
They're going quite tanky.
Again, I just keep watching to see if the Leshak is able to start firing onto anything. For a brief moment, I thought, oh, that's a red line. Maybe it is doing something. But no, it was in fact just a target paint from the Vigil saying like, oh yeah, you're a pretty big target now. And yeah, 2 minutes. Will they be able to kill this flag Leshak?
I think they will, actually. I mean, they've got still a really good amount of DPS. This is the thing with this Kingslayer comp. Is all their DPS is locked into the top end. There's no like DPS in the bottom end. So you are stacking all your tank, your DPS, most of your utility as well on the top end as well. So that is your cap DPS. We see other comps that have like more of a a balanced approach where you have like some EOSs, some Vexes and stuff, so you have more DPS spread across it. This is the thing, like losing a Typhoon is a third of your DPS pretty much gone from your comp. The Leshak is in half armor. He has got a decent tank though, but I think he will go down actually, and I'll be really interested to see what the fit is and how much it's worth.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool to see because I think this match highlights both some of the strengths and the massive weaknesses of a Flag Leshak. Once you get onto a target, if you're able to tackle something down and start spooling up on it, you will absolutely murder it, regardless of whether it's a Typhoon Fleet issue, really big target. No, it doesn't care. The Leshak will kill it. Problem is, this is essentially a ship that with your highest range ammo, you're essentially at rapid heavy missile launcher range, which compared to cruises, that's nothing.
I mean, I think it's a big gamble. A couple of years ago, they were the top ship to have for flagships because they just were super overpowered. But I do favour the Balgorn in this current meta in terms of it. I feel like the Leshak's so limited to its like immediate like surroundings for damage, and it can be kind of controlled quite easily. You can have those micro jump driving plays, but like as we're seeing right now, obviously he's on his own. But even if the rest of the team are alive, they could still he can't project that well. He can only kill stuff right next to him.
Leshak in the hull, you can see those beautiful fires erupting from it, and it does go down. Flag Leshak destroyed in the arena, and yeah, with it, Ragequit cancel sub taking a pretty decisive victory. And with that, we're passing it back to our analysts.
Test Alliance, please ignore being dropped into the lower bracket by Ragequit cancel sub and losing their flagship Leshak in the middle of it. Now, I want to say, I think Test flew that pretty well. We were watching the match as it was happening, and Test were in charge at the start. They were doing well. They did the right things. But then it started to fall apart. Now, one of the moments it started to really fall apart was there was a Pontifex that was tackling one of the two remaining Typhoon Fleet issues. And Ragequit correctly identified that as a threat. They swapped to him, killed him, and he was able to escape before the heavy battleships arrived. And I think if they keep that Pontifex alive a bit longer, or if one of the battleships gets in there and gets to scram on that second Typhoon Fleet issue, then Test Alliance, please ignore, are still in the winner's bracket. I think it was as close as that. So excellent piloting on the Test side, but unfortunately not good enough to pull out a W. Bart, more analysis.
Yeah, it was actually really cool to see that. I like seeing Leshaks. I know that they're not particularly good, as we just saw, but when they work, it's really fun just watching the attack bar ramp up. But we saw the DPS output on that was similar to a full ham rush, which is awesome, which is why that first Typhoon just explodified. Yeah, I think Test flew it really well. I think I made a comment about like 3 or 4 minutes in where I was like, Test has realized there's MJD beacons, which that's not me being mean about it. It's that most of the time when you get into the situation where you're having heavy armored battleships chasing around a kiting fleet, that realization happens at like 30 seconds left. So Test almost pulled it off. It's just that the other guys also knew there was MJD beacons, and so they kind of did that really cool cross jump. So just really good play all around. I think that it was definitely Test game to win there. They were very, very disadvantaged. If the Hugin pilot on Ragequit had been a little bit better at the game, sorry, I know you won, just bear with me, nothing should have ever died, because you have the capability to web down all 3 battleships and just never worry about them, and there was a lot of times where the battleships were just free burning at and just killing stuff. So again, it worked out great. It was cool. We saw that comp work. We also saw that comp not work today. It seemed very, very similar, interestingly enough. But yeah, it was a really good fight on Test. I mean, they're definitely thinking, which, good for them. Thinking's useful. I don't think. I hate thinking. I just yap.
Yep. I mean, that's what we're here for.
We are yappers.
We are the yappers. I did find as well interesting at the end when it was just that flagship Leshak left. He's trying to stay alive, preserve his presumably expensive fit, and it looked like he was probably dual local rep fit because of the defense bar was about 50-50 blue, which is EHP, and purple, which is active reps. And he was tanking pretty well until suddenly the bar shrunk a lot, and we were like, oh, he's burned out plates or reppers, and then he died.
It was
30
close
seconds,
too.
it was pretty
Yeah,
close.
I was like, oh.
He was holding on for dear life, he was overheating everything. I literally could see it, like everything is burning red, and he knows if he unoverheats, he's gonna die, but maybe he can get one more cycle, and then burns out the plate.
Yeah.
All the resists go, and then I think the reppers went after that, because the bar just went and he died really quickly. Unfortunate, but good job, Test Alliance. And shout out to the skin line as well. I really like the Test victory line. They've got them for all their ships, and apparently it doubled their costs in the tournament, which, respect.
I see someone in Twitch chat, Mandex, saying that there was an 80 bill web. So it might have been a Tobias Web Leshak.
Oh,
yeah, because we were thinking about what benefits a Leshak really gets from being a flagship, besides being unbannable.
Yep. Tobias Webb.
Yeah. Okay.
80 bill web. Good job, Test. You did it properly.
Yep.
An excellent job, Twitch chat. pointing it out.
Yes, Twitch chat once again proving that they are the ones that are always most knowledgeable, polite, and correct.
Okay, well now Twitch chat's arguing about the price of web.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Twitch chat, we ignore nice things about you.
You
Go
had your
away.
moment and you ruined it. All right, our next match is going to be Meta Reloaded versus Desync. So let's take a moment to learn about these two teams. All right, and let's take a look at the bans for Meta Reloaded versus Desync. And while we do that, I want to shout out, apparently, according to Twitch chat, again, the knowledgeable people that you are, quit your rabbling, that the web that they had on that Lashak was from one they looted yesterday when they killed the flagship. So the system works.
That actually does a great job of explaining. Eve Player 666 asked if you get to keep the loot from the things that you kill.
You do.
You do, if you loot it in time.
Yes. If, for example, you kill the flagship last and the match is over, you better be really, really quick because you're about to get teleported. So you could be about to grab that Toby web and then just poof, gone. So who knows if they got it or not. All right. The band stick is here.
just point at this one. Point at this one.
Mystical Might.
Nah.
Oh, the Naga's in the way. Excuse me. Excuse me, Mr. Leggy Bro. Here.
Yes.
Explain to me about the Basilisk.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting ban. We actually see a Scimitar ban as well, but it's both of the teams banning out one of the shield logistics cruisers. Unlike the armor logistics cruisers where you have the Guardian, the Aneros, and the Zarm, you don't really have a replacement for shield cruiser logistics at that T2 level. You can still bring in an Osprey if you wanted to, or a Scythe, but it seems like neither of these teams want to see strong shield setups.
Yeah, I also like
Riveting analysis.
the carries and the mollusk bands. I find oh, you ruined it. The carries and the mollusk bands. Blackbird Pirate. Talk to me about those two bands.
I mean, we've been seeing damps just incredibly powerful. I will say, it seems like the Celestis might actually be one of the sort of the secret support chips that's like become the cool thing this tournament. Because every time we've seen Celestises, they've done incredible good jobs. Mollusk and carries, not quite as much. They're both very, very good. They just suffered from what all of the kind of both the T1 support or T1 attack frigates and electronic attack frigates do, where they're very powerful, but if somebody is able to look at them the correct way, they just explode. So I do get it, though. They're very strong. They kind of shut down a lot of... They just give you so much range control. And we've been seeing damps just crazy. Like this tournament, it's been so good. The previous ones, it's been a lot like tracking disruptors and guidance disruptors and ECM. We're kind of seeing the damps coming back here.
Yeah, at least it's not back to, I think it was like AT13 or 14 when it was just like, hello, we bring all of the damps. We bring like triple Celestis, just damps. All right, will there be damps? Probably. Let's go find out in the arena.
Welcome back to the arena for Desync versus Meta Reloaded, and we're seeing cruisers again from Desync, and also now Navy Armageddons that are rapid heavy, and this is going to be an interesting match because the Cruise Foons basically very similar, but there's one difference, isn't it, in their comp at the moment, isn't it? The Fleet Vigil.
Yeah.
I kind of like it. I think it's a bit more complementing the application.
I like it against most comps. You just want more and more application, and it's just yet another ship that's going to help with that for applying to even some really small targets, logistics frigates even in some cases. But yeah, we were bantering a little bit before this match as well because I think we had different bets here, different channel point bets on who we thought was going to win this match, and I immediately sort of sighed when I saw these Armageddon navies roll up onto the grid against Typhoon fleet issues, especially if you were watching feeders. I feel like we saw so many Armageddon navies die to to Typhoon fleets, but they have one thing going for them, which is that one of their Armageddon navies on Chadwick is a Flaggeddon navy, and I'm really excited to see if potentially that changes the dynamic here.
I mean, I think Desync are going to be very careful because even though they have more range than the Armageddon Navy issues, they still have so much damage, the Armageddons, and they're probably going to be pushing in as they are. That's their only option. They've still got a hug in. Probably a good idea for Desync to look at maybe going for a Vexor for some of the smaller things, which I think they are.
Yep.
But if they're going to kill them and get them down, they don't have the webs, just TPs at the moment, so I don't think it will be going down at all. But at some point, they're going to have to get their Huggin into range to start webbing things down. But that gets him at risk of being webbed down by the other Huggin and getting locked down for the Armageddon Navy issues to get the damage on.
You're right. What I think that they're going for here, our Desync team at least, is trying to prevent tackle. And essentially the only tackle ships that are available here are Vexors. They're a little bit slow in comparison to some of the options that we were seeing, like Skybreakers in a previous match. But these Vexors could potentially head something off, and with like good timed heating on the micro warp drive, potentially get into tackle range and land something, and that would be really important. If these rapid heavies are applying, they are going to have the damage potential to break through these Typhoon fleet issues. Otherwise, not so much. It looks like the first target has been chosen from our red team here, and that is indeed a Hugin as well, so both Hugins under a ton of pressure.
Yeah, Fenrir looking to be the target as well. Both Hugins now, as soon as the rapid heavy Meta Reloaded shot the Huggin, Desync were like, we're going to go for yours as well. So it could be a Huggin trade, but I do favour the cruisers a bit more. I think the application would be a bit more and better for the Desync team, which I think is what we're seeing right now. Huggin for Brian into half armour, he might go down here, but Fenrir is still holding on quite well.
This is really
a huge
scary
win if they get him down.
Both of these teams are at substantial risk of losing their Hugins, but it's actually shocking. Meta Reloaded have come so close into this team here from like all of these Typhoon fleet issues that are trying to kite it out wherever possible. They're just trying to trade for enough before something critical does get caught. Their own Hugin, very likely to die under the force of these rapid heavies here. The question is, what else, if anything, will they be able to kill in the first clip? Meta Reloaded need to kill more than just that one Hugin.
This is the thing now. Getting the Hugging down a bit first is massive for Desync. Now they go straight to the Vexor. This is now like a DPS race where you need to get one ship down and immediately go on something else, have a target ready to go. The downside of the Geddons is the clip. They have a long reload cycle, high DPS, but the cruisers can now just keep shooting. They both have their logistics up. On the Desync side are going to be neutered by the Geddons, which is a huge thing, but I still think Desync are definitely going to keep the lead in front, I think.
Yeah, there goes that Vexor as well, and with it goes a lot of the potential tackle here. And again, that's really worrying for the Meta Reloaded side. We're seeing a pretty good job of kiting out from the rest of the Desync team here. There is a Typhoon fleet issue that's at substantial risk of getting tackled, but I do think they just broke tackle as well.
Merc
which
404.
is... Yeah, exactly.
He's at a risk right now being tackled. The Geddons are all chasing him at the moment, but I think you're right. I think he's okay.
Barely getting out of range. It looks like that there were a couple effects that came onto them, but still were able to break it, potentially some timely heating on their own prop mods. And I think something really interesting right at the beginning as well, we did see sentry drones get launched from these Armageddon Navy issues, but then as soon as they were close enough, they abandoned them and swapped over to normal heavies.
I do think Desync now need to go for the Vexor or the Pontian Magus as well. I don't think they should go for the Geddons, or if they can get the Inquisitors, but they don't have those webs now from the Huggin, but I still favour them as a team. Merc 404 getting scrammed now, so he's definitely probably going to go down. I don't think the Inquisitors should sacrifice themselves to go in and save him. I think they should focus on getting other things down and let him kind of die. Because if you lose the Inquisitors, as well as your Fleet Typhoon, then I think they're in a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's already actually a pretty big problem, especially while that Vexor is still alive. Working class man just tanking as much as they possibly can, trying to get help from those Inquisitors. But, I mean, trading a Typhoon fleet issue, if they are able to get it down for that Vexor, I think might still be okay for them. And I'm really wondering, have Meta Reloaded practiced extensively this exact matchup with that Flaggeddon Navy?
Yeah, we can't ignore that. They have a Flaggeddon Navy. That's a huge difference to just a regular one. Merc 44 is going to low armor right now. The two Inquisitors for Desync are actually really far away. Looks like Desync are going to go for the Inquisitors from Meta Reloaded. Good call. I think they should get the Logi off as soon as they can, so at least in the long run they can win. Webb's now on Sveen Blot as well, so that's good. He should be going down any second now.
Merc 404 finally dropping, it looks like here.
For a trade.
Yes, but it is trading for some of that Logi, and wow, yeah, they do go down, but that at the very end there, it also looked like damage was starting to stall, so that might have been the end of a cycle, or potentially it wasn't all of these Armageddon navies that had the ammo ready to go after them. So I don't think they have another target lined up just yet.
Out of position though. He's been grappled and webbed and neutered. That's not good, man. You need to be you need to be careful of your ship. It's super important, the fleet vigil. The application ships on D-Sync side are so important as well even at this stage. Even though there still isn't Inquisitor, there's still a Vex, there's still Ponty Magus. Super important to have those alive. You can't afford to lose them in the game.
No, I agree with that, especially because that Hugin is already gone. You are so reliant on every single target paint that you have. Exactly. We have a single vigil, which of course it is application help, but just not that much. Yeah, the scram does slip though, right as you say that, but it's back on. Whew. Crazy stuff here. This Vexer is still surviving, went into hull. We were starting to see some fire come out of it, but no, it's still holding strong, looks like, getting just enough reps to stay comfortably alive here. Cucumber rolls Inquisitor, the only one remaining here for our red team. But yeah, wow, I think there's still the potential for our meta reloaded team to take this one.
I think so. I mean, Gideon getting scrammed by the Ponty, that's a huge... Well, he's going to get scrammed, but they should have switched him, I think, sooner rather than later. Immediately get rid of the Ponty, get rid of the tackle, get the Vexer down. Looks like they are trying to get the Vexer and Crystal down, but I think Gideon is definitely going to go down. He is now hard tackled and neutered by the Geddons. They're just going on top of him right now. I still think the Inquisitors should probably stay away. I don't think it's worth them staying in. I think they should still clear, with the remaining Foon, try and clear everything else off, and the rest of them just kite around. Because I don't think if they sacrifice their Inquisitors, I think it is definitely over for a D-Sync.
No, I would agree with that. I think, there's so much going on here, but the thing that I think I'm really realizing was that Hugin trade earlier on, even though it seemed to come so much faster that D-Sync were able to kill a Hugin first, their Hugin was so much more important for what they needed for their comp to work. So that trade, despite it looking like it was heavily actually going to favor D-Sync, maybe was actually really poor for them.
I think you're right. I think it probably was poor actually. Vexer does go down, Inquisitor next, but Gideon, the captain for D-Sync, in low armor, he's definitely going to go down. The Inquisitors right now they are next to him actually now, but they've been completely capped out, so they're going to have like a couple of cycles. I think he's off. They're on reload right now. The Geddons. Looks like the damage has sort of slowed down a tiny bit.
No, we're still seeing some missiles.
Coming out?
I just keep watching them and seeing enough missiles come in, and that's if they go down here, the biggest problem is even if that remaining Typhoon fleet issue is able to kite it out for the rest of eternity, they're never going to be able to break through these Geddon navies.
It's such a shame for D-Sync. They looked so strong in the beginning, but I think you're right. I think the Huggin trade was actually in Meta's advantage. Even though that D-Sync had a lead on the kills, they got the Huggin first, they got a Vexer down just as they were losing a Hug themselves. But I think you're right. I think the damage it caused was much more on D-Sync.
Yeah, and I think D-Sync now, they're just killing everything and on the low end that they can possibly get their hands on. But yeah, they now lose one of their Inquisitors as well. I think that was probably just the end of someone's clip. And yeah, apparently it's just enough for Meta Reloaded. That flag Geddon Navy as well. Maybe it just increases their potential damage to even be able to break through these fleet Typhoons.
Looks like you were right.
Get into another reload cycle.
Looks like you were right.
Hey, I believed in this team. To be fair, I think that this was going to be one of the toughest matches all day. I think these teams are very well balanced and both incredibly strong, but I guess that leg up, potentially having that flag Geddon Navy and some really excellent piloting, yeah, maybe that did make the difference.
And it has been a good... You can completely agree with that. I echo that statement. These two teams playing very well. It's not an easy game. Both teams have to play really well. They have to make the right decisions for the target calling as well. One wrong target call could just cost you the match. I think both teams are doing the correct target calling, but I just think that the Huggin trade was just more detrimental to D-Sync and less detrimental to the Armageddon Navy issues. They have more tank. They've got their flagship as well. D-Sync will probably go into losers bracket. They're going to lose their second Inquisitor as well. Going into losers bracket, I think they're going to go up against THL.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Doable. We saw it yesterday.
I think it's doable. I think they can do it. I believe in Gideon. I believe in Stiggy and everybody there. I think they can do it. It's going to be hard. Good fights going up in local. Fantastic showing from Meta Reloaded. Just bringing a really standard comp and just with a lot of damage and a lot of newts and stuff. And I think you're right. The flagship probably had an underlying big effect on this match.
Yeah, it's very different as well when you have to spend all of that time on a reload cycle before you were then able to start applying another clip of your rapid heavies into the same Typhoon fleet issue in a lot of cases, trying to break it. That could have been a massive time advantage that would have gone in the favor of these Typhoon fleet issues. But no, especially because that was a flag. You just have so much better DPS potential, even with that one clip, able to break through these Typhoon Fleet issues. And we saw that Vexer as well, working class man, surviving forever, I think largely off the back of just there not being enough application anymore after that Hugin trade. But yeah, time there in the match, and yeah, really well done. Meta Reloaded, taking down Desync and sending them to the losers bracket. We'll be passing it back to our desk.
Meta Reloaded continuing their run through the upper bracket while knocking Desync down into the lower bracket, where they will have to face Truth, Honor, Light later today. Welcome to the desk, Moderator and Theronth Valarax. Theronth, talk to me about that match. It was 2 triple battleship comps, looking kind of similar on paper, but executed in different ways.
The ships that were brought on the desync side, they were, if I am correct, they were cruise missile fit, while the rapid heavies on the other side, on the Armageddon's navy. So they operate a little bit differently too. They are both missiles. They have got that in common. So they do need the same support, web, TP. It has to always be there. However, the difference is that the Armageddon navies, when they are rapid heavy config, they have a clip. So they have sometime when they are dealing a lot of damage in a very short time span, and then they have to reload. Cruise missiles, they don't apply so well, on paper at least, and then but how they can continuously chuck the missiles to the other team's side. So there is no loss of DPS. However, you have to be applying that. Applying that damage is way more difficult.
Yeah. Now, Moderator, 2 triple battleship sides with Tech 1 logistics frigates. Why are we seeing this sort of really popular idea of bringing essentially the weakest logistics frigates in the game?
Well, it's really an economics question, right? So you have a certain amount of points, really, and what ends up happening is that after you've spent as many points as you have on triple battleships and then a Hugin to really have the webs to make those heavy missiles or the cruise missiles apply, you want to bring Deacons, but you just simply can't, because you also need really a combination of Pontifex and Magus really to give you the links that you need. And after that, you're out of points to bring Deacon. You can't do it. So sometimes we'll see not a Hugin brought, and then we can bring Deacons, right, or double Thalia if there was something like a Deacon ban. But you just really can't make it happen. And in that sort of setup, oftentimes I would even favor the cruise Foons, but really bringing like the faction or the flagship in that can kind of switch the way that match is favored. So Andy Gardet, crucially not in that match for Desync. Theronth, you've been a colleague of his since really forever on the Volta AT team. No Annie, no win?
No Annie, no Winnie.
No Annie, no Winnie.
That's what we say. All right, we can actually take a look at some stats on logistics ships in Alliance Tournament 21 so far. Of course, we're only on day 2 of 3, so this will continue to update. But you can see here there is a clear favourite with the Deacon. But interestingly enough, it is the Inquisitor in second place. So the Tech 1 Galenti logistics frigate. Now, as you were mentioning, Moderator, it's cheap. It fits into this comp, but do you expect to see it like this? And we don't see any. I don't see any Guardians here. I don't see any Oniruses.
Yeah, I mean, simply put, like the Guardian and the Oniros, they work in setups a little bit differently. Where when a triple battleship core really is as meta as it is, you just simply, again, like we were talking about the economics question, you just do not have the points to make it work, and you would have to, if you did make it work, you'd have to bring like a bunch of Tech 1 frigates, and then you just have a very weak support wing, right? You can't bring any sort of guidance disruption from like a Sentinel that you might want to bring. You can't really bring Arbitrators. You can't really bring a Celestis. So that's really just a situation of kind of the meta shaping out the way it is. And the Zarm, really probably the best armor logistic ship, best logi ship there is in the game, has just been banned so much. If we ever go to like the ban screen, you're going to see that it's much the same situation where teams want to bring it, but they can't because it's not an option.
Yeah, and these stats here do include the feeders as well. All right, our next match is going to be between Punishing Grey Raven and Seker Matar. So let's take a look and learn a little bit about those teams. right, and let's take a look at the bans for this matchup: Punishing Grey Raven versus Seker Matar. Now, as we predicted, the Zarm, I have to point over here because the pumpkin's in the way now. The Zarmast, it's been banned more than any other ship in the tournament. The second most banned ship, of course, is the Zenithaf. But look, we are seeing the Scimitar ban and the Basilisk. Theros, what do you think about this?
Somebody doesn't really want to face a logistics cruiser that can run away, because like Scimitar, kind of fast, Matar based ship. Basilisk, not so much. However, it can still operate in the on its own outside of the main fray. So maybe somebody wants to do some rushing.
Interesting. And moderator, what are your thoughts on these bans? I mean, EOS has been a popular ban as well, as is the Armageddon Navy issue. Are you surprised to see the Arbitrator banned first by Seker Matar?
No, actually, I really like the choice of going for a lot of these E-War ship bans in your first ban, because it's really going to not show too much of your hand that early on. If I immediately ban something a little bit like off meta very early on, then it can kind of show where I might want to go. For example, like a Sino ban, even from Punishing Grey Raven, says literally nothing about what they want to do. Same thing with the Arbitrator from Seker Matar. Very generic ban ships, but they make a lot of sense to me. So when I see like the Sentinel band last, that's telling me at the very end, okay, now that we've got our final ban as opposed to our first, we're saying we really don't like Guidance Disruption. If you want to bring it, you have to bring either the Pilgrim, not nearly as good as a Curse, or you have to bring, again, a Curse, and you have to really invest a lot of points into that.
Yep. All right, so Punishing Grey Raven find themselves in the upper bracket, perhaps somewhat unexpectedly, with their victory over Truth, Honor, Light. But can they continue in this run, or will Seker Matar put them into the lower bracket where I guess they would have expected to end up yesterday? We'll find out, so let's head in to the arena.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Starfleet Commander, joined by the one, the only GM Ren, for this match between Punishing Grey Ravens and Seker Matar. And we've got Navy Megas all over the grid, which is not usually what we see, is it?
This is not a very usual.
It's really not.
Wingnet cross somewhere is very cross that there are no Vindicators.
That's true. That's
but
true.
the webbing here will be done by a Hugin for the Seker Matar team and a Balgon for Punishing Grey Ravens, which is the flagship. We have confirmation that Mark Kalouf flies the flagship Balgon for Punishing Grey Ravens.
So it looks like the Balgon's going to be a key thing here. I do think that the Punishing Grey Ravens is, I think, the better team. I just think the Balgon's really good, but they do have, Seker Matar do have the Damps as well, and a Huggin as well. So it'd be interesting to see what the play is for both these teams. Looks like Punishing Grey Ravens opting to move away from Seker Matar as well. So we'll have to see how that works out at the moment.
They did warp into zero and are now moving away. We did have a look at the guns on these megas.
Looks like they're blasters, I think.
And we thought they were blasters.
Do I see?
Both teams are now moving away from the center beacon, and there's not.
Do I see shield effects?
No. You're very mistaken. Those are just the armor hardener effects.
Idiot. That's what it is. I was like, what is going on there?
Both teams are somewhat advancing backwards. We'll see where the play is. They're not hugging the beacons just yet.
Do you think that both teams are kind of afraid to just brawl right now? I think both teams are just like, I don't want to be too close, especially against the Balgon. I think Seker Matar are definitely more scared, I think, than Punishing Grey Ravens.
On the other hand, they probably have the damage output.
But the nukes will be stacking up. It's a flag Balgon, so the nukes will definitely stack over time. So like Navy Mega's not really known for having like the most cap stable of things. Webb's now coming down onto the Destiny of the Navy Mega. I'm not really too, but one of these teams is going to have to break formation and actually like commit basically at some point.
Yeah, we do see the Damnation, which is not historically known for being fast, somewhat lagging behind the team, taking some damage to its shields, but obviously it's going to be armor tanked, so I'm not sure how much Seker Matar is going to do to it.
I don't know. The Mega from Kit Kat now moving it back in a tiny bit. I mean, again, both teams just position right now. A bit of damage now coming to Learning because
that's all drones.
It's just it's all drones right now.
That's all drones. He's
really far away from the whole squad at the moment. He needs to get back. Loads of drones onto Lou. Super out position. Webbed down.
His buddy needs to get back to him because he's the one that could save him but doesn't, as we see the first victim of the match.
Yeah, Lou out in Narnia, completely right to call it out. The other Inquisitor's on his own, barely even moving, going literally slow prop modding, not even prop modding at the moment. Now he's moving back. They're completely far apart. He'll definitely go down, and this is a huge win right now for Seker Matar.
If this is indeed on both sides, a Blaster, Megathron, Brawl setup, then losing your logistics this early is going to be a huge hit.
Punching Grey Ravens now just realizing, do you know what, we've lost our logistics for it's time to get in and just try and do some damage.
Yep.
Right now, all of it has gone in, so they're going to try and go all in right now on ATXXI, I think, on the Navy Mega. I don't know if they're going to break through. They've still got a lot of damage. They've got the Balgon as well for the newts, so we'll have to see if the newts have a big effect. Looks like they're just piling all the newts onto that Mega.
Yes, there goes the second Inquisitor, so the Punching Grey Ravens now without their logistics frigates.
That is huge.
They did enter the Brawl, and they've got all the Megathrons tackled. It looks to be that damage has been split between some of them, and also some damage going on to the Thalia now of the Stray Dog, who is the team captain.
So Tyson taking a lot of damage, Kit Kat taking a lot of damage. Both teams just going to be a DPS race at the moment. Obviously, Seker Matar do have more DPS, but Punishing Ravens do have a Balgon. That is a huge newt and some damage as well.
But Seker Matar still have their logistics frigates.
They do still have the logistics
and
frigates.
Tyson is tanking somewhat while Kit Kat is going down. I do think this is a smart... I don't know if Kit Kat is also the shot caller for their team, but taking out the team captain in their Navy Mega might be a good call here.
I think he is the shot caller right now, but he is going to go down. It looks like you can still see the amount of damage that they have, even though they've got 2 Thalias up. You know, Tyson's still taking a lot of damage. The Balgon newt's probably having a bigger effect right now. He needs to get the newts and the Thalias, which is what he's doing right now. Just shut those reps off, even intermittently, would be a huge thing. Kit Kat does go down, which is huge for Seker Matar. DPS now basically 1/3 of the DPS, probably even more than 1/3.
Probably more, yeah.
More than the 1/3. Probably more, about 40% of the DPS from the punishing team just gone right now. Will Tyson hold?
We will find out.
I don't think so.
Those two logistic frigates may just be capped out. That Balgorn does have guns. If they are officer guns, they will push a lot of damage. But as long as Tyson holds out, the longer he holds out, the more
Tyson's
damage.
going down.
Yeah, but every bit of damage he puts into Dusty is damage that they're not going to repair back. I see no repair effects. They don't have repair drones out. Everything is maximum damage for Punishing Grey Ravens here.
God, I really think that Lou, like the Inquisitors, I can't believe they just died out of nowhere. That was
out of nowhere.
It's a huge loss. Like, I don't know what they should.
There was no reason for them to be in the middle of the arena. They could have been behind their team, safe away from the drones, and they just chose to die to drones.
Exactly. And then
Speak of dying, the Stray Dog taking a lot of damage right now in his Thalia, probably webbed and neuted. Smartly, they're neuting Burtok in the other Thalia and shooting Stray Dog.
Exactly. I think that if they get the Thalias down, they have a chance. But I'm just seeing Dusty like going to low armor.
Yeah, if Dusty goes down, they've lost so much of their actual damage. They'll still have some utility from the Vexers, but likely not the damage to break through the Thalia reps anymore.
But we can't discount the Balgon though. The longer the match goes on, the more newt pressure it's going to be. Like literally, even if they do the Navy Mega and they manage to kill Atticus, he could probably just cap out the chosen one in the Mega. Obviously, Desi does go down, which I don't know, man. I don't know if Atticus is going to die now. They don't really have much damage left. You can see the attack bar, the potential attack bar for Punishing Grey Ravens is very small compared to the Seker Matar. I'm not really too sure what their play is here. There isn't a play.
There isn't really a play. No, that
they get the Thalia down though.
That Balgorn needs to keep those Thalias webbed, neuted, and then the drones, because I think the only thing shooting Stray Dog at the moment is a flight of warriors, Republic Fleet warriors, with their enhanced tracking over their T1 counterparts. They did damage, and Stray Dog goes down, which means the other Thalia is probably following him quite rapidly after that. But they've capped up Atticus all this time, and all this time he's been pushing damage into that Balgon, putting him pressure on his cap, forcing him to self-rep, and we can see him dip into armor now.
If they get the Thalia down in a good amount of time, and if the Balgon can if we can get Atticus down, and then the Balgon can just newt out the chosen one, then I think there's a chance.
There is a chance, yeah.
But it needs to happen very quickly. Like Atticus needs to die in the next 30 seconds because you can see the Balgon mark is bleeding to half armor at the moment.
You are correct that the lower end of Punching Grey Ravens probably has more damage left with the Damnation and triple Vexer.
I still think they're in this.
I
still think they're in this. I think if they get Atticus down like in the next 20 seconds, 30 seconds, that means that the Balgon could cap out the Navy Mega and then probably survive to the rest of the game.
This has turned into a very technical match all of a sudden.
It's a very technical match.
It went from stalemate on both ends of the arena to a brawl, and then the brawl has turned into a very technical.
A very technical, based on like the utilities of the Balgon could potentially win. He is very low into armor.
He is very low. That Atticus needs to die, and Chosen One needs to be capped out.
Come on, Mark.
ASAP.
Now cap out the Navy Mega. Survive. Just all the newts onto him. Just get him, stop his gun from running, and I think he could probably survive.
If Mark managed to manages heat better,
Yes.
or has anything left in the tank to out-repair this one AV Mega on top of him, there is a chance.
I think Mark can do it. I believe in Mark.
It's not the indestructible Mark,
It's not the indestructible Mark.
but it is a Mark in a
But
Balgon.
it's a Mark and a Valgon, maybe in disguise. I think he can do it. I think that he is going very low. He's right now 11% armor at the moment. But I think that the newts the longer it goes on, the newts can be so strong on the Chosen One.
Doesn't AV Megathron get a utility high? Is there counter-newt pressure?
Yeah.
Are we seeing that?
Yeah. I think that, well, he's still bleeding down 5%, 4% armor. He would bleed 3% armor into structure.
Balgons take a lot of cap on their own to run those newts. If he doesn't have Nosses, and I did not see any Noss effects, if he doesn't have any Nosferatus to get that cap back somehow, they are under a lot of pressure themselves.
Oh, I think he's just bleeding down. Sometimes it goes back up, but I think he's gonna go down. The Chosen One is the Chosen One to kill this Balgon down for a flag kill to get the lovely loot as well. I think he is gonna go down here. He does go down.
He goes down. That's a flagship.
Seker Matar.
I think with that, Seker Matar secures this victory. They're not out of the woods yet.
They aren't out of the woods yet. Now if I'm punishing Grey Ravens, I'd go for the other ships. I wouldn't bother going for the Chosen One anymore.
They might still pull some points back. They're not completely out, and there is still a minute and a half. A minute and a half isn't a lot.
Looks like we've got the Vexes they are moving their drones, I think, around. I think they should get them off to Chosen One. They're not going to kill them. Maybe just go for the Pontian Magas, get them down. The Maulus is probably they've got damps across
Honestly,
the board,
that's where the drone should have been
That's a good point, yeah.
about 5 minutes ago when it wasn't a straight DPS race.
Because get rid of those Mauluses down, get some points on the board as well. Though also the Pontian Magas still alive though with a minute left as well. Usually we see those ships die quite early on because they're quite
important. Those links
important.
add 20 to 30% effective hit
also
points.
They're very weak
resist.
as well. They're very weak to kill. So I'm surprised they weren't just annihilated earlier on.
We now see the just a host of drones chasing Hazerthi the second in a skybreaker around the arena.
But I think this game, like you said, was a stalemate at the beginning, a brawl, and then it became a very technical, can we beat this in this time and get the cap on and get the pressure on? But I think Seker Matar, before the match even started, I think we kind of thought Seker Matar has a bit of an advantage. They still have a lot of players, don't they? There's some really talented players in there.
For what it's worth, I do see a cargo container where the Balgorn used to be. So I think someone has ejected cap
Someone's
sticks.
done it, yeah.
And I think someone is in possession of the blue loot as the timer ticks down for the last 5 seconds.
So
Seker Matar takes this one, over punishing Grey Ravens, remaining in the winner bracket, which is important. And with that, we'll let the desk analyze this further.
Punching Grey Raven, moving down into the elimination bracket, and crucially, without their flagship Balgorn dying there towards the end. Now, interestingly, in the previous one of the previous matches, we saw a flagship Leshak with no resists and double reps, and this time we see a flagship Balgorn with 0 active reps and triple plate, so just pure passive. Moderator, these are two very opposing viewpoints on how you tank your flagship. Talk to me about them.
Yeah, I'm going to have to probably have an opposing viewpoint to bringing 2 Tech 1 logistics and then putting exactly 0 reps on top of your officer flagship. So one of the benefits of being a flagship is that the rules allow you to bring a couple either X-type or officer reppers on there. And really, we were talking here on the desk in between while the match was going. If you have a single officer repper on there as that Balgorn, you're able to buy just enough time to, while you're not going to out-tank that Navy Megathron, you're going to bleed slow enough that you're not going to lose that ship. And with that, you would still have your flag. You would still be in the tournament. But now, Seker Matar, having beaten Punishing Grey Raven by the transitive property, is in fact better than Truth, Honor, Light. And winning this match, they're going to make top 16, so they're in the money with skins already.
Yep, and ships. They get ships now. They're very much into the ship level of the bracket. Now, Theronth, that was a lot of Megathron Navy issues. Not the most common ship in the Alliance tournament. Talk to me about how that match went down there.
Well, Mega Navy has got a little bit of a glow up before the event actually started. They are actually deceptively fast now, thanks to the plate mass reduction bonus. So they are not bad at rushing, and rushing they did want on the Seker Matar side with the triple Navy Mega with a Hugin to make sure that they can grab something far away, and then beeline on top of it. And if that doesn't work, they also had the Moluses. So this was like a little bit of a anti-synergetic comp maybe, but in the end it worked. So I cannot talk shit about them.
Moderator, you also wanted to talk a little bit about positioning. In particular, one of the Inquisitors we saw getting a little bit out of position. What happened?
Yes, Lumahan actually had gone like wildly out of position. We were almost wondering, like, did he DC? Did something go wrong? Because he just zoomed as a logistics frigate, like right inside of like null range, and then had gotten webbed by the Hugin of Tackleman, who did exactly what his name says, and he got full webs and tackle. And once he did, we saw just a cloud of blue drones and then blasters get on top of him. And once that first Inquisitor goes, it's only a matter of time before the second Inquisitor goes. We saw just in that match how quickly the Tech 1 logistics frigs died versus, you know, it taking the 3 Vexors to finally break the 2, not the Navatas, the Thalia, the upgraded Tech 2 variants, right? So you're spending 20 points versus 6, and what you trade with that is the Navy Megathrons, like we were talking about triple battleship cores not being able to bring upgraded Logi. Navy Megas are actually an exception to the rule because they're only 39 points each. You're actually really able to spend points on something like a Hugin, where you can control range, and then the Tech 2 Logi with the Thalias to really have a lot more strength in that support wing than just punching someone in the face and then not having much to follow it up with.
Yeah, all right. So let's look at our next match now, which is Psychokids versus Evasive Maneuvering. So let's take a moment and learn about these teams. Awesome. Now let's take a look at the bans for this match and see what these teams are choosing not to bring. So, somewhat as is tradition now, Theronth, it's here, the Zarm, it's here, and the Zenithaf is just hanging out over here. But I mean, we see the twin Rapier Hugin ban quite often as well. Moderator, the Jackdaw, not super common, but it is starting to be banned a bit more. Why are people banning the Jackdaw?
So the Jackdaw would get banned because it plays into, I would say, literally all of the good shield comps, including both Rush and Kite. Both in Rush, you're going to have it be, again, light missile fit. You're going to go after things like logistics. You're going to go after like Sviples. You're going to pull away and just shoot that. We've actually seen that be something that's been very impactful this entire tournament on the side of the shields. But the Rapier Hugin ban, this is like the most iconic Russian bans we've seen. Part of the reason you're seeing a lot of Russian spam in chat is that both these teams are actually CIS region Russian-speaking teams, and being able to try to control the range and dictate when that fight happens is very iconic for a Faffy Waffy captain team.
And Theronth, Dominic's being banned is the core of like the Dominic's drone setup, but do you prefer that to the EOS setup with drones, or do you think the Domi is stronger?
It's a different beast, honestly. Dominic's brings a lot of news to the table, all the utility highs that are the battleship sized. So heavy news from 30 kilometers, check. Smart bombs that are large, check. You can have a little bit of a drone links also. Also, it is a brick because it's a battleship. Battleships this year are super strong because of the HP bonus for the shield extenders and plates. Therefore, it reaches the same EHP levels, if not exceeds the one of the EOS. It doesn't bring links. So it's a little bit of a that's the main difference between those ships. However, all the newt that adds to the control is the main reason to get that one.
Awesome. Now, I'm just looking at Twitch. The predictions are up, and it's pretty even right now, about 1.2 million on both teams. So don't forget, you can use your Twitch channel points to bet on the outcome of the match, and then you can redeem them for the skins using the bot. And CCP Convict, the wily Australian, has sprinkled some extra codes in there, which I think are 100 plex each, about 500 million or so worth of plex, which is pretty nice. So instead of getting a skin, you might just get plex. So make sure you're gambling your channel points responsibly. All right, let's head into the arena for Psychokids versus Evasive Maneuvering.
Welcome back to the arena with myself, GM Ren, and Starfleet Commander. We are seeing in the arena Psychokids in red versus Evasive Maneuvering in blue, and we are seeing a lot of guns and a lot of tracking disruption.
A lot of tracking disruptors. Sentinels, 3 Sentinels on grid across both teams. Rafi's team decided to bring a Leshak Vindicator EOS. I've seen this before a couple of times from them. It's a kind of a consistent theme. They always have like a Leshak and a Vindicator as a sort of duo. It's quite strong. But the triple Navy APOCs are going to be projecting a lot of damage, so the TDs are so important in this match.
I would say so. The Evasive Maneuvering also brought a couple Vexers, which could pose a danger to all that EWAR and just the command destroyers lower end of Psychokids. We'll see what they do with it. They warped fairly close together, different angles, spread at range.
They are quite close together. Also, just so in local, it is a flag Lesh.
It is a flag Leshak.
Yes, so that's kind of big as well. So we're going to maybe see some jump driving plays like we saw earlier today. You're completely right about the Vexers. That's going to be so important. They can put their drones onto like the Celestis or the Carriers and stuff, even if they get the drones on, even after they
force that Sentinel off, force that Carries away.
Exactly. I think that's going to be really big. I think that the Sentinels pilots from Evasive Maneuvering are going to be so important. They're like the linchpin right now as we see TDs going across a board for the APOCs. Really well done, and then in response, Damps coming back onto the Sentinels to try and get those TDs
immediately.
off.
All the EWAR is fired off, the TDs on all the gunships. The Sentinels of Evasive Maneuvering are damped, probably out of range, because we see the tracking disruptors drop off the APOCs now.
And the Vexer being the primary for the APOC Navy shoot, I think that's a really good choice. It's definitely the weakest thing and probably the easiest thing they can shoot, apart from the Pontifex as well.
And the thing that could kill their game plan.
Yeah.
Their control part of their game plan.
And we see Fafi and the EOS, the Vindy, the Leshak going straight in to try and get some tackle onto APOC Navy issue, which they have. They've gone for Catastrophic in the APOC Navy issue. As we saw earlier today, once the Lesh gets on top of something, it will die, even if it is TD'd. EOS taking a lot of damage though, isn't it?
Yeah, Beam Aetheron
He's burning back.
Is burning back to his Logi. Let's see if it's enough. Double Deacon could repair something with that high resist. EOSs are very tanky boys in pure resist, so any repairs given to it will amount to a lot of effective hit points. We see the Vexer of Avel from Evasive Maneuvering also taking early damage, having pulled back. They're all in the middle of the pack. They're all sort of picking their targets. We can see the Leshak and Vindicator have picked their target, and it is Catastrophic in the Navy APOC. They're trading a lot of damage on that Vindicator, though.
The Leshak has just started to split up right now, but the Vindicator taking a massive beating at the moment. Skykiller, Russian taking a huge amount of damage. The Deacons are going to have to come in and try and get the reps up as well. But the Leshak Sam is now splitting up on Catastrophic, so the APOC will die eventually, though.
Eventually
he will die, but just
I imagine that is a Zoria's super title and some Zoria radiation sinks on that
Leshak,
baby.
I can guarantee that right now, but Skykiller taking a lot of damage.
Skykiller is not the tanky boy that the EOS is, and is sort of bleeding from all those Navy APOC guns. This is, of course, the risk they took, bringing less guns to a gunfight than their opponent.
He just dropped his spool. The 2 APOC Navy issues just rammed Sam in Leshak, and he just dropped his spool off the APOC Navy issue, and that's a huge win.
I was just about to say, at these ranges, the tracking disruptors are probably not going to matter too much, but if you can suddenly push that Leshak out of its range, lose a spool, has to start all over again, and or just imparts some kind of velocity, and all those tracking disruptors are speed scripted, suddenly you lose a lot of damage.
I mean, the momentum's now gone the other way right now. I mean, Sam is now deciding what to do. He is respawning up on. I think he's going to start shooting probably one of the APOC navies next to him right now. Yes. I think he is. He's now
He's on Jim Raynor.
He's on Jim Raynor right now, but the damage is not really landing. The Vindicator's still holding at the moment for Evasive Maneuvering, so this can go either way right now.
Unlike Evasive Maneuvering, who brought the 2 Vexers, Psychokids have no lower end that really deals damage. So those 2 Deacons, unless they get capped out, webbed, anything, they're kind of okay. We do see a jam effect going on there, but I think those are just EC300s.
They are EC3. I see EC300s right now on Mister. And obviously Fafi the captain in the other Deacon as well, so he's a super good pilot. The two Deacons, as you said, not really in any danger at all, but it'd be nice to see the Vexes from Evasive Maneuvering maybe starting to pressure something else, as we do see the Sentinel taking some damage.
Pressure that Sentinel, pressure that Celestis, pressure the carries. Those are squishy targets that a Vexer should be able to take out if they get on top of it, and maybe distract the double Deacon from Psychokids a little.
The Ears is now locked in. He's grappled, he's TP'd, and he's going to be...
He was so earlier and then clawed back, but now he seems to be dropping through armor. I'm not sure where the Deacons are currently in relation to it. Both Deacons are...
They're coming in now.
They are coming in, but they're also repairing each other because both are harassed by a flight of drones.
This is the thing, like, this is the problem when you're splitting your damage as well. Like, the Deacon pilot right now has to decide, do I put all my reps on the EOS or do I save my partner as well? And this is what we're seeing right now.
We are seeing Mr. Caps drop some armor, but they're pulling Beam Adron's EOS back, which is, well, he carries the links, so he carries the team basically, especially if that Flag Leshak has an active armor tank. Those links are going to be heckin' important.
Really good logic piloting from Fafi and Mr. Keeps, like having that communication, bouncing bouncing reps between each other. Probably Fafi just giving him a couple of cycles, then going back onto ES to get him up as well.
We now see those Leshak spools coming in, huge chunks taking out of Jim Raynor's Navy APOC. He's pulling back some, and then he's losing another 10% in one go. It is brutal once that Leshak spools up.
I think he's going to go down eventually, but it's right now. We're going to have to see if they can get anything else done, because the ES is definitely holding. The Vindicator's holding absolutely fine. We're not really seeing any damage coming across onto the Evasive Maneuvering side. No, we're seeing the pressure going across to Team Red. Across
the arena, the Sentinel of Frederick Von Hol, I'm not sure if this is the Frederick Von Hol, is being harassed by some of the light drones. He is bouncing in armor. He's distracting his own Deacons some away from Jim Raynor. So I think Evasive Maneuvering might start clawing into the first victims here.
I think so. I think Jim's going to go down. The Leshak's probably fully spooled right now. Obviously with the Vinda DPS as well, I think it's just going to break through
the two Deacons are right on top of Jim Raynor. They're otherwise untouched. There is nothing going after them.
Massive smart bomb went off. All the drones gone now.
Ooh,
all the drones gone away from the Leshak and the APOC Navy issue. That's huge. More drones now. They were going to go in and went back and they just ran away again. So rep drones gone, damage drones gone around. Really good. Jim's going to go down as well.
Jim is going to go down. Finally, that Leshak spool is caught up. We do see Psylon in the Vexer. Talk about the Vexers again. Try to chase around the Deacon of Mika. And I think Mika might be caught here.
The Sky Killer's still taking a lot of damage though, going to 38% armor right now. I mean,
he is still around.
He's still around, but he's...
And his own Deacons are not too pressured either, just by drones. Unlike Mika, who is scrammed and nosed with a Vexer right on top of it. We'll see if that does anything to force the repairs elsewhere. As we see, I think the Leshak starts spooling into Catastrophic again, who is also right on top of that Leshak. Not a place you want to be, even with some tracking disruption on it.
I mean, Skykiller now, I think, holding Fafi and Mr. Keps, keeping them up, doing a fantastic job, as I said earlier on. I think the Deacons have been probably the star players for Evasive Maneuvering, just balancing the reps around as well. I don't think that they have the DPS now to break the Vindicator.
Do you think that play with the EOS burning in, taking damage, baiting those Napocs on top of it because they're forced by the tracking disruption, and then just pulling it back?
I think it's a really good move to do that, especially like don't just commit in if you're taking a lot of damage. Like don't be afraid to then pull back in, especially if you're in EOS. You don't probably need to be there anyway.
If you look at it, that EOS is right on top.
He's right next to them.
Yeah, so as soon as that Leshak is finished with one of the Napocs, he can just go on to the next one. They lined them right up.
They have. I mean, I think that the Leshak, this is the thing compared to the other match, is like once it gets a hold of something, it will kill it eventually. But the team that Evasive Maneuvering have is really good at control. There's so much E-War as well. Like both teams have lots of TDs. Obviously, there's a lot of damps in the other team, but I think having two Sentinels has saved them a lot. I
do think so too. Bringing Sentinels against gun spam is a good idea.
Very good.
Who knew?
We say that though, that the APOC still isn't dead yet.
The APOC isn't dead yet, and with 2 minutes on the clock, there might only be one explosion this match.
One ship dies out of these two doctrines.
Just before coming here, I was rewatching the Gridlocked episode, and Mr. Overload himself went like, "No, the AT is 100% chance of explosions." Well, there is a explosion. I would like to have my money back, Mr. Overload. You promised explosions.
This is a very classic Evasive Maneuvering comp from Fafi, though. Like, 2 top-end battleships and then a lot of E-War and a lot of control as well. I like this. I really love the Sentinels into this. They clearly read the bands really well. That Rapier Hugging band, Sleipnir Jackdaw band as well. And they were clearly gunning for some form of like projection in armor, I think.
I am being accosted by Overload.
He's being poked. He's being booped from across the camera. I don't think we're going to see anything else die. I think you're completely right.
The Vindicator is dropping slowly.
Down.
He's now in 40%-ish armor. He is taking some damage. He's dropping slowly. I'm just not sure if there is enough time left.
I also think I must say Mika and Regret, the Deacons right now, I think they're doing a fantastic job as well. I think
both teams,
Logifigs have performed very well. It's super stressful in this scenario like this.
I shall even go so far as saying not being in the middle of the arena where your team is not there to support you is also a good thing. I'll give the analyst desk that much information.
But both Deacons playing really well
Excellent.
in this and positioning really well. I mean, Skykiller Russian still bleeding right down into 20% armor at the moment with 43 seconds on the clock. If they get him down...
If they get him down, they win on points.
In the next 5 seconds.
But if you will notice, suddenly that NAPOC of Catastrophic is also at
dying.
Similar...
The spool is real.
At a similar hit points at around 30% armor. And that Leshak is probably shooting harder than another APOC.
I think they've probably pushed their guns as much. They probably overheated as much as they can. I think the APOC's trying to get through as much as possible. I don't think it's going to be enough.
They couldn't kill Skycat with 3 Navy APOCs.
Yeah.
I don't think they can do it with 2.
That's true. With 10 seconds to go, looks like Evasive maneuvering again. Just little pick this victory with 1 ship on the board, I think.
Excellent. We'll let the desk analyze this match further as it was another very technical match. Back to you guys.
Evasive manoeuvring there, taking the win. Now, you look at the scoreline of that one, and it looks like it's not very much has happened, but that was 10 minutes of 2 teams just controlling each other, keeping themselves at the right position, using their electronic warfare to their advantages. Moderator, how did that really go down for those 2 teams?
Well, the situation with the Sentinels is that you had 2 Sentinels on the side of, the team Faffy Waffy versus the 1 Sentinel. And what that meant is that those NAPOCs were always going to be required to really get in at 0, because even with like Scorch at maximum range, you get like 90% of your optimal cut. So you have to be on top of whatever you're shooting at 0. The trade back and forth was what the Sentinels on the side of evasive maneuvering were really working the capacitor of. And that was going to be mostly either the other Sentinel or the Deacons. And when the Deacons on the side of Psychokids just couldn't get any repairs off, that's where we started just over time the Leshak, notably the only remaining flag Leshak in this tournament on the side of evasive maneuvering, was just able to spool out over time, grind out that first Navy armor, or APOC rather. And once that APOC was gone, yes, Skykiller Russian in that Vindicator got very low, but after that they just simply didn't really have enough damage to break anything. This is how Faffy Waffy really likes to play, just like will absolutely grind you out over 10 minutes. He's done it on this team. People on his team have done it when they were Vidra loaded, where they would play ECM control. It's a very technical matchup, very high level of execution.
Yeah. All right, let's take a moment to go over to our senior field reporter and learn a bit more about armor control comps.
Hi everyone, CSP Overload here, and we're going to talk about control comps in the Alliance Tournament. Unlike the explosive aggression of rush setups or the evasive maneuvering of kiting fleets, control comps aim to win the match by manipulating the battlefield itself. They don't just fight opponents, they dictate the terms of the fight, turning engagements into a slow grind where the enemy finds themselves gradually stripped of options. The foundations of a control comp lie in electronic warfare. Bonus stasis webifiers slow down ships, keeping them within range of other forms of E-War for longer. Engine neutralizers drain capacitors, shutting off the victim's prop mods, reppers, and certain weapon systems. ECM, sensor dampeners, and tracking disruptors blind ships or render them incapable of applying damage effectively. Each of these tools doesn't kill directly, instead they distort the engagement, suppressing the enemy's ability to function while leaving them exposed to steady, focused attacks. Because control comps rely so heavily on disruption, their pace of battle is often deliberate rather than explosive. A well-flown control team won't try to obliterate the opposition in the opening minutes. Instead, they pick off targets one by one, often starting with fragile support ships or vulnerable ships who become isolated. Each kill adds momentum, creating a snowball effect in which the surviving enemy pilots grow increasingly cornered and desperate. The psychological element is important here too. Watching your ship sit helplessly under webs, jams, or nuke pressure and growing increasingly frustrated while your teammates are methodically dismantled is demoralizing, and this tilting often plays into the control team's hands. Flying a control composition, however, is not without risk. The ships that bring the majority of the disruption are often fragile or capacitor hungry, meaning pilots must manage their resources carefully. A lapse in coordination can give the enemy an opening to break free and turn the match. Seen in contrast to other archetypes, control comps embody a philosophy of indirect dominance. Rush fleets gamble everything on aggression, hoping to kill faster than they die. Kite fleets rely on speed and positioning to whittle down enemies from range. Control fleets, by comparison, commit to neither speed nor overwhelming firepower. Instead, they win by depriving their opponents of options. When executed well, they make opponents feel less like rival competitors and more like prey being slowly herded towards inevitable defeat. In this way, control compositions represent one of the most cerebral approaches to the Alliance tournament. They showcase not just the firepower of EVE's ships, but the subtler tools of warfare: timing, precision, and psychological dominance. A great rush comp will win in a blaze of glory, but a great control comp will make you wonder if you're ever really fighting back at all.
Thank you, Senior Field Reporter, CCP Overload. Now, we have just a few minutes before our next match. We will just go straight to the bans, I think, because we want to have some time to talk about them. So let's get the bans up for our next match, Platinum Sensitivity versus Paper Numbers. All right, Moderator, to the absolute surprise of no one, we have the Hugin, the Rapier, the Zarm, and Zenithaf. The Mollis and the Eos bans. Maybe talk to me a little bit about those.
Yeah, so the Mollis is a bit of a curveball to me. So the Mollis is going to be probably the cheapest version of a damp ship that you can really bring. The Eos, like you were talking about a little bit earlier, versus like the Dominix, the Eos is much more of a support ship that you would bring a couple of into a comp, versus a Dominix is like its own core ship that you would have a triple battleship core around. So the Eos is probably one of the better link ships to bring in either a drone setup or either a control setup.
And Theronth, the Zenithaf, we have seen it banned. It's pretty much pick or ban. Do you think this is going to be the continuation for the rest of the tournament, or do you think that people are going to identify ways to beat the Zenithaf comps?
Absolutely, I think it will stay this way. It's a natural predator to the battleships that are extremely popular this year due to the huge EHP pools. It is also decently good versus battlecruisers. So every time it is open, there is you're basically throwing the dice. Am I going to be able to control this? Do I trust myself enough in my plan to neutralize this ship? Or you can just get a ban. Don't think about it. Don't worry about it at all, because then the rush as an archetype is also weaker.
Yep.
So.
And Moderator, obviously the most banned ship of the tournament thus far, the Zarmalade. Why is it just so banned?
So the Zarmzad is going to be banned by Platinum Sensitivity and Paper Numbers. Again, two teams that have traditionally been top 8, because it is really going to be the break point in the amount of repping it does. It out-reps either the Onirios or the Guardian counterparts. And that's actually kind of the break point in how much HP per second certain comps can break a Guardian or an Onirios, or can break the Logifrigs, but they can't break the Zarm. And because of that, and it's just a stronger, more tanky ship that can get just more survivability, that's why we're seeing it banned nearly permanently. It's no surprise bans that we're seeing here. Both teams are very excellent. I would not be surprised to see either a control comp out of both teams, or some sort of like a drone setup, or again, Typhoons are still open, Dominixes are still open, again, Flag Balgorns are still open, and a lot of those are quite good ships setups both teams could bring here.
All right, well, we are pretty much ready to go to the arena, and once again, we must ask the same pertinent question. Is Mark Bridges truly indestructible? Let's go to the arena and find out.
Welcome back to the arena for Platinum Sensitivity versus Paper Numbers. And we see some Dominixes.
Yes.
And again, Navy APOX. What do you think about this, Ren?
Of course, Platinum Sensitivity have brought the notorious potato salad, triple Dominix.
Potato salad.
Triple Dominix, double prophecy for links, Vexers, so it's full drone
I was
spam.
gonna say, I kind of like it. I like it's just very uniform, very easy.
It's very easy.
It's very easy. It's
They
just
have
like,
they have a lot of utility. They have
But no ships,
no
that's-
projection, so they'll be fully reliant on those Vexers getting into position and tackling something for those dummies.
and then paper numbers bringing Navy APOX, 3 of them, and a curse.
And a
Celestis.
curse, yes. I'm not sure what all that E-War is going to do against drones, but we shall find out.
The E-War, the curse is going to nuke the Inquisitors. The only thing it can do. We're going to have to see what drones the Dommy's going to do. Looks like they're just going to burn in right now. APOC's going to start pumping onto Ken, into not Dommy. Probably a good call. Go for some of the big ships.
I see sentries. Sentries are
sentries out?
deployed from platinum sensitivity. I think they're going to try and volley something.
Oh, it depends. They're going to go for probably the low end, I think. I don't think they can go. Do you reckon they can go for an APOC and just break it through?
I am unsure if they can do so. Maybe they'll just try to tackle something small and then try to volley it that way. But we see the damage go on one of the NAPOCs. The NAPOC of Exanos Zekarath is volleyed through shields. Repairs are already on it. Let's see if its armor holds.
But Ken taking a lot of damage in the Dominix right now. I mean, it's not looking too good for Plat, but the damage is slowly now coming into Xanos and the APOC Navy issue. I'm not too sure. You can see the attack bar right now on the screen. Obviously, the APOC Navy should have a lot more potential attack damage. I'm kind of worried. I don't know if the Dommies has a lot of damage to break through as a Vexor of AUI.
The sentries are still shooting, and I think they are shooting at different targets. We see damage come in on Exanos, we see damage come in on Raiffeisen, and on Jinx in the Inquisitor. So I feel Platinum Sensitivity is not sure who they're volleying, while we see the first Vaxer go down on the other side.
I think you're completely right. We do see a bit of a spread of damage going across the team, which is really not what you want to see. I think Plat need to get off this APOC and go for some of the other small things. Go for the Ponties, maybe go for the Celestis. Get other things off. I don't think you're going to break it. Well, get the Inquisitors down. Just get some Logi off the grid and go. It looks like they're going to scram with this Celestis and probably put some damage on it. But Combe is going to go down on the Vexor.
Yeah, they are bleeding out that low end, which again, those Vexors are meant to target the opponent's lower end, and they're not doing so. They've just been prevented from that and being taken out. While we can see for Platinum Sensitivity, those sentries are still shooting, and they're still shooting the APOC of Raiffeisen, of the team captain, and he's only slowly taking damage. Meanwhile, we see another Vexor go down.
A bit more damage now coming onto Raiffeisen, who's the CEO, isn't he?
He's the captain,
he's the captain right now. He's a bit more damage landing on him right now. He is going to half armor, but I think it could be a little too late. Dominix is still holding up, which is fine, but they are about to potentially lose their third Vexor, and that is huge. We are seeing now the Curse starting to put newts on Inquisitor, which is really good. So I do think the APOCs are definitely in the lead right now.
I think so too, but they are about to lose their Pontifex, so they might lose some of their links, some of their links. So their first Pontifex out of 2, Hovi Fees 6, but he is catching reps, it seems. Those sentries may not apply the best to that. I'm trying to keep an eye on them if they're still shooting or if there's been other drones deployed at the moment.
I think he's going to be absolutely fine. This Curse, though, wreaking havoc for the Inquisitors, they're out of the game, basically. They can ignore the Inquisitors because of the Curse reps. Pontifex is slightly holding, but he's going down slowly.
You say that those Inquisitors are completely capped out, but the Dominix of Kent is still not down.
That is true, but I think they're switching to Inquisitor right now. We saw the Ponty go down, getting some links off the grid really good. Inquisitor is now webbed as well and TP'd, neutered. He'll probably be the next target. A couple of reps coming across from his body, but it'll be gone immediately. Dominic's about to go down. I think this could be the end of the match for them.
I think Paper Numbers has this. They need to be careful not to lose Raiffeisen, but removing the first Dominix and removing that lower end, that's a lot of damage gone.
Yeah, they still have the things like they lose one Inquisitor, Nightcap's going to go now. Paper Numbers doing,
what they're supposed to do.
What they're supposed to do at this point. Navy APOX, a lot of damage, a lot of VHP, good application as well. I think the Curse was obviously didn't do much in terms of disruption, but the newts did a lot. I think the newts were helping a lot.
It was there for the newts on those Inquisitors, preventing damage coming out, and the Navy APOX immediately pushing their damage with guns versus the delayed deployment of drones in the first place and the delayed damage type of drones in general means that they just got that head start. Raiffeisen is still being pushed lower and lower.
He should be okay. This is the thing with Dominix and any drone comps as well. If you drop sentries, that's fine. You can switch the damage. But if you switch to any medium or heavies, then it's delayed damage, and it just can take a while for those drones to get there. And in that time, compared to the APOC Navy issues, they can switch targets quite quickly. And
they also didn't deploy those sentries immediately.
They didn't immediately, no, which is a bad thing. They should have done that immediately and tried to get something down.
I think so. Before something picks up speed, you just try and volley something off.
But one thing that they're missing is any sort of electronic attack frigate like a Hyena or a Vigil or something.
They had no control.
For application, I feel like they would struggle to do that. They do have some TPs clearly on some of the ships as well, but it's not bonus TP, so I think maybe missing out on the lower end. I think as the second Domi does go down of Nyx.
We do, and we see the Navy Apox starting on Mark Bridges, who is not in his indestructible Balgorn, so we will
He
probably...
can survive. I believe he's indestructible. He's going to survive this somehow.
He's not in his Balgorn.
He's not in his Balgorn. No, I think he's going to be down soon. Actually, because of Young still holding on. It's a super low armor. The visual fleet issue as well. I mean, I think the Apox.
And I think that Inquisitor of Young might even make it a close race between Raiffeisen and Mark Bridges.
I think so. He's been really surviving on your own is super hard, but I think there's no damage across the mark. I really think this drone setup is just missing like some sort of application. Like and also the delayed sentry drop as well was huge, as you mentioned, and the Apox is a bit easier for them to just like apply as well. And obviously the Curse doing really well going onto the Inquisitors and just getting some nukes and shutting down the reps.
I did not look at the Vexors before they went down, but I've just taken a look at the prophecy for Platinum sensitivity, and they're all gunless. There's nothing on there. There's no turrets. So you would imagine they fit them much like the potato salad.
Yeah.
Full utility highs.
Full utility, newts.
But where were they?
I think they just didn't really... I think they went into this match probably expecting this, maybe.
Raiffeisen does go down?
Does go down, but trading for the
Mark
destructible
Bridges.
now...
The very destructible Mark...
Very destructible Mark Bridges does go down with 2 prophecies left. I think we are... I think paper numbers have got this, I think.
I would say so. I doubt 2 prophecies are going to claw back 90 points exactly in 3.5 minutes.
I just think that we're just missing some sort of application for the drones.
I will leave that judgment to the desk.
Yeah, I think they need to talk about that because I think that like even though on the surface it looks quite good, they've got a lot of HP, a lot of damage, good fights going up in local right now. I just don't see like how, unless they're going in, like you said, they weren't really using their utilities or anything. They can't project and lock things down like with webs and things like. So I don't know. Obviously the Huggin and Rapier were banned, but they still have like a Hyena as well available. They could have maybe moved some of the ships around.
Yes,
some points.
we've seen the triple dummy to great effect in other matches, in other tournaments, and they were always supported by some form
like
of control
or a Vigil or something.
Something that let those Dominixes get on top of their targets and put all that utility to work.
The last prophecy of LTL. Shooting in local. Nice little GGs in local as well. As he does, I think he did go out the arena. And with that, we'll let the analyst break down that on the desk.
Mark Bridges unfortunately being destructed in this instance as they drop into the elimination bracket. Moderator, you had some choice thoughts on the comp that Platinum Sensitivity brought there. The triple domies with the Vexors. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so that setup just simply does not beat any of the core battleship comps that we've been seeing. Like, it could be Navy Megathrons, it could be Fleet Typhoons, it could be Typhoons, it could be Geddons, it could be Navy Geddons. It could be like any mix of battleships, really. Just the Navy Dominixes just simply do not beat that. And what I was a little bit disappointed by was just really like the lack of control. They didn't have any damps or any sort of guidance disruption, tracking disruption to deal with the fact that if I'm in a Navy APOC, I'm going to run away from you. Yes, sentries are very good at projecting, but it's even better. The relatively recently buffed Navy APOC. We didn't see a lot of the NAPOCs in the prelims, but now in the main tournament, especially after the recent buffs, it was never a match that they were able to win, even in draft.
Do you agree with that, Theron, that Platinum Sensitivity lost that match in the draft phase?
Absolutely. The setup they have presented, as moderator has already said, did not include any sort of control elements other than maybe scrams and newts, which are fine, but not versus everything alone. When you have a projection-based comp like Navy APOC, the one that is able to dictate the range, which, by the way, incidentally, the ship is also a brick, so the drone comp going into that matchup will have problem breaking that in a timely in any reasonable amount of time, if they are not going to headshot Logi somehow, which they don't really have means to do in the comp that Platinum Sensitivity brought, because it was just an on-low-end Vexors and 2 prophecies, which also, like, the prophecy is an odd choice. Doesn't have the greatest bandwidth for the drones, doesn't have any bonuses other than damage and velocity that comes from the battle cruiser roll bonus, so I'm just I'm puzzled how did they expect that it was like this particular matchup would go when APOC Navy, being the one of the best cores that you can pick in this format was open.
And moderators, do you think this is one of those scenarios where, like, maybe it worked in testing and they thought they could use it in the tournament? Maybe their practice partners, whoever they're scrimming with, it worked very well with them, but it's just turned out in practice not to work. How does that kind of situation arise?
Well, the thing about this is that actually I have the Alliance Tournament 21 script right here, actually, and it
don't
says
show it to
that,
the camera.
Yeah,
it's confidential.
I'm keeping it away. That we are under NDA after all.
Yeah.
It does actually say that if you bring that kind of a comp and you haven't practiced against, again, another top 8 team, and you really understand, like, what are the win conditions, what are the loss conditions, there just simply aren't any win conditions for that comp against, like, 90% of the comps that Paper Numbers was likely to bring, just historically from what they've done previously, but also in this main event so far and in the prelims. I felt like maybe they were just caught off guard and just weren't prepared for that match. I can't think of any other reason why they would have brought the setup they did.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Platinum Sensitivity, they do drop down into that elimination bracket. But of course, they were in the upper bracket up until now, so they are not eliminated. They still have their flagship. They can, readdress this small stumble later and continue on through the lower bracket. Paper Numbers guaranteeing themselves, I think, top 12, at least top 12, and guaranteeing themselves prize ships, which is awesome. It's got to be a great feeling, like walking away from a match against a tough, reputable opponent like Platinum Sensitivity with a W, and knowing that you don't have to play more elimination matches today. You can just keep going, keep your your cards in your back pocket, and try and pull out the overall win.
Yeah. Again, even the Platinum Sensitivity, they're going to be making top 16 even with this, so they're still in the money.
Yep.
But again, this is going to be the end of our upper bracket side here.
Yep. Now, I want to shout out Hoff Winchester. I see you, Hoff. You're my boy. So he has put together a really cool Twitch plugin. It's just been turned back on, so if you're watching the match on Twitch, if you hover over the ships or the pilots, on the stream itself, you will see pop-ups giving you information about the ships, its role bonuses, information about the pilots, their experience. Super cool plugin. Super good, especially if you're newer towards the Alliance Tournament or EVE Online in general, to see, like, you see this Dominix and you think, oh, why are they bringing a Dominix? You don't have to wait for us to natter on about it 5 minutes later. You can just hover over it and go, I see, this makes sense now. So super cool thing. Highly recommend checking it out during the next couple of matches. You can learn a ton of cool things. And also, I wanted to talk about the Zenitaph again. We talked about why it's been banned so often, and I have been told there's a pretty cool graphic we can put up along the bottom of the screen. So this is top damage dealer ship factions, all-time average damage dealt. So let me unpack this. It only includes ships that have died. Obviously, we don't know how much damage is done for ships that don't die. And it is the average damage dealt across all the ships that died in the Alliance Tournament by faction. And I mean, I don't think I even need the pointer, but look at this. This is the Deathless.
How long has it been on for?
This is the first one. So when ships die with a Zenitaph on grid, it's like it's bigly damages. I mean, Triglavian, I mean, that's from, like, obviously probably Alliance Tournament 16, when it was just Triglavians. Everyone loved the Shack, triple the Shack, all that stuff. I mean, I want to shout out, though. Look at this, all the way down here, Upwell, right at the bottom. Anything here surprise you, Darren, other than obviously the fact that the Deathless is so high up?
I'm surprised that we have 2 Goristas positions over there, and they are slightly different.
Interesting. This is a valid point. Well presented.
Well, they do have 2 damage types. It could be like kinetic and then the thermal. Who knows?
I'm a little bit surprised though that Mortis is not a little bit higher, because we have seen Alliance Tournament 17 was the year when the Barghest was discounted. However, maybe that's because it was banned all the time.
Yeah, I mean, the Barghest was a flagship for many, many years when the Balgorn wasn't. We've seen Flykiller be a very common ship or setup where you would have the Barghest and then you would have the Orthros, right? 2 very good Mortis Legion ships. And then a little bit down, we've got some of the other pirate factions like the Serpentis. That's going to be some of your, Vindicators, right? As well as then you've got the Sanchas. So we've had a year where, depending on who is the sponsor for the Alliance Tournament, right, the points on the ships would be discounted. So like Sanchas would have been the Nightmares, and it would have been
Phantasm.
The Phantasm, yeah, that they were very good a couple years back.
Yeah, I just find it super interesting that the Deathless is already right up there at the top, doing a huge amount of damage, just showing how powerful those ships truly are. Our next match is going to be Barcode versus Odin's Call, so let's take a moment to learn about these two teams. Alright, now let's take a look at the bans for Barcode versus Odin's Call. So looking across this, nothing particularly jumps out as unexpected here. We don't see too many of these jackdaws, but they're starting to pop up a bit more. Moderator, Typhoon Fleet Issue has been banned here.
Yeah, Typhoon Fleet Issue has been banned here, but also notably the Hugin and the Rapier are still open, so that means Armageddon Navy is still very much open. And we can see, yes, the Goldfinger has confirmed that is banned. So again, Barcode, their bans make a lot of sense to me. So Sleipnir getting rid of kind of like the better rush ship, EOS gets rid of part of the better side of like control. Arbitrator is going to be one of the most point deficient guidance disruption ships you can get. An APOC Navy really wanting to get rid of a lot of the like kiting, anti-kite setups.
Indeed, and Theronth, the Sleipnir being banned first is an interesting choice. It's being banned kind of often, but maybe not first. What do you think about that?
It's a nice ban that doesn't telegraph anything pretty much. Because there are replacements for Sleipnir when it comes to the rush. The Xeno ban basically seals the deal over here that the rush is going to be either ham based, which is I think this year is a little bit weaker than it used to be in previous years. But other than that, it's non-committal. Nice way to open. See how the enemy responds, because this is a big part, I think, that often is overlooked when we are talking about bans, or like even teams themselves. Yeah. Reaction to what the bans are presented by the opponent.
Yeah, I find it interesting, before we go to the match, that Odin's took 3 minutes and 14 seconds to decide this final ban. So clearly when they saw what had been banned, there was probably a lot of people talking at the same time on whatever Discord call they're currently running on, trying to decide what they should ban last, and they've ended up on Typhoon Fleet Issue. So is it the right ban? We won't know until probably like 7 or 8 minutes from now. So let's head into the arena for Barcode versus Odin's Call.
Welcome back to the arena, where we have a certified banger. We have Odin's Call in blue, landing at 0 with what looks to be Torp Ravens, against Barcode in red with their flag Balgorn, with a beautiful skin, as it was called out in local and currently on stream. They have a Balgorn, Dominix's, and a bit of a control setup, it looks like.
There's a couple of things when you're in a flag Balgorn coming into the match. There's a couple of things that you don't want to see. And it's definitely 3 Navy Torp Ravens right next to you, because they warped in at 0. They're probably around... Yep,
that Balgorn was supposed to screen, and I think it might have just volunteered to be the first victim for those Torps.
I think so. I mean, I think... Well, this is the thing. They're going to decide to go for the Balgorn or the Navy Dummy. I think they'll probably go for the Balgorn. The Balgorn will be very tanky. They'll definitely break a Navy Dummy really easily, so we'll have to see what their target calling is.
We will have to see.
We've seen this comp yesterday from Desync as well.
We are counting down, and let's see what they're doing. I can only imagine those Torp Ravy Navens are burning in hard.
No, they're immediately going in. Osprey Navy issues going straight in as well. We're going to see what the primary is. Looks like it's going to be the Balgorn. Grapple and TP on it as well. GD's onto the Navy Ravens as well. We'll have to see if that's going to have any effect. Webb's now on Pilsner Blade as well, and the Navy Osprey. The damage is now landing on the Balgorn. Will he tank? Well, that's the big question.
That is the big question. Can those 2 TAC 1 frigates keep up a flag Balgorn under this much pressure? It'll be a DPS race. Odin's Call put all their eggs in this one basket, basically. They are trying to go for the knockout punch before anything else. We are seeing them trading some damage onto the Navy Osprey of Marine as they are taking that Balgorn slowly but surely.
The Balgorn now jumps down to 72% armor. Marine Roger in 30, 34%, 35. And now the chunks are coming from the Balgorn. We're starting to see the damage really land now at the moment. The Scalp will take a bit of damage for do, but this is all going to hinge. If they get the Balgorn down, this is a huge win. They just kill the 2 Navy dummies, and that's it.
Yeah, that Balgorn is the linchpin. It is the control that team needs. That's how they warped in. It was the screen, and instead it is a fly on a windscreen, it looks like. It is dropping so fast.
So fast. The damage is incredible.
It is wrapping back, but when those Torp lands, he takes 20% armor every hit, and then reps back 10 or 15, and then he's chunked again.
Scalpel is dropping.
Yes, because his buddy was jammed.
And Marine going down the Navy Osprey, but I think it doesn't matter.
I think it doesn't matter. One more volley, and Huikante in that flag Balgorn is down.
And he does go down.
There he goes. And those Torp Ravens are now no longer webbed, no longer grappled, and it's all to do on that Kitsune whether those jams go off.
Immediately switching to Vordak now on the Dominic's Navy FU, and he's going to die. If the Balgorn died, he's definitely going to die really quickly as well.
Yeah, we saw some damage go onto those Inquisitors, but I think those were just light drones, just pushing those Inquisitors back a little bit so that they are just out of range to repair Vordak, and we see just Vordak taking chunks of damage.
The thing is, I think even though they're losing Navy Ospreys and stuff, this is what happens before and in some other matches where you lose the bottom end of your whole comp, but you still have your Navy Ravens left, and they just clear out the other battleships, and you just have 3 Navy Ravens of points.
Yes,
and you can't kill them.
I do think that's what's going to happen here. Those Navy Ravens, unless they're now jammed, because we do see jam effects on all 3 of them, and the damage has somewhat stopped. That Navy Dominix of Vordak is dropping, but also pulling back.
They still have the Inquisitors as well. I think they need to potentially, if they can't break Vordak, which they should be able to, but you're right, the jams could be disrupting them quite a bit as well, and just making their DPS go on and off as well. Grapple now on the Sid in the Inquisitor as well, but I still think that they should just focus on Vordak and get him down. He is going now into low armor, straight down to 25%. 20. He's bouncing back to 30, but he is going to be, as you said earlier, it's going to be chunking as well. All the Ospreys down now for the blue team, but I think they're still going to break Navy dummies, I think.
I think, for example, Ethel Inkura for the Odin's Call team is not shooting, for example.
Yeah.
There's no missiles going out there, while we did see Psyblade and Paradigm still shooting. So there's like 2/3 damage. If those jams had landed sooner on that incoming damage, I think they might have been able to save that Balgorn. But the flagship down means a good chunk of their control and a good chunk of their newts and a good chunk of just points gone.
We are seeing some really good plays right now from one Necrox right now. What he's doing in the Navy dummy is exactly an amazing thing. He's not grappled, so he can go at full speed. And what he's doing is he's bumping Vordak away from the Navy Ravens to get them out of the grapple range and get the DPS reduction, because they do have GDs. So that's going to be, for Torps, that would be quite an impactful thing. So the more he's bumping, he's going for another bump right now. The more he bumps, the further away he gets, the more he's going to survive. But the Ravens are now approaching to try and keep the damage and keep the tempo up on him.
Yeah, and maybe, just maybe, Barcode did the right thing and take out those Nospreys before they could get on top of the Magas, Pontifex, Kitsune, Crucifier. True. Those are all pretty much, they have free reign right now. And if that dummy survives much longer and they can start chewing through that Navy Raven, maybe they can turn it around.
Yeah, this is a real problem right now. They really need to get Vordak down. If they don't get him down within the next couple of minutes, then they're going to really start getting behind right now, as they are starting to go for one of the Ravens. Ethel in the Raven Navy is going to probably potentially go down. If they don't get Vordak down as soon as possible, because there's a lot of damage there, this could be really bad for
that is a big hit. You can see Vordak in armor, and every time he has some repairs, he's being chunked into structure by those Torp volleys. Whether they changed ammo and his reactive is no longer up to the right damage type, or whether the repairs have worn off somehow, or whether the jams have simply gone away, he has gone. That's another 43 points on the board for Odin's Call.
But still, the Raven Navy issue now into very low shields, 35% at the moment, so they're going to switch to the other Navy dummy. That's their only target choice they can go for. I think you're completely right. Getting rid of the Navy Ospreys was actually really good, because now the whole of the bottom end of Barcode's comp is basically safe.
Unthreatened.
Like literally nothing can kill them.
What's going to scram web them? Like the Stork? The Bifrost?
No, the Bifrost's webbed and scrammed at the moment, so I think just all rests now on just like getting rid of Navy dummy. I mean, right now Barcode are losing. Like Odin are currently winning on points at the moment.
Yep.
they're definitely going to get the Navy Dominant down eventually, I think. But maybe the Navy Raven might die, but I think the points will still go to Odin's in the end. I'm really thinking Odin's, even with the lack of support right now, they're still going to win with 3 Navy Ravens.
There is a lack of support, a distinct lack of support, but there's also a distinct superfluous amount of torpedoes on top of that Navy Dominix.
Yeah, that is true. I think he's been repped up. Remember how long it took for Vordak to die? So I think
but
he's
mind
still got
you,
time.
that Scalpel is also still alive. He doesn't have a buddy anymore, so he could be threatened
DHB
off.
Wildcat staying alive
But
right now.
DHB Wildcat is around and is trying to repair something. Their Stork is just taken out, so that is some of the shield links.
That's what we should be seeing right now. We should see the Vex Navy. She's probably trying to get rid of the Bifrost as well.
Or the Stork could have the info links,
Or the
assuming
Stork
they had
could
them.
have the
And now
info
we can
links.
see that Kitsune really wreak havoc.
That's another thing as well. The Kitsune being a bit of a silent sort of killer right now and getting
Yeah.
as we said, the Navy Domi just starts absolutely just dropping straight
Absolutely
into
drops,
straight
because
into
I think
structure.
one of the Inquisitors has been jammed by what I can only imagine is EC300s.
I think we do have some EC300s.
And I think that lack of repairs just simply means another 43 points on the board.
DHB Wildcat does go down. I mean, both these teams have really good players, lots of small gang as well. There was a lot of banter in local before when they came onto grid. They were chatting a lot as well. So, but it looks like Odin's going to take this win. I think 136 points. They've got the Navy Ravens, and now the damage is gone.
I don't think a single VNI Magus Pontifex has the damage to go through whatever hit points Ethel still has. And a quick math also says that 38 points for a single Navy Raven is not going to be enough to catch up. Even if they take out that Bifrost, then it would put them at 50 points, which would put them at 124. So they would need one of those Navy Ravens down, and I simply don't think they have the damage, because what's left for them?
I mean, there's good fights in local right now, as you said. The Kitsune just go down. I mean, we've seen this Torp Raven Navy comp twice now. So Desync brought it yesterday, and now Odin's bringing it today. Both have won quite convincingly. I think in this one a bit less.
I think that Barcode has seen the writing on the wall. They are moving to MJD beacons, and they are all jumping out. That Kitsune did not just randomly die. It wouldn't just randomly die to Torps. It boundary violated.
I think you're right. I think they are going out. I think they're trying to go for the Crucifier. I think is trying to go for maybe a. Oh, how far away did he get?
127. He just burned out. He did not jump. Striker Eriker is on the beacon. Maybe he'll go for a play. We'll find out in a second.
We'll have to see the stats on that. See what is the furthest jump at the moment.
I think ZCP Zealous said yesterday that the record was at 187 for the finals weekend.
I think we can go better than that, can't we? As more things are dropping out of the arena and stuff. But really well done for Odin's to bring this comp. This sort of comp can, especially in this we've seen so many battleships, haven't we, in the last couple of matches, and this sort of Torp comp is like super scary.
It is super scary, like, especially if your flag Balgorn is at 0 with them.
Yeah, because there's not really much can tank it as well.
I think that if that Balgorn had been back 20 clicks,
different story potentially.
It would have screened so much longer.
Yeah.
And it might have been a different match, but.
The thing is that they brought the Crucifier with the GDs as well, so they had the right idea.
Yeah.
They were definitely trying to split up the Navy Ravens and try and just mitigate damage. They got the Kitsune in there, but I think you're completely right. Maybe if they weren't as close, they had a bit more time to like separate the Navy Ravens, GD one at the back, let one come in, and then you can focus on him and just have him do the DPS. I think, I was 173
for Viribus with his Pontifex.
For Viribus going, that's a very good range. He did very well there.
173 is respectable.
But we're going to see. So these teams aren't out. So even if they lose these matches, they are going to lose a back, which is fine. So they still get to play later on today.
They get to play for skins.
They get to play for
more
skins. More skins. Exactly.
If you win, though, you're in the prize ships.
You are. So Odin's getting some prize ships.
Odin's is in the prize ships,
which is awesome. Yeah. So this is why these matches are really important on the set for the winners. But they're going to keep going on. Barco going to this bracket, probably end up going against THL later on, depending on what side of the bracket they are on. I think they're on the other side. But yeah, we'll have to see how. I mean, Odin's performing really well, and Barco. These two teams were kind of one of my favourites to go really deep in anyway.
Yeah, I agree. We'll let the desk take it further from here.
Barcode being knocked into the elimination bracket and losing their flagship as they go down. Not a great position to be in. They're going to have to fight their way forward now, and without having that flagship in the back pocket, it's going to be significantly harder than if they did. It was a pretty expensive flagship as well. It's got a Toby Webb on it. Looking on Zkill, probably in the region of 250 bill or so, which is respectable. But Theronth, as we know, things are always better in pairs. we saw 2 Navy Dominixes, which had 2 plates, 2 reps, and 2 props. What do you think about this?
The double plate, no problem there. Very good choice. Adds a ton of HP to the Navy dummy, which already, by the virtue of being a Navy ship, has a high base HP. Dual rep, let's utilize the bonus for the reppers. The whole comp seemed to revolve around the fact that you can make a brick out of the dummy Navy without without like losing a lot of DPS for the ship, because it has 2 damage bonuses. One for the blasters that those dummies were sporting, and then the drone, of course, the drone bonus. So you can reach 1k DPS kind of easily and still have a max tank in lows. Dual prop. It was like pointed out to me that you can actually, in a situation where you're only scrammed, boat away and keep the distance for something that wants to sit on top of you, like a Sleipnir, or for example a Raven Navy. A little bit of a more tech mid, but didn't help them much in this match though.
Yep. And I found it really interesting in that match. When it started, we knew it was a flagship Balgorn, and we saw the smart bombs starting to fire off, and we were like, okay, can he firewall these torpedoes? He had 2 officer smart bombs, which are obviously pretty chongus, and it looked like for a while that maybe he was going to be able to smart bomb enough of them, but sadly it was not to be. Now, Moderator, you were talking as well about some excellent play. It was mentioned by the casters in the match, the brain trust of GM Ren and Starfleet Commander, but maybe talk about it a little bit more here with me.
Yeah, so the reason that we saw Vordak Caligar actually come in and try to bump away his Dominic's buddy is really to try to mitigate the incoming damage, right? So torpedoes are very, very good at applying to anything that's not moving, and especially battleships, even better when they're not moving. But if you can bump something away, and I'm sure there's a missile infographic we can show later about this, but missiles, torpedoes do not apply to things that are moving. So the idea was, I'm going to bump you and try to domino you, like chain you away with like a little bit of a bouncy ball effect, get away from those torpedoes and try to buy some time. We actually saw that Wild Things was in a Kitsune, and we were thinking for a moment that Kitsune might be applying enough jams across the Navy Ravens to possibly stem the bleeding, and that if they had been able to kill perhaps one of those Navy Ravens, that they would be able to pick apart the low end and then possibly win the match. But it wasn't meant to be. Thinking about those double officer smart bombs, though, I have to think that they were expecting maybe a ham rush, because double officer smart bombs, that type, they can actually firewall that. Or if it was like a drone comp, those double smart bombs will clear off sentries very quickly. You put them on sentries, it'll clear those instantly. You put that on top of like heavy drones coming in, and all of a sudden it's just going to pop those in like 2 or 3 cycles, even if they're EOS drones that are fully bonus to HP. Didn't win like the all-in there.
Yeah, just didn't expect the triple Raven Navy issues with torpedoes, but what can you do? All right, we're going to go on a short break. We'll be back in about 20-25 minutes for more matches. 5 o'clock, 1700, there will be Laserhawks versus Rusty Hyenas Clan in an elimination match. So stick around, and we'll see you then.
Hi everyone, it's me, your staunch advocate, CCP Convict, and I'm here today to speak to CCPB about some of the prize ships that are coming in this Alliance tournament. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
We'll be resuming the Alliance tournament in just a moment, but for now we're just going to have a quick chat, because you had a lot of input into the design of these Alliance tournament ships, didn't you?
I did, yes.
The Anhinga and the Skua.
The Anhinga and the Skua.
So this will be the first time in an Alliance tournament where we've had a destroyer and a battlecruiser class hull, because traditionally it's always been, at least in the modern Alliance tournament, from basically AT7 onwards, it's always been a frigate and a cruiser. We had a battleship last year, of
Boring
course.
Last year when you had Black Ops battleships.
But it's cool that we're sort of extending that, the idea of doing more things and trying new ship hulls.
Yes.
So it was really cool to get a destroyer and a battlecruiser, but not just a destroyer, a Tech 3 destroyer.
Yes, a mode-switching destroyer.
Yeah, that's right. And a mode-switching battlecruiser as well, which is kind of phenomenal, man. I'm just like blowing my mind. Okay, we're just like throwing everything out and starting over from scratch. So
let me actually start by prefacing that the ships themselves, they are still under design. They're being designed and still being tweaked. And the stats that were shown on Thursday are not the final. It said work in progress all over them. We know that the power grid and the CPU and some of the fitting is completely scuffed on them. But we wanted to get the general idea of the ships out there but I'm pretty sure we're gonna pump up some numbers and tweak them over the coming weeks.
Pump up some numbers? No, I know what you're saying. You're going to cook them a little bit, but it's like they're already cracked. You don't need to make them higher.
Yes.
So when you're sitting, so you obviously, first of all, let me say it's very cool that a community colleague and also someone who's has an encyclopedic knowledge of ships in the game and from we were experienced streaming and stuff.
I'm not CCP
You're not CCP
Kestrel.
I know. You're like Kestrel Light. He's that's why he's currently on the commentary desk,
Yes.
and you're sitting here talking to me. He's the one walking the tightrope. We're recording this, so I can if you say the wrong number, I can just fix it in post.
Perfect.
Yeah, easy peasy. But it was. I just think it's really cool that you got to essentially design these ships and have all this input into them, which is really cool. Were you thinking about like some sort of Corax first and a Ferox, or how did you arrive on those two?
Those weren't my idea. The idea actually came from CCP Celis, if I'm not mistaken, that we would have the Naga and the Jackdaw as the base hulls. So it was decided that Caldari would be running the tournament this year. And then those hulls kind of just ended on our table, and we're like, okay, what can we do with these that's going to make them cool?
Yeah, so preserving the Tech 3 mode changes for the Jackdaw makes sense, obviously, because that's sort of baked into it inherently. But when did your mind start sort of the gears start turning about like what would prevent me from just putting modes on a Naga as well?
It was actually sometime in the summer, early on, the mode 3 on the ship. The one where you can MGD around. So let's just start at the start. When we saw the Naga, we were like, that's going to be an AT ship. We have to put missiles on it, right?
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Everyone wants a missile Naga.
Well, I've said this to you numerous times before, but the original Naga, I think the attack battle cruisers, or tier 3 battle cruisers as they were known at the time, were added in the Crucible expansion back in 2012, and everyone was like super hyped for those, especially I think the Talos got a lot of love. People were running in those dual shield Taloses, just kiting around everywhere.
The
and
old
just
kill two fit.
Yeah, one-shotting people, man. But the original, I remember as a player, the original proposition that I saw for the Naga, it was meant to have 8 missile turrets in the high slots. And as a Caldari enjoyer myself, I started foaming at the mouth, right? Think, having 8 torpedo launchers, man, this thing is going to be sick. And then at some point, I think somebody at CCP probably went like, it's maybe a little bit cracked. So they changed it to railguns instead. So like you said, you saw the Naga. I get to do something with the Naga. Obviously, it's going to have missiles.
I'm putting missiles on it.
Yeah. Please continue.
So the other idea is to keep it kind of as an attack battle cruiser in the sense that it's not a tanky ship, right? Attack battle cruisers are kind of squishy. They do a lot of damage, and they can do it from a distance, thinking of like Oracle, thinking of
Tornado,
Tornado. You expect them to be doing a lot of damage, but if they get caught, they're kind of shit out of luck. So focusing on mobility, and at the same time, we were also taking the micro jump drive reactivation delay off Marauders. And I thought, you know what? These kind of fit really well on attack battle cruisers.
Yeah.
I would love for them to have like the ability to be more mobile. And it kind of ended up with this 90% reduction, which is actually kind of nuts. You can put the Sarasur MJD on it.
Yeah.
And if you're in mode 3, you can MJD, which takes about 9 seconds. And then 9 seconds later, you can MJD again. Yeah. And you can kind of just ping pong around the grid.
And of course, when you MJD, you don't break your lock either. So as long as if you manage to keep your jumps, if you angle your jumps just right and stay at land at roughly the same distance, you'll maintain your lock. So you can take a couple of shots, ping, take a couple more shots. You could just like zip around the battlefield.
Even if you lose lock, the missiles will still going as long as you don't warp anywhere. So as long as you're on the grid and you're ping-ponging around shooting missiles, they're going to find their target if the target or you don't warp away.
But you won't lose a few precious seconds relocking the target every time you jump. So you can just basically keep the Eye of Sauron on there while you...
But we all know that like MJDing can sometimes go
wrong.
wrong. And I thought a ship that has that kind of mobility, people might spaghetti it into the wrong place or over jump or jump to close to something.
So even though it's a really powerful ship and to begin with, it's also equipped in such a way as to create the opportunity for the pilot to screw up massively and get caught, and then that thing gets like thrown in the bin.
You also bloom your signature every time you spool, and you're not in the tankiest hull, so it's going to be interesting to see what people want to do with it. But to go back to your question, to give it the mode swapping that actually came from the summer from. Like, these ships don't just get made in a vacuum. I had tons of help from CCP Kestrel, CCP Swift, yourself, CCP Celis, lots of feedback from all kinds of positions. And it wasn't...
Most of my feedback was just like, oh, that's so cool. Like, it's not really that constructive.
No, but like the idea to just have it be a mobile MJDing ship, it felt cool, but it felt almost just too balanced for TQ as like a normal ship.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Salas and Swift, they were like, hey, can you give it something more, make it more AT-ish?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the other kind of modes came into it as well. And just to explain the other modes, because they're kind of funky. One of them, the mode 1 or primary mode, it actually slows down your missiles, which feels really weird, but it increases their flight time a ton. We're talking like 600 something kilometers, like cruises, which is like ridiculous range. But you can also use torps. You can also use, don't use torps actually, but you can also use rapid heavies on it.
Yep.
But you can do this cavalry raven thing. If you're in that mode 3 and you jump too far, you can then go to mode 1 and just unload a whole clip on someone. Go back into mode 3 and keep jumping around. That swarm of missiles might eventually find their target.
It's like almost like a swarm of like kamikaze drones.
Yes. So your target, if it knows, you just unloaded a whole rapid heavy cycle on it, and then you just go back to PvPing on a different side of the grid. Those missiles will still keep trundling along. They're not fast.
Yeah.
Like, they're pretty slow, but you can also do it in a way where you're burning at your target and you're shooting them, kind of amassing this big cloud of missiles coming to your target. It's the old cavalry
Raven. Yeah. You put it when you could stack multiple propulsion mods on a Raven and just build up a cloud of torpedoes as you burned in on someone.
That is where the inspiration for it came from.
That's really cool. That's awesome. And it's for the Skua, so it's basically.
Well, actually, there's one more mode on it, which lowers the distance you can shoot missiles, but it increases your rate of fire by like a crazy amount. So you're going to end up just emptying your rapid heavy clip like stupid fast. So but your missiles are much closer. It's kind of like a
rapid hams.
Yeah, rapid heavies.
Yeah. So when you say it reduces the distance, is that through reducing the flight time?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay.
So one is going to increase your flight time drastically, much slower missiles. The other one is going to drastically like speed up how quickly you can pump them out, but much shorter range. I don't know if people are going to fight in the second mode much. The third mode is where I expect most people to be in. You have like an inertia bonus on the ship, so you can warp around faster.
You'll be in that, basically that's your travel mode after a fashion, and also for a little bit of battlefield stuff.
Honestly.
Yeah, because you'll just be pinging around. And those, would it be fair to say, I mean, you'll probably be using the projection one mostly in conjunction with the mobility one, and then what the short range one is sort of like, oh shit, I just got tackled.
Yeah, if you're ping-ponging around and suddenly you're 200 from your target, you can go in that other mode, lock it, because you can get a lock speed increase on it too. Shoot off a whole clip, then go back into the other mode and keep going into the fight again. It's going to be an interesting ship to fly.
That's super cool. I'm in two minds. On the one hand, like it's almost a pity that it's confined to the Alliance tournament ships because there's going to be so few of them. But on the other hand, they'd just be such a menace. You wouldn't just be able to release this thing into the wild on Tranquility because it'd be like, well,
MJD reduction.
No, there's like no other clips. But I mean, hopefully this doesn't turn into a clip and turn into a cause célèbre for some players. But I mean, we haven't looked at, say, for example, like Navy attack battle cruisers before, and if there was going to be sort of like a civilian version of a missile Naga, like maybe it could go in that slot one day. Fingers crossed, because I'd still
or just mode swapping on other ships. We haven't done that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
it's been confined to destroyers for all this time.
Yeah,
now we know we can put this on other ships, but like. We'll see what happens.
I'll come back to a question about mode swapping in just a second, but I want to quickly divert over to the Skua because it's a Tech 3 destroyer, so it's got the same, the inherent mode swap. That's not new to the hull, unlike it is for the Anhinga.
Yeah.
But it's not just a Tech 3 destroyer; it's a Tech 3 command destroyer.
Yes.
Because we've had command destroyers, your Pontifexes and Magusas and so on, and now you're taking that command destroyer bonus and putting it on a Tech 3 destroyer, which hasn't happened before either.
No.
So, I don't know. Walk me through. This is such a lazy interviewer question. Walk me through that.
I mean, it's kind of a given that like merging two different ships together is going to eventually create something like pretty busted out of it. Like people are poking at the speed and the velocity bonus on it, but you also have an MGD on this thing now. You have links. They might not be bonus for rapid deployment. But you can do things with a ship that a normal Jackdaw cannot do or come close to. The main kind of draw of the ship, of what I wanted to make, was basically a rocket-flinging regen Swipple, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
So it has a regen bonus.
To a certain kind of fevered mind, it makes sense. But
yes.
Yeah.
So speaking a lot to the rest of the community team about this, and to CCP Castrol, something that can push rockets further, a close-range weapon system, and you're flinging rockets to like 50, 60, that's alone seems pretty damn busted on its own.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to look at some of the damage numbers, especially because it doesn't look like anything special with lights. But when you have like mixed weapon systems on ships, there's usually going to be a big winner. And for this one, the focus was mostly on rockets.
Awesome. And we've only got a couple of minutes left because we can't go too long because, you know, the next set of matches is going to start soon. Was this... I know you contributed to last year's prize ships as well, but did you sort of go down a much deeper rabbit hole in terms of sticking your hands into like just our designing tools this time? Yeah. Because you were figuring out how do I get like the Tech 3 mode onto a hull that doesn't have it and all those kinds of things.
Last year, I helped or designed the Python Sidewinder and Cobra, but on paper. And that was handed to a designer who then made them, and then I got to play with them on a test server.
And like gave your notes and handed it back and make it more like this.
Exactly. Yeah. This time they've actually been teaching me how to make it in our programs, which has been a journey.
Yeah,
it's been a lot of fun though. It's been very rewarding.
That's so cool. I've never really, I've never had the inclination to play with those tools, and you wouldn't want me to either because like I'd come up with some horrible Frankenstein.
If he gets CCP Casual to help you, he'll teach you everything.
And he'll put some nice helpful fences around me as well, which maybe to curtail my ambitions a little bit. You know, like if I designed a spaceship in EVE Online, it would end up like that episode of The Simpsons where Homer makes his own car. Yeah. You know what I mean? It would just be like this bizarre Frankenstein that just no one would go near. But at least you can make a reasonably desirable ship. Yes. All right. Well, thank you for taking a minute to talk about the Alliance Tournament prize ships. They're so hot. As I said, I'm a Caldari enjoyer, and not only the design that's gone into them, they also just look amazing. Like I love
the design, like the visuals are fantastic on them.
Yeah, the skins look super cool. They've got like the nice colorful highlights, and they're all covered in like the Hyasoda decal for the Anhinga, which is like the NPC Corporation, Caldari NPC Corporation, which makes the Naga hull, and it's got all of the other corporation sort of decals on it. It kind of reminds me of like a racing car,
like
a
Formula
NASCAR
1 car. With just all the ads in the world.
Yeah, all the people, all the in-game corporations that contributed to it and so forth, and same thing with the Skura as well. All right then. Well, that has been this hopefully illuminating chat with CCPB. Matches for the Alliance Tournament will be resuming in just a few more moments, so don't go anywhere, or do go somewhere, but don't go somewhere for very long. Come back here soon. All right? Good. Bye for now.
Welcome back. We've had the very exciting upper bracket, and now we are on to see the elimination matches. So previously we were playing for those prize ships that we just heard about on the break. Now we are still playing for prize ships, but more importantly playing for survival in the Alliance Tournament. Our first match of this section is going to be Laserhawks versus Rusty Hyenas clan. We've seen both of them recently. Misty, how are you feeling about this match?
I mean, Laserhawks played Tuskers earlier, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so I think it should be Tuskers versus Rusty Hyenas in this match, but, you know, hopefully Laserhawks can not throw.
Indeed. We've been seeing a number of matches where maybe there's a question of someone maybe won, someone maybe lost the match for themselves. Theronth, you've played in some Alliance Tournament matches. What kind of pressure leads to these kinds of incidents, shall we say?
Most commonly, it's not enough experience when it comes to the matchup. It's been said a couple of times that you only know what you're up against when you land on the grid. So the bans can, if you're good at reading them, help you with that. But sometimes you can get surprised by something you have never tested against, or you haven't tested the particular comp, so you don't know what moves you should execute. Right, the win condition might not be immediately recognizable, and those are the most common. Like this is one for me, number one. Also, good old shakes.
Yeah. And especially going into an elimination match like this, the stakes are quite high, the hands are quite shaky and or quite sweaty. The first thing that we'll do, though, is let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match. We have, Scorpion Navy issue. Hello, that is an unusual ban. I think this might be the first time we've seen this. Theronth, tell me about this ban.
I think this ban makes much more sense when we move 2 positions further over here, and we get a golem. So somebody doesn't really want to face a tinker.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those this tournament. Misty, anything else standing out to you from this ban line here?
What is this? What is this?
This is a Megatron Navy issue.
We saw some of those earlier.
We've seen a couple of them today. Well, we've seen them fielded in a couple matches today, and they've done okay. But I don't know if I would consider them to be like banned material at this moment in time. I feel like there are ways that you can control Mega Navies, especially since all of the ones that we've seen today have been blaster fit, and they don't have any like significant range to them.
Yeah, we do see the Cenotaph is banned, the Zarmazd is banned, the two classic bans of this tournament. Yeah, the Megathron Navy issue, particularly interesting given that Apocalypse Navy issue, that's still wide open.
I guess you might ban the Mega Navy if you were planning to do something like a Sleipnir rush. The reason I think that is, if you went for a Nighthawk Loki rush, which is also open, the innate resist of a Nighthawk will fare pretty well against blasters, whereas a Sleipnir will suffer a lot more to blaster damage. So it might just be that we're going to see a Sleipnir rush from Laserhawks.
Could be. Theronth, any predictions from the ban set?
We'll see. I have, this definitely not a thinker, but I don't have like any picks that I would pick myself. Other maybe the Navy APOC, because this is the ship that is performing really well, and on the trifecta of Navy ships that are in Armor Core, I think this one is currently the most powerful. We'll see.
Yeah. Could be a good amount of projection on grid. We will have to see ourselves, though, as we send it to the arena to watch this next match.
Welcome back to the arena. I am Novaterra, joined here by CCP Ren for this match between Laserhawks and Rusty Hyenas clan. This is the losers bracket, so losing here will knock either of these teams out of the tournament. Winning here, and you are prize ship enjoyers at least. You could be better, but we'll see how it goes. Warping in, we see immediately Rusty Hyenas clan bringing a setup with triple Napok and a curse for some E-War there. What are we seeing from Laserhawks?
From Laserhawks, we are seeing triple Navy Gaddens, supported by a Hugin instead. I can only imagine those webs are meant to help those missiles apply a little bit better. We just checked, they are rapid heavy missile Gaddens, so we will be keeping an eye out for how their damage is applied and whether or not they clip before they kill a target, which could mean trouble if they do.
Yeah, at this point, that's definitely what we're expecting when we see Armageddon Navy issues land on grid, is that they will be that rapid heavy fit, with the exception of some of the officer fit things that we've been seeing here and there. Regardless, though, things getting underway now, and immediately it looks like they are choosing a first target. I think they're trying to go after the low end here from the Rusty Hyenas clan team. It
does look like it. Immediately paints and webs on that Vigil, catching reps, but way too late. Next webs onto the Pontifex of It Was Real. Let's see how long it lasts. The Inquisitor of Tank Bless taking damage for Laserhawks, but pulling back by reps of Poonshroom.
Yeah, it's really, really important that those Inquisitors survive for our red team here, especially because these Napoks should be able to apply pretty well, reasonably consistently throughout the match. It's going to be a little bit less consistent DPS out from these Armageddon Navies because of that long reload time from the Rapid Heavies that we keep talking about, but so far, so good as far as the stabilization goes for the Laserhawks team. Meanwhile, I think they're still trying to find another target to pressure at the moment. They are trying to paint the Pontifex. They are getting webs and grapples into some of these Napoks on the top end.
I was going to say, that Pontifex seemed to have stabilized. Meanwhile, the Laserhawks Gaddon of MD and JPN is taking damage. Webbed, scrammed, repairs are on it, but he doesn't seem to be holding under that triple Napok damage output.
Yeah, that is a ton of DPS that's going in, and again, these are modified Apocalypse Navies from I guess before the last times we've seen this ship in the Alliance tournament, having a massive damage improvement now when you're fielding them in comparison to the tracking that you maybe had to exchange it for, but still, it's a massive attack bar that you can see here from our blue side. Rusty Hyenas clan trying to just get rid of one of these Armageddon Navies, and I feel like if they kill it, they should be heavily advantaged here.
They should have the advantage. As long as that Pontifex and Magus survive. They were the targets before. Those links are important in keeping up their top end. But yeah, that Navy Gaddon is in very low structure, and there it goes, volleyed off grid.
No, that's absolutely massive here, especially because you are a battleship core. So this rapid heavy setup really needs to be able to break through battleships entirely. We saw this a little bit earlier when we were looking actually at a match with some Typhoon fleet issues that were going against a setup like this with the rapid heavy Armageddon Navies, where we were talking about this, where it's really important that you're able to actually break through these ships quickly when you are spending your full clip on it, because any amount of time that you are then in a reload cycle, they're going to claw back, especially with like Inquisitor Logi still alive, they're going to claw back all of their armor.
We are seeing that. Shumka in the Navy APOC is pressured but suddenly all damage drops off. The attack bar goes down to the base minimum, which is probably just drones at this point, because there's just no other damage on grid other than 2 Vexers and 2 Navy Geddons who are currently reloading.
That they are. At the same time, though, they aren't actually managing to get back much armor, so that does still give a potential opportunity for the Armageddon navies to apply in, but it's looking really bad for Laserhawks here.
I think Shumka is not getting much armor back because the Inquisitors are busy repairing each other, with Ninarazim being grappled, webbed, neutered, painted, and repaired by his buddy, but it doesn't matter. There he goes.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a nice kill to find, and that will help them potentially try to break through these battleships, but meanwhile, their own battleships are just dying.
Yeah, it's too late. Dujek 1i is pushed into structure, he's crammed, he's in the middle of it, and those 3 Napoks are still firing.
Yeah, no, I mean, they definitely are. We are seeing Dujek die here, and still Shumka continues to survive mid-armor even, and I don't think there's going to be any chance for the one remaining Armageddon Navy of Radicos to break through. It's, I mean, beautiful stuff to see it. Like, these Amar battleships going absolutely crazy against their brethren, also Amar battleships on the other side, but whew,
it's all the faction Amar battleships. It's the Golden Armada on grid, and one is proving to be better than the other. I think there's some damage being split right now. Nesad Racer in Navy Epoch being pushed for shield, but I don't know by what, because there just isn't any damage going out anymore.
Yeah, it was also interesting to see. I know something that we've been talking about a lot, especially on the analysis end, is we saw in this match, I guess, the curse choosing to use guidance disruption on the Armageddons, but specifically one that was not actually the primary target at that point, which has been really effective. You neuter the Armageddon that you're not shooting at, you kill the other one. Really strong. I love the way that they actually, progressively took this one down.
I would indeed say so. I do want to shout out the Vexers of Insidious Sainthood and 6 Vienna Cherry, who are going after that Vigil, that Inquisitors, the Pontifex now, having taken out some of the low end, and had they done that about 5 minutes earlier, they might have had a shot here.
No, I mean, you're right on that. I do think that this changes significantly if those Inquisitors can't just, zoom in at the right times to get a bunch of reps off on Shumka. But the fact is, by the time that Shumka was actually under significant pressure, they were already killing not just the first Armageddon, but then the second one as well, at which point there was never going to be the damage potential from the rapid heavy clip to break through.
And speak of Geddons dying, there goes the third and probably all the damage that is remaining on grid for Laserhawks. I think that Rusty Hyenas clan are tournament ship enjoyers.
Yeah, and we were indeed debating this a little bit earlier. I think that I was favoring Laserhawks in this match, but you were telling me Rusty Hyenas, really solid team.
They are
and
solid.
Hey, you were right on that one.
We are watching the Laserhawk team trying to do what it can, but right now they don't seem to be able to make much of a dent anymore. There's one Vexer, that's probably their entire damage output. There's no attack bar anymore. There's no red in the attack bar, so there's no actual outgoing damage. This match is done and dusted.
No, it very well is. I mean, when you are a Kingslayer comp like this, you are essentially putting all of your eggs in one basket, that basket being your top end. When you lose your top end, you quite literally just don't have DPS anymore. I mean, I was looking for a few moments to see if I could find small flights of drones that were going to go and chase after a Pontifex. The only drones I could mouse over, though, from their team at that point were repair bots.
Yes, which probably the Magus put on that Inquisitor, because we do see a repair icon there. We're looking at the Napoks just mopping up right now. They're chasing that Hugin around. They're shooting all the way across the arena at probably the only target they can still track.
I mean, they are indeed, but keep in mind, the longer the range gets, they can track actually reasonably well still, and I think that there might be some boundary attempts here, or potentially not. I think the Hugin did indeed just go past a micro-jump unit, so we're likely not going to see that. But the other nice thing about these Napoks is that when you load Scorch, you have really long range on them as well, and still really reasonable DPS.
Yes, there they go. Boundary violation for Alicia Durena in the Hugin. CSP Zealous will let us know how far the official range was for that particular jump.
187 we're getting in the chat. Nowhere close to the record, but still, yeah,
that is
there
a
you
respectable distance, and all that's left on grid is Aryan, Felu, in his pontifex, bravely standing against the entirety of Rusty Hyenas clan.
I think they themselves are likely going to be going for a micro jump here, and yeah, they have indeed activated it, so we will be seeing momentarily another boundary explodification. But yeah, I mean, really well done to Rusty Hyenas clan. I don't think I quite expected the level of cleanup that they made here, but wow, job well done. Commiserations to Laserhawks. With that, we're going to throw it back to our analyst desk.
Welcome back. Congratulations to Rusty Hyenas clan for continuing on into the realm of prize ship enjoyment, and condolences to Laserhawks. Laserhawks will be heading home. The comp that they were using there is often referred to as a Kingslayer. Here they did not slay the king. But what is Kingslayer? Well, we have a very helpful video breaking that down by my colleague, CCP Overload.
Hi everyone, CCP Overload here to talk about Kingslayer in the Alliance Tournament. In the high-stakes clashes of the Alliance Tournament, few strategies are quite as bold as Kingslayer. In essence, roll out a fleet where the lion's share of your points rests on a few battleships, trusting them to crush the enemy's structure swiftly and decisively. Kingslayer fleets often devote a significant chunk of their points to battleship-sized hulls, usually rapid heavy missile and cruise missile platforms such as Barghests, Typhoons, or Typhoon fleet issues. This front-loaded investment is a high-risk, high-reward gamble. If those battleships land their alpha strikes cleanly, opponents' mainline anchors can be vaporized before they can fully react. These hulking vessels typically aim to eliminate key threats with a prime focus on eliminating logistics ships that would otherwise stabilize and prolong engagements. Because the bulk of points are locked in just a few ships, support options like logistics or control platforms are often minimal or absent entirely, sometimes limited to just frigate-level logistics, or devoted instead to stealth bombers or destroyers delivering backline assistance. A successful Kingslayer comp can end a match before the opposition realizes what's happening. The sudden elimination of their backbone can shatter coordination and morale, but it is incredibly fragile. Without adequate support, those battleships may burn out if the enemy survives the opening onslaught. Effective counters to Kingslayer often lean into control doctrines, deploying ECM, sensor dampeners, or guidance disruption to neutralize those massive threats from a distance, while taking advantage of the generally weaker support wing, which the Kingslayer team was forced to cheap out on owing to blowing their budget on a battleship core. In short, the Kingslayer composition is the embodiment of all or nothing in Alliance Tournament strategy. Put maximum firepower into a few cards and hope they're the right ones. It's spectacular when it pays off, but unforgiving when it doesn't.
Thank you, CCP Overload, and may I say, very fine use of the EVE Online board game pieces in that. Misty, so I said that the comp that Laserhawks was running is often referred to as a Kingslayer. We saw some Armageddon Navy issues even in that Kingslayer video. I believe you wanted to disagree, though.
Yeah, so my hatred for the Navy Armageddon has come back strong. I don't really think it is a Kingslayer. Kingslayer is both about the execution, but also like some of the fitting that you go for with your comp and how you generally fill out the slots. I don't recall them having really any bonus target painters beyond the Hugin. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember having like vigils. You know, I actually prefer to see something like a double Hyena when it comes to some of these Kingslayer setups, because they are a little bit more mobile. You can kind of rotate them in and out, and you have a bit more redundancy as well. So if you do end up losing one of the Hyenas, you still potentially have a weapon of paint on the other one. So, yeah, I don't think that. I think that was just rapid heavy missile Navy-Geddons plus ensemble.
Indeed, and it fell to the Apocalypse Navy issues backed by a curse. Theron, tell me about how that curse was working for the Apocalypse Navies in that comp.
Not as good as it could have potentially done. We have seen only one guidance disruptor appear from that curse, so they were probably expecting a turret-based setup that they will be facing, and thus fitted more target disruptors than guidance disruptors. However, it is still a ship that you can get a value out of, because the newts of the curse, they are medium ones, they cycle faster than heavies, but they have a similar range, so it's a perfect ship to put on enemy logistics to make sure that they are capped out, and they are just incapacitated from a safe distance.
Indeed. And in terms of the guidance disruptors, one of the ways that we, as casters and you at home, can tell, is this ship fitting the right number of guidance disruptors? Is it fitting the right number of tracking disruptors? We can tell that by looking at the tournament UI. So we have a nice video that just gives you a refresher for how the tournament UI works. And it's pretty helpful. There's a lot of information on it. So if we can just watch this band guy, please. So, at the bottom of your screen, you see this very helpful UI. You've got the two teams. There's the match timer in the center, very important. And applied effects. That applied effects is where we're seeing what is being applied to a target. The ship status, of course, also important. We can see the hit points when a ship dies. All the bars are empty. Very tragic. Speaking of bars, there are some bars at the top. The first one is the defense bar. This shows how much, well, defense the enemy has. The purple part is active repairs, and the blue part is just effective hit points. Bigger defense bar, more tank. Bigger attack bar on the other side, more damage coming in. We saw like those Torp Raven Navy issues, the attack bar was huge. Control bar, this is about how much control you can apply to the enemy. The curse, it usually contributes quite a lot to the control bar, but in that match we would have seen the green portion a little bit smaller than it could have been. So that is the tournament UI. Very, very helpful for watching the match. Very, very helpful for figuring out what's going on. Moving on to our next match, we have Doro Sweetpunch coming up against Rote Kapelle. We've seen Doro Sweetpunch before the break. Misty, what was that they did?
The Widow Tinker, the pacifist run.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting one. We could have seen that in the previous match. You know, the Widow Tinker was still unbanned.
I mean, I think it wasn't necessarily a terrible comp for what they were going for. They just ran into probably the worst thing that they could have run into. So very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, it was well flown by the opponents, Deepwater Hooligans. So let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match, if we could please. Excellent. First one up, Cenotaph, no surprises there. Armageddon Navy issue, Typhoon Fleet issue, Hugin, Rapier, Eos, Sleipnir, Apocalypse Navy issue. These are all reasonably sensible bans. Misty, anything standing out to you?
Well, if we're thinking about rush setups, we still have the Nighthawk Loki's available. The Sleipnir is banned, so you'd have to go for the missile versions. Tinker is still available as well, which we've seen Doro bring at least once today. And the Navy Megas, which we've only seen banned once, I believe, but we've seen them brought a few times now. Those are also available. It's kind of hard to predict exactly what to expect from here. The fact that Doro has removed the Hugin and the Rapier, I'm going to assume that they're leaning into Rush a little bit here by removing some of the capability to string your team out and prevent you from getting on top of your targets. And then with Rote Kapelle, it looks like they've actually tried to remove much of the kind of Kingslayer / drones. So I think they might go for something more kitey based on what we're seeing here.
Could very well be. Theronth, what do you see in these bans?
One thing that Rote has that no other team decided to bring for this tournament in their preparation is a flagship of a Dominic's Navy issue. So this is also something that could be a little bit more leaning into the, hey, we don't want you to kite around, right? We don't want you to use those meta picks of Armageddon Navy, Typhoon Navy, APOC Navy. We are just going to face tank you with our undoubtedly very well fitted Domi Navy. However, going back to the regular setups, Raven Navy has performed exceptionally well so far, and it's open.
That's a good point. Raven Navy.
So is Dominic's.
Okay, if we see a flagship Navy Dominic's on grid, I will cry.
in happiness or in sadness? This is the question, though.
Both.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and we'll all of us in the viewers, I think all of us in the casting team are very excited to see how that flagship Navy Dominic's is fit. They still have it. It's a unique choice. It can make for a very large attack bar. Have they opted to take that? Who knows? We have a little bit of time, so I'm going to ask for some predictions. Theronth, who are you putting your channel points on?
Rote Kapelle all the way. I believe in the Templars refugees in that team.
Excellent. And Misty, yourself?
I'm going to go with Dora. And I'm going to ask you, who are you going to be supporting here?
I believe I'll be going for Doro as well. They've
Excellent.
been very impressive in this tournament so far, and we will see if that... Okay, they've been very impressive in this tournament so far, and we'll see if that prediction will hold up by going to the match, and where our casters will break it down.
Welcome back to the arena, where we are seeing Doro Sweetpunch in red versus Rote Kapelle in blue. And boy, what a match do we have here.
Yeah, both teams putting everything they have left on the line in this match, where, of course, losing knocks you out, but winning gets you some prize ships, and both teams bringing flagships. One of the most interesting ones that we've had in the arena thus far. It's back in action. They did keep it alive, did Rote Kapelle with their Dominic's Navy issue, heading up a drone comp otherwise. These are full Newt Armageddons.
Yes, and they're up against Doro Sweetpunch, bringing their flag Balgorn, supported by double Abaddons. Not much to say. They're all guns.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at the Abaddons earlier and chatting a little bit, like, why would you do that when the APOC Navy is unbanned? And then we realized, the APOC Navy is indeed banned. Abaddon, though, still perfectly serviceable, really reasonable laser platform, especially if you're able to push forward and get into conflag range. You have crazy DPS potential. Meanwhile, like, check out the attack bars that we're seeing as well. Looks really small for our blue side of Rote Kapelle, but that's likely going to change once we see drones getting out. And also, yeah, we're going to see how much this Dominic's Navy can apply. I'm pretty sure the bulk of that attack bar is actually related to that Domi Navy. We did confirm it does have blasters of some variety.
We see immediately the Hyenas of Rema and Brel being webbed and being shot at, hovering in armor somewhere. Not really going down immediately, but definitely pressured. You have to imagine that flag ball reached out and grabbed it with some spicy officer web. Let's see what Rote Kapelle can do against that.
Yeah, that looked like around a 60-something kilometer web there, so you know it's already going to be officer fit, at least on one of the webs, but likely multiple at this range. Yeah, crazy stuff, just reaching out and saying, I'm going to try to kill you right away, despite the fact that you warped in at a pretty respectable distance yourself. But so far, Hyenas is still staying alive. They need to pull a little bit more range, though, and I'm getting worried. It looks like the entirety of the red team is starting to push in a little bit on them, but
the Doro Sweetpunch team is rolling up in there. There's a huge ball of drones on that Hyenas, and it is being slowly pushed in. I don't think it's going to get away from those Balgorn webs.
No, it's really struggling to, and the speed just dropped and dropped. I think the Hyenas was heating everything they possibly could, but no, they're in hull, and they do go down. That's an amazing trade right off the bat for Doro, and yeah, not what you want to see if you're a Rote Kapelle fan, but still,
not
they're
what
trying.
You want to see.
Yeah,
but all those newts have piled in on those Abaddons and that Balgorn, and all of those weapon systems are extremely vulnerable to capital or to cap warfare. So there is a chance that they start pulling it back if that top end of Rote Kapelle can just neutralize the energy of Doro Sweetpunch.
You're really right on that. The other thing that's immediately happening that we're noticing as well is a ton of pressure onto the Deacon now. The Deacon wing potentially getting neuted out on one of them and then targeting the other down. Beautiful stuff. Getting rid of Rakina's Deacon is a big deal as well, but still that trade overall favoring the Doro team. The other thing that you have it exactly right on the neuts on the Abaddons. That is one of the advantages of the APOC Navy now as well, is you do get a bonus on how much cap your energy turrets are using. The Abaddons don't have that, so they are much more cap reliant, so that can be a good way to chew through.
Very vulnerable. However, we see Doro still put those guns to good use as they're taking out the Magus, the Vexer, they're going after the Pontifex, so they're really taking out those links, the lower end, protecting their last remaining Deacon and their own lower end. Those Vexers of Star Harrier and Coco Kim putting in work.
No, you're totally right. I'm checking out the Dominic's Navy issue as well, though. That's that flag Domi Navy. It is doing its best to apply these blasters into this Abaddon, but again, that is such a tanky brick of a ship is the Abaddon, and so often with these drone like control setups with these full Newt Armageddons, you want things to go long. You don't want to be trading out for your Logi immediately. You don't want to have your entire mid and low end dying, but that's exactly what we're seeing here, and that's looking better and better for Doro, I would say. Every volley that this Abaddon keeps getting off before it will eventually succumb to this Dominic's Navy is a massive lead for that team.
Yes, as we see the last Vexer for Rote Kapelle fall and the Navy Magnate right after, both were just webbed and taken out by drones, it seemed. So that top end is just focusing elsewhere, but I wasn't sure where. Now we are seeing the damage go into the Armageddon of Devin Penkin.
Yeah, and that's going to take a little while, I would imagine at least. And of course, that damage is going to drop even more drastically when this Abaddon does fall. It is in low hull now and does go down, so at least Rote Kapelle have taken a battleship for their trouble. But again, I think the big elephant in the room is still here. That Balgorn, it's a flag ball. It can do whatever it wants here, even if the Abaddon goes cap dry, I think.
My question here is, can that single Balgorn newt out 3 battleships trying to newt out the Balgorn and the Abaddon? Because that would stop any damage output. And as we can see from the attack bar, there is not much attack bar left. It's minuscule. So is that Abaddon capped out? Is it no longer shooting?
It's definitely possible. The attack bar is looking much better for Rote Kapelle at this point. You're completely right on that. But look at their Armageddon. It is dying quicker and quicker, it looks like, despite how little of an attack bar is actually coming in onto it. I think you have it right. I think that Abaddon is likely very cap dry and is struggling to find timings where it can actually make use of its weapon system. But even then, I mean, look, that's low armor already on that Armageddon.
Yes, Rhea Zale in the Abaddon, I just kept an eye on it, and it was not shooting for about 10 seconds. 15 seconds, and then it was shooting again, and now it goes quiet again. So I think he just injected, got a couple shots off, and now is waiting for his reload cycle. But it is enough to push that Armageddon into structure, it seems.
Yeah, this is why it is so important. Something that you were also looking at right before the match started. You wanted to confirm, was this a full Newt or Nos Bal? And no, it does have a weapon system, which is so important here. Even though the Abaddon goes cap dry again and again, they are able to take down the Armageddon of Devin Penkin. And yeah, the snowball continues. It did look a little iffy there, but I think it's still favoring our Doro team.
I think Doro is in a very good position. It still has its links. It has Vexers, which will still add like 400 DPS somewhere. And then they can just apply their drones and move off into Narnia, out of range of that Ndomi, out of range of that Geddon. They're currently even chasing down that Skybreaker, so there's even less the Rote Kapelle team can do against those drones. And then they could just chew through that Geddon. And then the Navy Dominics.
And at this point, though, it's interestingly enough, I don't think it's about the fact that the Vexers could potentially apply 400 DPS on their own. It's the fact that they can just surround things with light armor maintenance bots in a lot of cases. And that's what they've been doing to keep up this Abaddon. Not only is it a massive brick on its own, but when it does get a little bit of additional support while they're already ahead in points, I think this makes perfect sense. It's 3 minutes and 40 seconds they need to survive. If the Abaddon dies, they're still ahead on points. They'll need to get through a significant number of other ships, so any moment that you spend repairing instead of trying to apply DPS when you're already winning that DPS race as that Armageddon drops lower and lower into hull now, yeah, it's so favoring Doro.
I understand the targeting here, and I want to commend Doro on that. They followed the right order. However, if they now kill that Navy Dominics, they won't have time to loot it.
Yeah, that's true. They might not. At the same time, look at that attack bar just shoot back up as well. With the Armageddon going down, that's a lot of the Newt pressure, so we can assume that the Abaddon is now applying again, despite its, it is having to spend a lot of effort tanking in addition to that. But they can apply a reasonable amount of DPS. We did see this Dominic's Navy issue earlier in the tournament actually sort of bait tanking, which I thought was one of the most exciting things about it. We know that they do at least have an active rep because of that, so I don't expect it to immediately go down, and there go the reps. Crazy.
It certainly looks like it's heated its ancillary, if it has one. Otherwise, they're very shiny for that amount of hit points. The reactive on that Abaddon would have spooled up for kinetic thermal, because those are blasters on that Dominic's. But we still see the Abaddon slowly go down, even under armor drones.
No, you're totally right. It does go down, but again, massive point lead here, and I don't know if the Dominic's Navy is actually going to be able to get onto anything. Of course, as I say that, the Balgorn's saying, no, I'm chasing into you, not the other way around. I do think Doro has this on lock, even if they were just willing to walk away from the Stomy Navy, but I still think they're trying to say, like, hey, we have a reasonable chance of capping you out when you're using all of these active reps, and then potentially killing you, snagging some sweet loot.
It is a Balgorn, and they still have a bunch of drones orbiting that Dominic's. There is a chance. It's not the biggest of chances with 1:40 on the clock.
Yep.
But we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, again, this one, I'm really impressed by how well these Abaddons fielded into this Armageddon setup here. I do think that there was a chance there potentially if that Oneros hadn't gotten caught so quickly by those long-range Balgorn webs. I think that they could have potentially had a significant comp advantage while they had their Logi still alive. But after that, wow, the snowball effect was really strong here for that team.
Correct. I think that was absolutely key. Neo Ruby just heating those webs, getting skirmlinks, and just grabbing that Oneros right off the bat, maybe even capping it out so it only had one cycle of propulsion module.
Now, with these best officer webs that you can put onto a Balgorn like that, when you're also getting links for it, you can get to nearly 70 kilometers when you're willing to heat the web like that. And I think they were giving it all that heat very early on, just saying, if we kill this Oneros, we are so heavily advantaged. And yeah, it worked really well for them, have to say. Well done to that Balgorn pilot for that. We're seeing GFs in local, still 40 seconds to go here. I'm wondering if this Domi Navy is going to drop, but I think they're still comfortably repping, and yeah, there goes another rep cycle. I think we have 2 flagships exiting the arena, but it's still,
that Dominix just went from 40% armor to 90% armor in a single cycle. You have to assume those are either very shiny or it still had charges in a large ancillary.
Yep.
That is a lot of hit points. Not much damage dealt in the last minute and a half as we take down the clock to 0.
Yeah, it's maybe one of the underrated things about some of these Galente ships is having those armor repair bonuses to the amount that you repair. I know this is a problem that some Kronos pilots used to have where they would just over-rep, actually, because of how much hit points they were able to repair at once. But this Domi Navy, I mean, it likely needed the crazy bonus to keep itself alive in both matches that it was fielded, but it's not enough to win it for Rote. With that, we're going to be throwing it back to our analysis.
Welcome back, and congratulations to Doro Sweetpunch. Condolences to Rote. They are out of the tournament, but they will keep the secret of their Navy Domi fit to the grave. Theronth, we saw their 2 very different flagship options and 2 very different comps built around them. What was that matchup like?
I think Rose's plan was we are going to have this incredible brick that we could have actually observed wrapping up almost all of the armor in a 1 rep cycle between the news of a Balgorn, and it's going to carry us to victory, while 2 Armageddons help out by softening targets, neuting down, assigning some drones maybe. Unfortunately, this game plan is better executed by reversing sort of the situation and getting a Balgorn flagship to do the neuting, and then others to do the damage for it.
Yes. We saw a lot of energy neutralizers in that match. So many, in fact, that we'd like to watch a short video about the energy neutralizer module for those of you who have not been on the receiving end of Aura saying the capacitor is empty in your head continuously for 5 minutes. So let's take a look at the energy neutralizer. Basically, what an energy neutralizer does is it takes away the ship's capacitor. The capacitor is the battery that your ship needs in order to do any kind of active module. This could be repairing itself. This could be damage. Many weapon systems require a capacitor in order to work. You can counter an energy neutralizer by using a capacitor booster. It's an active module. It has a cycle time, so you push it, you get a short burst of capacitor, but that short burst often is not enough to let you just keep running your repairers continuously. We did see, though, inject, repair. That Domi Navy was just chunking its armor bonus back. Misty, Balgorn flagships, they're quite popular in this tournament. What's so good about them?
So, the flagship Balgorn is popular because it gets a fairly significant web range bonus on a battleship platform, right? So it means that if you can fit it with something like a Tobias web, I think it webs out to like 68 kilometers with overheating links, which means that if you warp in at fairly close range, maybe not 0, you want to give yourself some breathing room and some ability to maneuver around if you land on 3 torpedo Navy Ravens, you can web something right off the bat. Right. The moment that the match starts, you start locking something. Usually, it's going to be something like the Hyenas, I think, that we saw in one of the previous matches. You stop it from being able to move. You apply your damage to it. You get rid of the Logi. Then you work your way through like links, all that kind of stuff, and then you can kill the the DPS ships. So it allows you to execute any comp that it's in a very effective and strong way, and it's one of those kind of web boats that you can't just kind of headshot, right? If you bring a Hugin, if you bring Hyenas, we saw earlier on in the day that oftentimes these will be primaries because the power of the web in the tournament is so strong that teams want to remove it as quickly as possible. If you try and headshot a flagship Balgorn, it won't work unless you bring a full like torpedo rush setup, in which case it will work. So good job to Odin's on that one. But no, I think it is just that. I think they've also removed the ability to fit faction and officer newts in an attempt to balance the Balgorn a little bit more and give people a reason to use other flagships. I am still partial to the flagship Barghest just because of its flexibility. Like you can put it into an armor setup or a shield setup, whereas things like the Balgorn I think are limited purely to armor setups. So it does limit you a little bit, but it's so strong teams can work around it.
Yeah, it's definitely been a dominant flagship in the last couple Alliance tournaments. Theron, in terms of newts and newting ships, is there any sort of balance that you have to do with your comp when you want to bring a large amount of newts to the table?
While they are very effective at softening targets, you have to also make sure that you bring enough damage so you can actually capitalize on that. Like we were talking during the match, and Misty was a big proponent of neuting the Navy dummy. Actually starting to do that earlier in order to soften him up. Maybe would have helped if they switched to him a little bit faster on the Doro side, and maybe you would have seen a flagship kill. So this is an important thing, that while newts are powerful at softening targets, damage still needs to be there.
Absolutely. Many an Alliance tournament match has been lost when damage just wasn't there, and eventually the other team will manage to kill one of your ships. You usually have to kill a ship in order to win an Alliance tournament match.
Usually, but not always.
But not always, yeah. If you were watching last year, the 1-0 victory was just mwah. All right. Speaking of matches, we have Test Alliance Please Ignore versus Nerve coming up. This is another elimination match and another option for skins, perhaps. Let's take a look at the bans for that match, please. Okay, Test has banned the Loki, the Hugin, the Rapier, and our good friend the Cenotaph, not let out of jail today. Meanwhile, Nerve has banned the Ashimu, a interesting choice, the Arbitrator, Epoch Navy, Sleipnir. Theronth, what are you thinking of these bans?
Test really doesn't want to get webbed. Loki gets rid of one of the biggest enablers of Hamrush. Hugin Rapier, very strong ships when it comes to enabling projection, like for Kingslayer setups, or Epoch Navies even, Cenotaph. Straightforwardly, we don't want to get rushed, and we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this particular matchup, Misty, is there any team you would favor going into this?
It's kind of a tough one, actually, because they both have members from a coalition. So I win either way. I win either way. This is fine. I'm hoping Nerve win, but if Test win, it'll be a great meme.
It will indeed be a great meme. I think Twitch chat will explode. It's possible. Let me just see a quick look at where Twitch chat's putting the points. Twitch chat, you are not believers in Test. You are believers in Nerve, with 65% of you voting for them. They are indeed the favorites. Are they going to take this match? We will have to see in the arena.
Welcome back to the arena. I am Novita Ren again with CCP Ren for this match between Test Alliance Please Ignore in red and Nerve in blue. Nerve bringing a setup that I don't know if we were thinking we were going to see a lot of. This is medium gun spam.
It is the modern day iteration of medium gun spam, and they're up against triple Navy or Armageddon core with triple Mauler, gunless Maulers, so full tackle and tank Maulers, which will go after that lower end, we imagine. Nerve did land at 50 from the beacon, while the Maulers landed at 0, so there might be some potential for some long-range pickoffs.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. I think that when you are fielding this medium gun spam, you are recognizing that you want to be able to stay away from things where possible and apply to small targets whenever that is indeed the case. But we were also looking and thinking, like, yeah, their screening pilots have their work cut out for them. They know what they need to do. They need to keep these superior targets off of them for long enough that they're able to trade out for a lot of low end, and then they should be able to be fine. But the big question is, will this Zarmazd survive for long, I think?
That is going to be key in keeping up whatever target those Navy Geddons are going to shoot. Let's find out. As the match is underway, we immediately see drones deployed. There are medium drones from those Geddons.
Yeah, and indeed. I guess things are going to go pretty slowly, I would assume, to start off, but immediately it is Malers from Test that are under pressure. And oftentimes we think of the Maler as being a very slow ship. In this specific case, they were looking a little slow, but then they were actually activating a micro jump in a couple cases, trying to get into that backline and find tackle very quickly. And these Malers, they're bricks, but they're actually reasonable speed as well, especially when they heat their prop. I think they're going to try to get onto this Zarm and some other targets, but that is the king that this Kingslayer comp would like to take down. They need to get rid of that Zarm, otherwise they're not going to be able to break through other substantial targets.
No, I do think the Maulers fell a bit short on those MJDs. One was too low, the other was too high, and Nerve just skedaddled from the middle of them to the side. They just sidestepped the entire MJD play.
Yeah, it was actually really nice. I saw a Confessor getting into position, making sure that they would be able to screen off one of these Maulers if need be, and then they realized, like, wait, nothing's caught here. Nothing's going to be caught. And then they just started kiting with the rest of the team as well. That's really nice so far on their positioning, and I think they are about to take down the first Mauler for their trouble. It is a pair of Deacons as Logi that are getting over now to Hana, but Hana already in hull. I think that micro jump play might have killed them.
Well, it certainly didn't put them in a better position than before, as we see the other Confessor of Lily being caught. At the same time, the Test Lynx Pontifex of Soldarius is caught and instantly goes down. This is the power of that medium gun spam. They just look at a smaller target and it just disappears. Right now, the next one is the Magas of Hiko.
Yeah, it's definitely a really tough position. I mean, I agree with you. I think the Maulers did need to try to make something happen as far as finding tackle. Maybe those micro jump plays, they needed something like that to work. But the key problem is, if they're also under pressure just from the DPS that is coming their way, they aren't going to be able to get Deacon reps while they're that far away from them. There were also damps at one point that looked like they were going out onto those Maulers, which was interesting. I guess that Maulus was recognizing that as long as those Deacons were trying to burn over to that Mauler, if I just damp them for now, those reps are not going to land in time.
Yeah, speaking of those damps, they're currently on the Armageddon of Kirimati, which means that there's probably no damage going out on the kiting battlecruisers and cruisers. Right now, we just saw for the first time a web and newt being landed on the Confessor of Lily Mo, and we'll see if any damage can be applied to him instead.
Yeah, but it's one of these situations where that's not the target that you would really want to be going after. Like, even if you lock down a Confessor, oftentimes the Confessor is the screening ship that you're looking for. It's really hard to apply your DPS to, especially if you're a Navy Armageddon in this spot. Like, yeah, you can probably kill it when it's webbed and scrammed and very, very slow, but that's not where you want to be, and you might not be able to kill it through a Zarmazd either.
No, those Zarmazd wraps, of course, very potent, but single target. So if there's some damage splitting going on, it might struggle. Currently, we see damage going out on Dark Des in the Zealot, but yeah, that too is sort of negligible. It's shrugged off despite being scrammed and neutered. Right now, I really like the position of Nerve, which is just boating around, making those Armageddons chase them, making those Maulers chase into medium guns, slowly taking Karl Franz down.
No, I agree. Nerve are in a beautiful spot here. The weakness of a ship like a Zarmazd is that if there is damage coming into multiple places at the same time, it can be hard to pick your priority, and once you start spooling up on something, the target can then swap, at which point you can just lose a ship seemingly out of nowhere. But the problem is, these Armageddon navies, in order to actually kill things before they enter a reload cycle, they need to group up, at which point, if the Zarmazd is repping them, they're perfectly safe, and again, this gun spam comp is just taking down ships for their trouble. Deacon now falling as well. Everything falling apart for Test Alliance.
Yeah, we saw Karl Franz in the Mauler being taken down, forcing the Deacon to come in close. The Deacon webbed down instantly. That is just medium gun spam at its finest. It wants to deal with that lower end and then just pick apart whatever top end remains, as that Zarmas simply prevents any target being primaried, it seems. They haven't taken, well, they've taken some scratches on their paint, but that Zarmast is rapidly repairing the Zealot, the Confessors. There's really no outgoing damage at the moment.
Yeah, it's a situation as well where Test did actually start to try to split damage, maybe to dodge those spooling reps from the Zarmast as well, which looked, sort of nice, and they had multiple ships that were pushed into like 2/3 armor. Big problem being, at that point, there was just so little overall damage that the Zarmast could just comfortably switch the reps, and now we are finally seeing Armageddon Navy looks to be the next target priority. As I say that, they are putting more damage onto a Deacon, but they are trying to chew through the first of this battleship core now.
That Deacon of Bomb Squad is only chased by drones, it looks like. It is slowly pushed into its armor as the majority of the guns go into the Armageddon of Kirimati, which is fully unsupported by the rest, it seems. Nerve has just baited the entire Test squad to hit approach on them and just picked off whatever came in range before the Deacons could support it.
No, I agree. I think the most critical moment was the fact that the Maulers were unable to land tackle on something important when they were trying to gamble on the micro-jump play to start with. It could have actually changed things if they had managed to successfully land tackle, but finding absolutely nothing there meant that these Armageddon navies have essentially just been chasing, but slower and slower than the opposing team the entire time. We often see this with a comp like gun spam into like a rush mirror, for example, or not rush mirror, but a rush setup, where you do get an initial ship tackled, and the rest of your comp will just starburst away and say, we're going to trade efficiently if nothing else. We'll kill 1 or even 2 ships for our loss of a ship, but not a single ship has had to actually screen out for these maulers even.
I would like to point out that at this point, the attack bar for Test has been for the last 3 minutes at the absolute minimum. I am unsure where their missiles are, where their guns are, because those Armageddons should have something other than drones. And even the drones that are still on grid apparently aren't applying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where it's like, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Because if you are starting to try to apply to something, the only things that are close enough are what? Confessors? Maulers? Not anything that you're actually going to be able to kill, or definitely not apply to particularly well. At which point, you just want to make sure that you are topped up for if you do somehow happen to get into range of something that you need to kill, like that Zarm. So I guess they're just sitting there hoping that they can find a way to pincer maneuver down one of these ships, but every single time that anything comes close, we do see screening coming at the right times then. So Confessor of Lily Mo, for example, now sitting on top of L2 Azor's Armageddon Navy saying, like, nope, I do not want you to get any closer to the bulk of our comp, and that keeps them perfectly safe.
Yeah, and the other Confessor is sitting on the Armageddon of Kirimati, who did approach a jump beacon, but, well, it's crammed, it's webbed, it's not going to do anything. So it's just sitting there, pretty much impotent against what's on top of him.
Yeah, and finally these Armageddon navies saying, hey, if nothing else, we should try to kill something, and they're putting damage into the respective Confessors that were tackling them down. But then you just see that Zarmaz reps catch right up with it. Absolutely beautiful stuff here. Nerve showing off that, hey, maybe Octo's not quite as dead as people have been saying.
Maybe Octo isn't quite dead, and maybe Nerve, being an Alliance Tournament winning team, has some quality in their backpack.
Yeah, so the Nerve roster there is actually the bulk of what was the Fraternity Alliance Tournament winning roster from a couple of years back at this point. So, of course, they are under a new flag here and now, but still retaining a lot of their really experienced pilots. That helps so much, especially, I notice it when looking at the caliber of the screening plays that they make here. They recognize when they need to not have anything get caught, and then otherwise when they have something that's so low priority, like one of these Confessors that virtually can't be killed, they can just put that in front of something that does actually matter. You can see it in their target selection as well, how they were getting rid of the Maulers right off the bat because they recognized that's actually the threat of this comp, is one of those Maulers. Slow, although they might be, they're actually reasonably fast when trying to catch up into these other armor ships from their own core, so recognizing the potential for the damage of that and saying, we're just going to get rid of that right off the bat, and then hamstring your ability to chase us down.
Yeah, we see Laser Clear being killed off right now, and an ugly Hyena, the last one for Test on grid, being taken out by the entirety of the Nerve team. It would be a 200-2-0 sweep if they could kill it in the last 50 seconds, except Nerve only brought 199 points, so Test got the single consolation point.
That is indeed true. And yeah, but I mean, check out the attack bar. I mean, I don't think we often view a comp like medium gun spam as having necessarily the most massive one, but actually look, it's really respectable the amount of damage that they're just pumping into these Armageddon navies. Of course, you don't want to do that when the thing that threatens you is the rest of this comp, essentially, that low end, specifically the tackle that could potentially catch up to you. But no, recognizing now, hey, everything else is dead. We have plenty of DPS. I think they might be able to kill this in time. 10 seconds.
Before we go back to the desk, I would like to say maybe they listen to Black Bart, because you can see that the medium gun spam ships have stopped moving and are just firing into the ship, and they take down the Geddon as the clock ticks to 0, and we send it back to the desk for analysis.
Welcome back. Test Alliance, please ignore. CCP Jotun's curse worked. He cursed them right out of this tournament. In fact, I believe he is cheering somewhere off screen right now. The Dino is dead, and Nerve are continuing on into the prize ship enjoyment section of the tournament. In that match, we saw one ship that we have not seen a lot of so far this tournament, at least not a lot on grid. In fact, if we want to see how often we've seen it on the tournament, if we could just get a lovely graphic, please, of the Zarmazd. Theronth, why would I bring a Zarmazd?
Zarm is unique amongst the armor logistics cruisers because the Mutaplasmid repair, I think that's the name.
So.
Yeah, that's the name.
Yeah.
Like that.
It doesn't have a fall-off. It has a very long optimal range, though. So Zarm can sit at 72 kilometers and rep and rep and rep. And the longer it reps, similarly to disintegrators on offensive-oriented Triglavian ships, the amount of health that it returns is actually going to be higher and higher. So on top of that, also, as if it wasn't good enough, it's very tanky. It's very fast.
Yeah, exactly. And the Zarmazd in that match just had the perfect situation. I mentioned, we can see on the chart here, it's been used 5 times, and you might think, oh, 5 times used, that's nothing. It's not that popular a ship. Well, let's take a look at how often it's been banned, because this ship is like #1 on everyone's most hated ship. That is right. It has been banned a whopping 80 times in the match. Times the Zarm was fielded, only 5, but those 5, they really did count. So very lovely to see it. The Zarmazd, of course, is a logistics ship. We've seen logistics be absolutely pivotal in matches, but what does the logistics ship do? If you haven't been on a fleet, maybe you haven't been repped before, maybe you haven't been the recipient of the lovely help from Ology, so let's watch a video about logistics. They are very helpful. Excellent. So, logistics are basically the healers in EVE Online. What they do is they repair hopefully friendly ships. Sometimes they repair enemy ships, that's never good. But they repair friendly ships, and this is what Theronth was getting into. The repairers have an optimal range, much like turrets. When a target goes outside of that, they rep less, unless they're a Zarmazd. A Zarmazd reps for its full amount all the way out to 70 kilometers. Shield repairers repair shields. They go at the start of the cycle, so it's very easy to keep your friends alive in a shield logistics ship. Armor repairers, on the other hand, we'll see in a second, are going to go at the end of the cycle. And that can be pretty tough if you are in a Guardian and your friend is in a Confessor. We've seen Confessors get deleted quickly, but armor repair often stronger in total amount than shield repair, which is part of why we see them so often in these defensive control comps. Misty, what would you say is your favorite logistics for Alliance Tournament?
Ooh, I prefer, when it comes to like the Tech 2 logistics cruisers, I prefer the Guardian and the Basilisk. The Zarm is very strong, which is why we see a lot of teams banning it, and when we do see it picked or available, it often gets picked. But one of the weaknesses with the Zarm is that it can only fit 1 of the Giga reps, right? So even though it can rep out to 72 kilometers, it can spool, so the more that it cycles on the target, the more it reps over time. It is unable to split its reps to make sure that if multiple people on the same team are taking damage, that it can sustain their tank. Whereas with the Guardian and the Basilisk, they are themselves fairly tanky, not quite as tanky as a Zarm is, but they are able to fit multiple reps that are bonused out to, for the Guardian, I think like 50 something, And that way you're able to put a couple reps on a Confessor here, a couple reps on a Mauler over there if they're taking some chip damage or if they're being focused. And that way there are fewer ways, I guess, for the other team to try and split your attention, right? Because if you have to constantly take the Giga Rep off of the target that's being shot to rep up something else, you are losing the advantage of the spool. And that's often what we see teams try to do against the Zarms.
It can be a real challenge. It's unfortunately, Misty, the triple Armageddon Navy issue with the rapid heavy missiles. How does that match up against the
It ain't shit again. Hell yeah. One of the things that we were talking about when we saw the test comp land on grid, I actually liked the fact that there were multiple Maulers in the match. I think that we saw a good use of Maulers from both teams. Unfortunately, the test comp, I think, again fell for the trap of the rapid heavy missile launcher Navy Armageddon. They didn't bring any application buffing modules beyond a target painter or two on their battleships. There were no webs out to range. They didn't have any grapplers fit. No bonus target painters from something like a Vigil or a Hyena. And we saw them struggle to do any damage at all out to range. So they were shooting a Zealot. We saw maybe it dropped to 98% armor before it got repped back up. A Confessor dropped to about 40% armor because the Zarm was just like, probably got up to take a stroll, walked around the room, came back, put the rep on. You know, it just doesn't do any damage unless you have the right support wing in place. And unfortunately, we didn't see that from the test match.
Indeed, indeed. And next match is going to be Desync versus Truth Honor Light. Truth Honor Light unexpectedly found in this side of the bracket, attempting to maintain their skins run through the lower bracket for the ultimate finals attempt. But let's see the bans, please, and we'll see if the Zarmazd has gone back to ban jail. And there it is. We've seen a Zarmazd. That's our one for the day. It's back out of there. Theronth, anything you see in these bans that you want to point out?
DC has banned Epoch Navy issue, Zarm, Sino, and Molus. So those are bans that they just, they're kind of stock standard. Things that would get banned anyways probably, or they would be forced into a mirror, for example. The Cenotaphs, like one time, I think it was Truth Honor Light even, they let it through. So they just want to get out the strong meta and not reveal too much themselves. On the other side, Hugin Rapier. Again, those ships they always should be banned in pairs. Interestingly, Dominix and Jackdaw, which to me says that the Jackdaw, which is a known Crucify or Mollusk killer, maybe we'll see something like that.
Yeah, we could see some Damps, Ewar, some sort
carries.
of... Oh, yeah. Very good point. But it looks like both teams are on grid. We will see what there is to be seen in the arena.
And welcome to the arena, everyone, where we have another absolute banger of a match where we see Desync in red versus THL in blue, and boy howdy, what a setup have they brought. Desync with Torp Ravens, Ham Ospreys, and they're just trying to rush down. They landed at 0 on the beacon, but...
Yeah, Torp Ravens gonna really struggle against HML Kite with a bunch of E-War, which is exactly what Truth Honor Light have brought. I think if this was a inferior team than this, I would be a little bit worried about the piloting execution here, but as it stands, I think this is going to be a showing of exactly why these Raven Navies aren't being brought every single match. They looked great both times that we've seen them previously in triplicate, but they're gonna really struggle here, largely because they're so reliant on their Osprey Navies being able to get towards this team and lock things down, but I think there's just way more webs than there are Osprey Navies.
Yes, with double Loki, which you have to imagine are long-range webs, with double Griffin, a Crucifier against those Torps. I hope he brought Guidance Disruptors, and even a Celestis for Damps. Those Scalpels might be forced in close to stick with our team. The match is underway, and we'll see right here THL immediately moving to the back lines, trying to avoid being tackled by those Osprey Navies, supported by the Bifrost, and the match is going on. The drones are immediately going on to that Bifrost and the missiles as well.
Yeah, THL did warp in at 50, which is very, very important when you are the kite comp here. And then the question becomes, when they kite backwards here, are they able to move everything all together to avoid critical tackle? Osprey Navy of Fenrir actually gets pretty close here, is trying to land tackle on the Osprey of Tin Baron, does land a web, but yes. I don't think a scram.
the micro jump play from Gideon Zendikar in the Raven Navy right behind the blue team, but I think they may have just squeaked out between the both of them, between that approaching Navy Osprey and that Raven, which I suppose has a grappler at least. And there goes their links, the desync links. The Bifrost is down. That should be their skirm. That should be any speed they had and any hopes of catching up. There is a grappler on one of the Navy Drakes of THL.
Yeah, I mean, that Osprey did such a good job of slipping tackle there. They are taking a reasonable chunk of damage for the time being, though, for their trouble, but the fact that they were able to dodge that critical tackle there was absolutely insane. It felt like that team, those Osprey Navy issues from our desync side, it looked like they got nearly like 12 kilometers, and at that point, you are just overheating your scram, and you're just clicking on the module, you're pressing the key on your keyboard, like trying to get it off because you are so likely to win if you're able to get a significant catch there, but barely not finding it. Osprey, though, meanwhile, dropping really low into armor. They might die regardless of not having been tackled.
Yes, they seem to be taking some kind of missile damage. I'm not sure what is in range. Vax Kotsuo is close, so I think that's the one shooting it, but they trade the Osprey logistics from THL for a Navy Osprey from desync.
Yeah, not necessarily the best trade. You never really want to be trading your logistics, especially this early on when the bulk of the comp is still there from the opposing team. But at the same time, this is a situation where they don't necessarily need the logistics to win as long as they're able to keep the rest of their comp intact. But their Fleet Cyclone now, without that logistics, is actually taking a pounding into armor themselves.
Yes, we despite gems on the Scalpel duo, and immediately one is removed as well. I'm kind of stunned at how quick that was. He was webbed, painted, jammed, and then just died. We see the damage on Fenrir Chainbreaker in the Navy Osprey also sort of mounting, but they're holding and they're trading against the Fleet Cyclone.
Yeah, there goes Chinatech's Cyclone fleet issue. They're doing a good job of finding more damage now onto a Scalpel and another Osprey Navy. And, you know, I think this is going to be a situation where they lose a couple critical ships, but they're still heavily advantaged as long as they're able to get down these remaining Osprey Navies. One of Fenrir is about to drop finally, and at which point there's just Jags left in an Osprey Navy, and from there on out, I think it's just going to be Raven Navy issues trying to make micro jump plays.
It does look like that. One of the Griffin of Warp Out is being accosted by light drones, slowly bleeding armor. Might still have some important gems to get off, as two of the Ravens are currently jammed. Two of the Ravens are also damped. The THL team is probably going to try and take out Zags and the Osprey. That's probably the last bit of control and tackle that desync might bring, and might be able to get in range outside of the micro warp drive or micro jump drive plays that you mentioned.
No, indeed, and it is a crazy amount of DPS that is still coming from both sides here, but the application, I feel like, is going to drop off, especially when there's no more tackle potential from these Osprey Navies, as they have all gone down now. But again, THL are in a position where they have multiple ships that are very low on shield. These are shield fit, so that is not quite where you want to be with the shield comp. Drake Navy also taking a pounding now, did get grappled by those Raven Navies. We still have a match here.
Yes, we see the trio basically of Raven Navies still approaching the rest. They have the Celeste is now grappled. The Griffin made it out of there with some structure left, and it could just continue to control the match. But do two Lokis and a Navy Drake have what it takes to chew through three Navy Ravens? With the last 12 points of that Stork, they're still behind on points, so they need to kill one of those Navy Ravens.
Yeah, this is absolutely absurd. Suddenly, things flipping entirely, and you need to chew through a lot of EHP in order to kill these Raven Navies. I guess the big upside is they still have a reasonable amount of DPS intact. These Lokis do have launchers fit as well, so even if they lose a Drake Navy, they're still in a position where they can potentially apply some relevant DPS, but they're going to lose that Drake Navy before they can do much of anything else as well.
Yes, and I'm not sure if two Web Lokis can chew through a Raven like that, supported by Crucifiers and Griffins. Do you think those Ravens have loaded their long-range torps to reach out and pound that Drake? Because there was no grapples on it, there was no newts on it, it was still moving away.
No, I agree. I think it's virtually certain that they had loaded Javelin there, and then were doing everything they could to just try to keep in range of, Javelin range, then Torps, just to make it work. And they are sort of making it work. Dropping now, though, into half shield on that Raven Navy. Things still favoring them while that Raven Navy is alive, but if Truth Honor Light lose no other ships and kill it, they should be ahead.
I was going to say, if that Raven falls, they should be at 116, 124, so they should be ahead at 124 points. We will see if they can do it. We are currently only seeing one of the Ravens jammed. I'm not seeing guidance disruptors from that Crucifier. I have no idea what this low end is doing at the moment.
I like the move that they're trying to make, though. Desync, they're grouping 2 of their Raven Navies on a micro jump unit, and then the other one of Gideon Zendikar is still pushing in towards that Truth Honor Light core, at which point they're still forcing the movement of those ships in a certain direction, and then they're going to try to head them off with a micro jump play, it looks like.
It does look like that. Gideon is trying to cut them off as the 2 Lokis are about 70 from the beacons, somewhere between both beacons. I'm not sure if the Ravens will get in range at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're still firing, so it looks like they're trying their best to get in range or stay potentially just outside of range. And I don't know, I guess they're still firing just in case that they're able to force those Lokis back into them.
Bad news. Warp Out's Griffin just was killed, which puts Desync a point ahead, even if they lose one of the Ravens.
Wow.
And I don't think in 2.5 minutes the 2 Lokis are going to chew through 1, let alone 2 Ravens.
That is absolutely absurd. It's entirely possible that we could see Truth Honor Light go out of the Alliance tournament without reaching the prize ship enjoyers tier of the teams in the event. But again, we're still going to see, these Raven Navies really still somehow making it work here.
These Raven Navies have now found damage on Brainstraw and on Nith Hinken, both of whom are taking a little, not much, a little shield damage, but they are being pushed around. And they're not doing much to Howling Wind's Navy Raven at this point.
No, they're really not. I mean, we're still seeing jam attempts go on to try to prevent some DPS here and there. But yeah, seeing a reasonable amount of damage fall onto Brainstraw and the Loki, this is looking like a total upset here. I
have to guess, because we haven't seen any, I have to guess that the Crucifier is tracking disruption fit, and not guidance disruption fit, or we would have seen those. And being that that's the case, did the Griffins also bring the wrong flavor of jam to the...
It's possible. Very hard to know in this case, but I guess they do know now, likely, with one of the Griffins having died at least. They can check the fit.
Because we haven't seen many actual jams. The damage from those Ravens has been consistent.
Yeah, it's felt like it at least. And I've just been really impressed by the fact that these Raven Navies, regardless of being torp fit, have seemingly been able to apply, I wouldn't say like without problem, but they've found times to apply.
The Ravens get a range bonus.
That they do.
With Javelin, they might reach 40-ish.
Which is still hard to make work against a kite that should be able to kite out so far past that.
But if you force them between beacons, where they can't go too far to one because you'll MJD on them, and you can't be too close because then you'll just be shot, I think Desync has found a way to clinch this.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds left. They might not still even lose Howling Wind's Raven. They're still trying to pressure Brainstraw. Another Griffin does go. Wow, yeah, I do think Desync have this. Absolutely insane stuff. I've heard a lot of talking up of this roster here from Desync. I didn't expect them to be able to take down Truth Honor Light in this match, but it's looking more and more like that's exactly what's happened here.
I saw the matchups, and I had to favor THL for their stature, for their standings, but also the comp. It should have outranged, it should have outrun, and somehow they made it work. Desync made it work. They are now prize ship enjoyers, and we'll let the desk talk about the rest.
Welcome back. Truth Honor Light putting the L in THL. They have gone home before the prize ships, much to, I believe, the surprise of pretty much everyone here. But that means that Desync will be continuing on. They are the prize ship enjoyers and will get to play some more games to stay in the Alliance tournament and maybe see if they can take over THL's second place spot. Theronth, you noticed some things about the execution in that match, particularly some of the use of the arena. What do you want to say about that?
Well, Desync team has used something that is very important, that is placed in the arena, but not all the time people actually remember about it, which is the MJD beacon. We've seen at the start Gideon jump behind the THL kiting team and secure the grappler for a split second on Osprey of Team Baron. He did get jumped off, so Tin get to live for a little bit longer. However, the play in itself was pretty decent. And after that, we also saw that when they have secured the lead, and it was all about keeping the Raven navies as healthy for as long as possible. They have fallen back. Howling was getting to the MJD beacon to trying to prolong his life.
Yeah, and they did a very good job of using those to stay alive. Misty, tell me about this Raven comp.
Yeah, so I remember we were talking about this, I think back in the feeders actually, where we were seeing torpedo Ravy navies turning up on the grid, and people were like, oh, that's such a tiny range on these ships, you know, you have to be right on top of something to use your torpedoes effectively. With a guidance computer and a guidance enhancer in the low slot, I think you can get out to like 80 kilometers with Javelin. So, as we saw, the battle cruisers were burning away, and they were still being hit by the torpedo ravens that were chasing them. So, it is actually very difficult to... it's easy to maintain range from them, because, you know, you're moving faster. It's difficult to be in range to apply your own damage without taking damage from them as well. So, yeah, I think it would have been interesting to see what the fit on the Raven Navy was. I might search for that afterwards. But, yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah, tragically, none of the Raven navies died in that particular match, so we can't know how many guidance computers or the like were there. But in terms of torpedoes, as discussed, they generally don't fly as far, they generally don't apply as well. Let's learn a little bit more about how missiles do apply. How is it that you shoot missiles and get damage on the other side? We have a lovely video. And so a missile, unlike a just gun, has a flight time and a velocity. It runs for some amount of time at some amount of speed. It gets flung at an enemy ship. And if the enemy ship is going too fast, the missile will just blow up before it gets there. This is something that can happen to torpedoes a lot. They're large missiles. They're slow missiles. They're fairly easy to outrun. But the Raven Navy gets a bonus to the missile range, so it is able to project its missiles further along. In addition, you can choose torps that have longer range, the Javelin torps rather than the Rage ones. So fast targets, they can outrun missiles. The other thing that can happen with missiles sometimes is if they blow up, they don't quite apply their full damage to everything. Again, if you just fit your ship correctly, you use the right things, and you get some application mods as well, then you'll be able to deal your full damage. Theronth, do you think this triple Raven Navy comp that we've been seeing, is this just an economics thing since it's so discounted in this Caldari season?
Absolutely. 38 points is only a couple more than a Nighthawk, while you bring multiple times the damage of the ship, multiple times the EHP of the ship. And there is a lot of natural prey for the torps, right, in this format, as we see a lot of battleships being fielded, a lot of battle cruisers. We cannot just fill up on Navy cruisers anymore and treat that as a core. So this also helps the Navy Raven to I think they are undefeated so far. Was there like a loss?
I think we've seen some lose, especially in the feeders. I think we saw some of them losing. I was just going to add to that. Additional to the Nighthawk, the Navy Raven also has better range with its missiles, right? I just checked the fits that Howling Wind had, because I believe one died at the very end of the match.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, and it was a single guidance computer, so not quite 80 kilometers with Javelin, but they did have Javelin loaded. So yeah, just projecting out, chasing around, and trying to do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, and that pivotal shot onto the Osprey earlier meant that, yeah, they're shooting battlecruisers, but anything that they shoot, it's still taking its damage. So that match, again, one that has probably upset a lot of Twitch points, a lot of Twitch brackets, but the matches and the brackets march on. Next, we will have Punishing Grey Raven versus Neon Nightmares. Let's take a look at their bans. Okay, we've got, again, some fairly simple bans, but then it starts to go off the rails right about here. Theronth, what's up with this Basilisk and Barghest and Scimitar?
Somebody doesn't like projection. Once again, we have the shield cruisers that are very kitey. They can extremely well support comps like we have just seen from THL. You can upgrade the Osprey to a Basilisk or a Scimitar. You get more repower and more survivability at the cost, of course, of increased points. Barghest is an interesting ban because this is one of the few ships in the current format that costs 50 points. So it's a hefty investment. We have seen a couple of them so far. They had mixed results, should I say. So I wonder if somebody really doesn't want to face 100-kilometer heavy missiles going at them.
Yeah. I think it's interesting to see that Neon Nightmares have kind of gone for the ban strategy of removing the Hugin Rapier and then Typhoon Fleet issue. All very good at either projecting out to range and hitting that kind of lower end of a support wing, or preventing you from rushing in quickly and as a united front. And then you have the ZARM being removed as well. It kind of also leans into rush a little bit for me, because if you rush in and then you have a ZARM wrapping safely from 70 kilometers away, trying to keep the ship up that you are on top of, it is going to slow down the pace at which you are getting through those ships. So I am going to say I expect a rush.
Theronth, what about you?
Rush it is.
All right, rush it is. The casters have spoken. We will go to the arena with Novaterra Ren and Moderator, where we'll find out if Misty and Theronth are correct.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. I'm Novaterra Ren, this time joined by Moderator for this match between Punishing Grey Raven and Neon Nightmares. Punishing Grey Raven was the team that actually knocked THL into the losers bracket, so they've been looking pretty solid, showing up this time with a triple Navy Megathron setup.
Yeah, triple battleship cores apparently doing work this tournament. So far, though, we're going to see these teams absolutely brawling it out outrageously at 0. Triple Navy Mega at 0 on this beacon, coming up against that blue ham rush.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not only hams. We also have a bunch of Sleipnirs here from Neon Nightmares, and so many ships at 0, as you were mentioning. And oftentimes that's really going to be really nice for these autocannons. I'm really excited to see how this one's going to shake up, but I'm scared for these Navy Megas. If anything's going to kill them quickly, it might just be AC Sleps.
Yeah, having said that, though, like kinetic damage and thermal damage into Sleipnirs, I'm not unhappy if I'm these Navy Megas. If I can get webs on top of these Sleipnirs and just brawl out, I'm actually living my very best life.
That's totally fair. Things going off right off the bat. Tholo supplying breacher pods.
Osprey, though, actually getting webs initially on top of it. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah,
that's
no
going
stress.
to be the Yashimu getting excellent pressure. If those drop quickly, that's going to be huge. But that Tholos is rotating its dots across the Navy Megas, and that's excellent play.
But there's another amazing thing that I'm seeing, which is the Svipple of Rhea Milka has actually burned itself all the way into the back line, where it's just soloing a Purifier at the moment, and there's also 2 Inquisitors there, which it might be able to try to go after next.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Inquisitors are being held down trying to support the bomber, but, like, bro, get on top of Kit Kat. Like, get on your Navy Mega. That's being, like, killed here. Like, you're going to trade an Osprey for a Navy Mega and a Purifier? I mean, I was saying that they were living their best life, but Inquisitors have to play theirs.
No, they definitely do, and they are under pressure themselves now from this Svipple and from some drones. Heron Navy also came out to try to help in killing them, but we're having a crazy damage trade now. We've lost an Osprey and a Navy Osprey from the Neon Nightmares side, but they're trading pretty reasonably, killing that Mega Navy and the rest of this low end now.
Yeah, I mean, Neon might be on Elm Street right now. They're going to be living inside the dreams of Lou Mahan. As that goes down, the Tholos finally getting down, no longer applying dots anymore. Navy Osprey being that last ship with really selectable damage. I like that call, but man, that attack bar from Blue is applying far more to that side than otherwise.
No, that was exactly what I was noticing as well. The attack bar, absolutely massive, just comparatively at a lot of points there. It was even 3 or 4 times the size of that as from the what team are we looking at? The Punishing Grey Raven side. But yeah, meanwhile, Neon Nightmares, they just continue. These Sleipnirs have also been largely untouched, meaning that they should have all of their Ansel charges left. They're surviving just fine.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing really excellent work at getting rid of, Luhan down into low structure here. That's going to be the webs holding it down. And, you have a Sleipnir that's finally looks like it's lost all, well, as I say that, it's, going through more ASB charges. But, still there's a Damnation, a Navy Megathron. Still does apply a lot of damage. The attack bars have evened out, but crucially, we were saying that Red was losing here, but start to look at the defense bar. The Navy Megathron still are very, very chunky. Sleipnirs have a lot of active rep, not much local.
No, that is true entirely, and as they do burn through all those charges, suddenly there's nothing left for the Sleipnirs, and you were totally right noticing the EHP that's left on grid. Sleipnirs, not particularly good on EHP because they are trying to max out those ancillary shield boosters that they're able to make such good use of. I think the big question here is, will they be able to kill this Navy Megathron with their remaining Sleipnirs and Broadsword before they lose a Sleipnir of their own?
Well, and that's the thing, again, Bradford Clear was just kind of off in Narnia. Maybe getting chased down by drones, I understand that you have to be worried about that, but listen, if you die saving the Navy Megathron and putting reps on, good for you. That's what you need to do right now. And finally, we see that applying also some rep drones really getting on top and trying to support that broadsword, rather not the broadsword, but the Navy Megathron to the best of their ability. But
this Heron Navy is also shooting some missiles here and there. It looked like at the Inquisitor doing its best to try to help solo things down wherever possible to get every little bit of advantage they can possibly get out of every single ship in their lineup. That Inquisitor is being pushed into really low armor. As we say that, the Navy Megathron is in low hull, but the Sleipnir dies first.
Yeah, and now you start to have to look at kind of the EHP and the point kind of calculations, right? So it's going to be 12 points in favor now of the red team on the side of the Frenchies, and the Sleipnir is being held down. That's going to be the Damnation, brawling it at 0, and the Ashimu. So going for the Vexor here makes a lot of sense. That that HP, you're probably not going to want to kill a Damnation in the amount of time that you have left.
No, that's pretty true. That is just such an EHP brick that you don't want to deal with it wherever possible. I think a substantial advantage here is that you still have a few reasonable DPS ships left here if you're punishing Grey Raven. Meanwhile, Sleipnir Broadsword, there's a lot of potential damage there as well, but it's much more vulnerable to getting potentially webbed off.
Yeah, speaking of webbed off, I am liking a little bit where Frank Letank was. He was kind of in initially conflag range, just applying everything, but now I think he realizes that he needs to kind of get away and use those bonus webs to try to play range. I'm also not noticing any web effects on top of the Sleipnir and Broadsword. I'm wondering if those are possibly burnt.
It could be entirely, and I haven't seen it for a little while as well, and that can definitely help their ability to apply damage while they're being unwebbed by a ship that should otherwise be able to web them.
As I say that, a web applies, maybe, listening to the casting desk.
Yeah.
As I say, though, Bradford Clear is getting cleared out by that Navy Heron. Navy Heron not doing a lot of damage, but, just chasing it down Benny Hill style, applying, some light missiles to it.
Yeah, no, they definitely are. That Heron Navy has been trying for pretty much the entirety of this match. But look, this Sleipnir, I think, is about to drop no more Ensil charges remaining, and they're into low hull before even being able to kill this Vexor.
Yeah, even if they kill the Vexor, one Broadsword isn't going to be able to do it for them. That's not really any other... There's no real path back into the match for the blue team now.
Yeah, at the same time, just looking at the attack bars that are remaining, it looks pretty equal, but this is solidly favoring our punishing Grey Raven team. They have a bunch of EHP still on grid. Getting through any of these 3 ships is going to be a difficult ask, and they need to get through multiple of them in, unless they're willing to go after the Damnation, which I don't think is going to make much sense here. But yeah, Broadsword getting webbed now, all sorts of flavors of effects going off onto them, and yeah, I think that punishing Grey Raven have maybe managed to snag this one.
Yeah, punishing Grey Raven, there's really not much of a route back into the match. Even if the Ashimu and the Vexor were to go down, the Navy Heron and the Broadsword just aren't enough points, and there's no way to kill a Damnation in the time remaining. So just that kind of EHP per second trade really just kind of did favor those Navy Megathrons. They just have so much buffer, are so beefy, that even with the active tank that the Sleipnirs have, it just was never really favored for them in that space.
Yeah, Broadsword getting chunked down now as well, and with it, I think the hopes for the Neon Nightmares team. I felt like things were looking pretty good, especially seeing the Svipple from that team get into that back line and start wreaking havoc. They killed the Purifier so quickly. They killed an Inquisitor very quickly, pressuring down then the second Inquisitor, but it still wasn't quite enough. Do you think there was a different way they could have potentially piloted this one out to find a win?
I think what had to happen was that Tholos had to probably get into some initial dots and then just get out and then come back in. But Frank the Tank actually did a really good job of applying webs onto the Tholos, making sure that Dragon Lord couldn't drag his dots or their dots on top of the rest of the team. Neon Nightmares, unfortunately, I just don't think were ever really in a good position to begin with what that was drafted.
No, I agree. I was seeing that Tholos early on. It did manage to apply the dot onto the primary at least once or twice, but it didn't have the ability to really go in and apply it to a bunch of different things, which would ideally, that would be the ideal situation for the Tholos, being able to pressure multiple things at the same time. That just both taxes the Logi and overall does a lot more damage, but wow.
There's some really good trash talk here saying, you did as good as Truth, Honor, Light, you can be proud. That is absolutely brutal. Man, Lumahan going for the full heel turn as Miners is about to get mined and dotted out of the tournament.
And with that, we're passing it back to the desk.
Welcome back, and condolences to Neon Nightmares. They will be exiting the tournament. That was a very interesting... We expected Rush, and we got Rush. We've also got new casters. Welcome to the decks, Blackbart Pirate and CSP Kestrel. Thank you very much for joining us. Blackbart Pirate, I believe we saw one of your favorite ships there. Can you tell us why the Sleipnir is so good, and why didn't it win?
Well, it's unfortunate that it didn't win because it does change why it's so good. But it's basically with a rush setup, you're going to have either a Sleipnir or a Nighthawk most of the time. The Nighthawk does a little bit more paper damage. It is kinetic locked-ish, which the thing is that the Sleipnir is not. You can pretty much load it with any ammo type, and they're really, really fast. And there's this possibility, and we didn't see it there, that your Sleipnir survives forever because you just keep repping yourself. It didn't happen there, unfortunately. It looked like it might have, and then I guess, I don't know if ancillary charges were mismanaged. Maybe there's just more damage going out, but it didn't end up working that way. Unfortunately, if you're going to be doing a Mimitar rush, you need to not warp in at 0, because the whole point of a Mimitar rush is that you have mass amounts of DPS, but all your ships are very, very fast. Both sides warped at 0. You're sitting on top of a bunch of Navy Megas, which shoot the damage type that goes through Minotaur Tech 2 shield resists, and we saw what happened. A very close match, though. Actually, I really enjoyed it. We don't get enough rush versus rushes. Do more rush versus rushes, because then we get to sit up here and yap a lot more, and we know that that's what you guys are all here for, is to listen to us yap.
Exactly, and in that rush comp, we saw, rather than the usual Loki that we often see as the tackle sort of midline in the rush, we saw instead the broadsword. The Loki was unbanned. CCP Kestrel, what's the broadsword doing for us here?
Yeah, so the broadsword is most likely because they didn't bring Nighthawks, so then they had to make up the points, because Sleipnirs are more expensive than Nighthawks in this tournament because it's sponsored by Kodari. And the broadsword is still pretty useful in a rush comp, since it does have the hick point. You might wonder why someone would fit that in the tournament. It's because it can shut down micro jump drives if it's within 37.5 kilometers, and it can also shut down scrams a bit closer, I think around 20 kilometers. So it can also be used as kind of pseudo tackle, and it also does quite respectable damage. It's still pretty fast, and it actually does the same DPS as a Vagabond, I believe, just without any drone bay. So yeah.
It's been quite a popular ship in the tournament before, and so Blackbird Pirate, you mentioned rush versus rush. What do you need to do in order to win that kind of rush mirror?
Well, so I wouldn't call that a rush mirror. It is a rush versus rush, but it was a what was somebody called it something horrible, and I don't remember what it was, and I'm glad that it
it's just gone out of your head
my
entirely.
brain was like sit there and just ee. Okay, cool. No, so that was a blaster rush, a blush, perhaps, which is funny because we saw for years and years and years that didn't work. And it used to be kind of this meme where it's like, oh, the really bad team would always try and blaster rush and lose. It's been working this tournament. A lot of it, I think, is because of the ship plate changes. But so they were both rushes. It's just there's a difference of one having 3 key ships there, which is the 3 Navy Megathrons, versus the other one having, a bunch of different smaller ships. So it's kind of hard to tell which one, like if that would have gone any other way. I think that all the choices on both sides were correct. But because they were warped in at 0, they didn't have any ability to kind of spread the Navy Megas out, and that was kind of rough. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call it a mirror match. I would just call it a similar concepts, but different. And if the Matar rush had come in at like 10 or 15 or something else, they might have been able to kind of swoop around and hit the backline or spread the Navy Megas out or something. So who knows, though? Yeah, they won't find out. It's over for them. It's ogre.
I mean, the great thing about being on the desk here and yapping is that we get to imagine that we were in the match and that we did everything perfectly. We get to just replay the match in a way that it definitely would have worked. It's much like you in Twitch chat here. Yeah, I've seen plenty of advice coming from Twitch chat. One more thing for CCP Kestrel in terms of blaster rush versus some of these other weapon systems. As Black Bart says, we don't usually see blasters as much. What are the differences, performance-wise, between like blasters and the autocannons that the Sleipnirs are fitting?
Yeah, so blasters obviously have much shorter range, although because these are battleship blaster weapons versus medium autocannons, they actually probably have about the same range, even with the Sleipnir's fall-off bonus. So like a Megathron Navy with Null can probably hit about the same as a Sleipnir with Barrage, I imagine.
Yeah, but you do get a very large Python number if you load up Void and you imagine that you're sitting right next to that ship.
Well, and one other thing too with the Mega Navies, and this is something that like we don't usually have to worry about too much, but because they're a battleship-sized weapon, it actually has a really high alpha, even though it's not, it's not what people think where it's like, oh, it's 1400 mil. It's not like an auto or artillery or torpedo alpha, but it's still much higher. And against something like a Sleipnir, which basically the way the Sleipnir's tanks is by repping itself, you're alphing through the self-rep, which if it was maybe more sustained DPS, which is what you're getting from the Sleipnirs, where they also have a very large number, but it's them hitting really, really fast versus hitting a little bit slower but really hard. That's one of the other things that can mess with it. So it's just one of those weird interactions that like you won't see unless it's this specific setup, but it's just kind of cool to think about.
Yeah, it's definitely fun to think about that in the tournament. So we have seen the Navy Mega issue eat a couple bans. We have a match coming up, Psychokids versus Standard Protocol. Let's take a look at the bans for that. Navy Mega, maybe, ban guy? No Navy Mega. All right, instead we have Armageddon Navy issue, Sentinel eating a ban for first time in a little while. Sleipnir, Hugin, Rapier, Maulus, Cenotaph, and Zarmazd. CCP Kestrel, why is the Sentinel good enough to ban?
It has bonus TDs. It also has bonus weapon disruptors, I should say, so guidance disruptors, tracking disruptors. It also has small energy neutralizers as well, so it's very good at dealing with things like frigate logi, which are really popular in the battleship heavy meta, and it's also just great at mitigating damage as well. And because it's a frigate, it also doesn't cost that many points.
Yeah, it's definitely been a very high-value ban. We saw a lot of these last year, a little bit fewer this year with the, you got to save bans for the Seno and the Zarm. All the way down there. Bart, Sleipnir's gone. What else do you see in these bans that's worth commenting on?
They got rid of the Armageddon Navy issue. I feel like they shouldn't have because the ship is bad, and if you had left it up there, you could punish people that like to pick it. I'm on Team Isti about that one, which makes sense. Obviously, this Hugin Rapier ban, if you're going to ban one, you need to ban the other, and banning both of them makes it so that a lot of the cruise missile kite style, or at least like very long-range cruise missile style setups have trouble. Other than that, it's pretty standard. We finally saw the Zarm come out, and it was like, oh yeah, that makes sense why it's been being banned. So hey, look at that, it's banned again. And then Seno is just, I think we're at 100% pick ban on Seno still, and if not, it's like 98 point, something. So
no, ever since the main tournament, the final tournament has started, the Seno 100% pick ban, and we've often seen more than 2 Senos in
it's hard to deal with, and it makes our rush just so much scarier. Just because once the Sinnoh gets in there, you're in trouble. But we won't see it here, so
CCP Kestrel, what do you think we'll see when we get on grid?
We could potentially see maybe like the APOC Navy comp come out, or Navy Megas. Like a lot of the armor battleships are still unbanned. Only the Armageddon Navy is banned, and that maybe is getting banned to like get rid of like bonus newt ships.
Yeah, could very well be. And Bart, I'm not going to ask you to predict comps. I'm going to ask you instead, can you psychically predict the winner, please?
Standard protocol.
Standard protocol. All right.
Yes.
Twitch chat, you've heard it here first. All in standard protocol. Black Bart Pirate agrees. So, we do see the teams on grid. Is that prediction going to hold up? We'll find out in the arena.
Hello, I am moderator, joined by my good colleague Novatera Ren for Psychokids and Standard Protocol here. So, the Psychokids have chosen to bring a Raven Navy heavy missile / torpedo rush at 0 right into an Armageddon.
Yeah, that Armageddon, full newts, by the way. That is the Standard Protocol side, who also are bringing triple Ikitursa, something that we have not seen much of whatsoever in the Alliance tournament here. But yeah, really interested to see what it's going to do here. Again, full newt Geddon, but I think the big question is, will it actually be able to apply more than a single cycle or two of these newts? The torp pressure from these triple Raven Navies, I think, is looking really good for them.
Oh, if I'm these Raven Navies, I'm seeing absolute blood right now. They should just rush down this Geddon, grapple that and any of these other Ikatursas that they can hold down, while I would imagine the Osprey Navy issues, possibly even the Storks, you just run it down into the Deacons. You try to snap both at the same time, and you basically break their legs here and now.
Yeah, I mean, Standard Protocol, they're going to have their work cut out for them, trying to use any available legs that they have to get away from these Raven Navies, but immediately they're in and they're applying, and they are immediately going after the Armageddon, pushing it so quickly, it's already mid-armor.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some Ruptors that are going onto it, but that is almost comical as the damage from these Torp Ravens. We are now 30 seconds in, and I don't think it's going to survive a full minute. Some damage coming onto Olasha, as that's going to be the Ikatursa spooling up, but that newt spool is about to go down.
Yeah, Ikatursas, they are also really slow to spool up in a lot of cases here, and it's not that much damage overall. Like, oftentimes we see Triglavian weapon system, and we think, okay, this is going to be massive attack bar. Not so, and in this case, the massive attack bar just gets rid of that Armageddon right away, and they're starting to chew on Ikatursas. Yeah, I mean, they've already got grapples onto Hive Mind, who's going 1 meter a second. Master is going nowhere and probably out of this tournament. If I have to imagine, there's paints on it that's going to bloom the signature. It's going nowhere, and I mean, it's already chunking through armor. It's desperately those Deacons are trying to do anything they can, but it's not much under combined triple torp. Yeah, Olalasha did die in an Osprey Navy, and that is some of the tackle potential for going out and finding additional targets. But when everything is grappled down already that you want to kill, that's not much of a stress, really. Yeah, more Osprey Navies here getting locked down as well, but I think they're trading so efficiently. I have a feeling they should be able to get into and likely kill this Ikatursa before they themselves die. But as I say that, recovering some armor HP now, actually. Yeah, I mean, it is actually somehow catching reps there. We see that there's some jam attempts going on to the Navy Raven. Those are going to be just random EC drones. There's no jamming ships. But also, again, jam drones onto the Deacons of Tawan and Hino. And if those jams don't actually hit, maybe Master Owen will survive a little bit longer here. I mean, Vixil is going down into low armor and now hull and pops. But, I mean, Master Owen can't be too far behind. No, I would very much assume not, but again, getting reps here and there, I guess maybe some self-reps. Do you think there's a reactive armor hardener potentially in play? I mean, reactive armor hardeners, they're going to take well over a minute or two to actually apply, and Mr. Own goes down, and with that, like, the potential attack bar, look on blue, it's so much smaller than the one on the red side of Psychokids. If I'm Psycho, I would be Psycho not to go for the second Ikatursa, and it's exactly what they're doing. They're just going to knock out this Ikatursa, then they're going to go for Hive Mind. And once that's done, I mean, what is Blue going to have left in the tank on the Standard Protocol side? Yeah, it's really interesting as well, just thinking like whether or not these Hornet EC300s are actually landing jams here and there on the Deacons. I think that often is actually determining how quickly these Ikatursas are falling. And we can immediately see Angela just got absolutely chunked for the first bit, but that's my guess. Assault damage control. That would totally explain why they're able to suddenly recover so much of their armor and survive for so long. But once they get through that, they saw the ADC, they swapped onto the second Ikitursa, and then immediately, once the ADC's done, they just swap back onto the first.
Yeah, and that's exactly why Master 1 would have died for so long. I forget that there's almost like a 20-second pause on being able to really take incoming damage, but once that drops, your life bar drops, and Agent Angela is going to be in the arms of the angels as he exits the arena.
Yeah, this one now firmly going in the favor of Psychokids, I would say at this point. And yeah, the attack bar just continuing to drop here from our blue side. It's looking really, really rough for them. They're still trying to find additional targets, finding some damage onto Garlem Gastello. I wouldn't be surprised to see them potentially go down, but still, that bulk of the points from their team still completely untouched in that top end. Those triple Raven Navies doing they're having a fun time just applying torps to things.
I mean, they're just even cleaning through the Magus right now while the Ikatarsa of Hivemind was on his ADC. So they're like, okay, well, you hit your, I survive button. We're just going to go kill your Magus now. Get rid of your links. And now you're not going to live either. I mean, this is the second or third time in a row, really, we've seen like these Navy Ravens just punch through not only a kite comp, right, with THL, but now through this kind of a hack comp. What beats Navy Ravens?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I think maybe we're all sort of wondering at this moment what does, because honestly, I thought the kite comp that we saw earlier, I thought they were going to have a reasonable shot of it, but it didn't actually end up going that way. They've now killed a logistics frigate as well, showing that, yeah, we can actually apply to those too, it turns out, in a lot of cases. It's been really interesting to see that this does indeed look like a linchpin setup for this format that we currently have. We've seen it in almost this exact configuration. Triple Osprey Navy, triple Naven Ravy, or Raven Navy, as we often have been misreferring it to as. We've seen Scalpels, though, sometimes, as the logistics instead. We've seen some mix and matching of Storks and other command decies, but this is looking just like such a perfect comp for the setup.
Yeah, and I mean, it really plays into the band. So some of the things that actually are very good against Raven Navies are going to be things like an APOC kite, right? You're going to be able to pull range in a lot of cases and really just apply damage, but also things like a torpedo or rather cruise Typhoon fleet issues. But those comps also really want to have a Rapier or a Hugin in that comp to apply damage not to the battleships, but also to punch through like a Kirin, to punch through those rep ships. And the side of Psychokids really being very, very intelligent in their banning, getting rid of the Rapier, getting rid of the Hugin, knowing that that's probably some of the more effective ships that could be picked by standard protocol into them. And again, like they played very well in their last set against the control comp of evasive maneuvering. Just a very attritional, long, grueling battle by, this Russian-on-Russian team. And now, again, Russian team doing very well and taking a rush comp and making easy work out of standard protocol.
Yeah, commiserations to standard protocol there, but yeah, running up into this Raven Navy setup, it's, looking so strong to me. It was funny that you mentioned the apocalypses, because I think we actually saw that was maybe one of the first matches we saw them fielded in, the Raven Navies at least, where they were actually able to even punch through that in a lot of cases, but that could be a piloting thing. In some cases, maybe if they're able to field it sort of like a gun spam in a lot of cases and just kite out a lot more, find a way to just starburst when something comes under fire from it, that could potentially go a lot better. But yeah, this is definitely a standout comp and being leveraged to great success here from Psychokids.
And I think once we get to this point in kind of like the top 16 matches where now that you've won, right, Psychokids is going to guarantee themselves not only 10 of the amazing the amazing skins that have been made this year, but they're going to get themselves, 2 at the very minimum of the Skuas and the Anhingas this year's Alliance Tournament 21 prize ships.
We're going to be seeing for a little while here what this this one remaining ship here from Standard Protocol is up to, and maybe it's going to be a boundary attempt, but they are hovering on a microjumpion at the moment, but it's going to take a while for things to get over to them and start applying. They are very, very far away from everything else, and they are indeed going to go for it.
Sniper Bros is actually doing the slightly more survivable version of that, where what you really do is, if you imagine these micro-jump drive beacons are in a cube, right? And what he was doing is he's bouncing from one top of the cube to another. And that's really what you have to do if you're trying to kite away from these Navy Ravens, right? Make sure that the incoming torp damage either can't land on you or you ping off of them, and some of the missiles in flight just lose their effectiveness. And that's going to be some of like the depth that you have to have in this player skill when you get this far into the tournament, is knowing how to use the spacing against javelin torpedoes that do have a good amount of damage on these bonus range application.
Yeah, what I was just noticing in that brief moment though as well is it actually looked like these Raven Navies were doing a great job of heading off this Cruer, regardless of the fact that this is a much smaller and theoretically faster ship. We were seeing Raven Navies pulling over 1,600 meters per second there. These are very fast battleships.
I mean, that's going to be the difference of having links from those two Storks versus when your damnation is down. I mean, the crew will just finally get caught by the grapple and the paint, so it's going to go down here quickly. But like, very well executed by the Psychokids team. Like, yes, they got knocked down, but they got knocked down by evasive maneuvering, a perpetually excellent team. So I would not be surprised to see the red Psychokids make an absolute tear through this lower bracket.
No, I would absolutely agree with that. The Cruer is now slipping tackle, it looks like, as well, and is dodging some drones here. Again, kiting out towards another micro jump unit, I believe.
Now getting repped here by the Kirins. So the Kirins have gotten in range, and they're applying reps, and they're now saying go sniper go. So maybe some good fun here. I've been in the situation where the match is completely lost, but you want like a bit of like a memorial or something to remember your tournament run by. You just keep that in your Jitta hangar. But unfortunately, they're going to be losing. Feet picks if you boundary. No, I don't think those are allowed by either the Twitch or the EVE Online terms of service. CCP can check me on that. But yeah, flagship Cruer?
Yeah, it may be. I guess it was the most survivable thing on their team, so that could help. You never know. But with just a few seconds left remaining, we're luckily going to be spared having to talk about it for much longer. I wish we could have seen what a bit more spooled DPS could potentially do from these Ikitersas, but I guess, alas, no. And with that, we're passing it back to the desk.
Black Bart, how could you not foresee that Standard Protocol would bring 3 Ikitersas into an Alliance tournament match?
I can either predict who's going to win or what they're going to fly. I can't do both at the same time.
I see.
They caused a disturbance in the natural order. Everything about that match was wrong. Now, that being said, don't bring Ikitersas. However, I think they could have won.
Okay.
Yes, I think they all, because if we notice, those Ikitersas were going down very slowly, which part of that was because Torps are not good at hitting armor hacks, surprisingly enough. There is this moment where they had tackled down the Kirins, the Ikitersas were in range, and they could have just turned and shot lasers at them and blown them up. And the thing with an Iketersa is it shoots triangle people weapons, and those things have insane tracking, like some of the best tracking in the game. I think that if they had taken out the 2 logistics frigates, they could have actually gone and ended up winning the match. They never did, but here we are. I'm just trying to think of what could you guys have done, and use your ships, things that they're good at. They're good at blowing up frigates. They're good at tracking. Don't just sit there and try and DPS through a ship that's getting repped. Harass the enemy's logi. But it didn't work out. Ikitersas are still bad. If we had a graph on them, I guarantee you that there's never been an Iketersa that's won a match, and if it has, it didn't deserve it. It was cool to see them. It's always cool to see weird stuff, but I want the weird stuff to work, because then we can be like, that was awesome. Look at how weird this is. Not like that. Just please not like that.
Yeah, so CCP Kestrel, the Iketersa, it is not very popular in the tournament, and maybe you actually probably know better than I how popular it is on TQ. What does it do?
So the Iketersa is a Tech 2 Vedmak. It actually does the same DPS as a Vedmak off the bat, but it has a special bonus on the hack skill that doubles the amount of damage it does when it's fully spooled. And so, a Iketersa, when it's fully spooled, does double the DPS of a Vedmak. But the problem is, it takes 4 minutes for it to get up to that point. And so, potentially, it can do battleship DPS if it's been spawning on a target for 4 minutes. But in the Alliance tournament, you only have 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough for that. And it's one of those things where you get baited by Python number, very big. So we saw 3 Ecoturses there. We've seen 3 Raven Navy issues, though 3 is a very popular number of ships to bring. I believe we have a chart of the most popular triple combinations of ships that we have seen. Sleipnir is the absolute most popular ship. It's also one of the most popular ships in the Alliance tournament. You see 3 of them. The Gila, Vexor. We've seen a lot of triple Vexors this season. Merlin, Ishtar, we've seen some of those. Triple Dami, that's a meta right now. Enyo, Ishkur, Worm, and Mollis. These are all-time charts. And we can see that aside from the triple Ishkurs, they actually seem to win pretty well.
Yeah, you can tell this is an all-time chart because I don't think we've seen a Worm fielded in a group of 3 for a decade.
The points on the Worm have gone up. Something that isn't on this chart, but we have seen in 3s many times this tournament, is the Raven Navy issue. Let's just take a look at the usage for the Raven Navy issue over time. Yep, that is right. The bar is scaled by Alliance Tournament 21. Bart, how are you liking this Raven Navy issue comp that we've been seeing?
I think it's really cool. I mean, a Torp battleships being a thing is actually awesome. I would love to see this with just this tournament because at least from what we've seen for the actual tournament itself, they seem to be winning quite a bit. Obviously, you know, I don't think we've seen a triple Torp Navy fail, and if we have, it was like pretty close, right? Like, so it's really cool. I like seeing new stuff. New stuff makes the game interesting still.
Yeah, this is one of the great things with the different points, the different sponsors for each tournament. It means that we get to see, you know, what if Torp battleships were good? Yeah, so CCP Kestrel, anything that you have seen this tournament that you're particularly excited by?
It's nice to see the Navy Megaphron and the Navy APOC quite a lot because we did a balance pass in September on those ships. And I think it's really changed like how many of them were being brought. I don't think we would have seen either of those 2 ships in a tournament without it.
Yeah, it's been very nice to see those showing up, and again, you know, just comps changing over time. So we have seen that one match go on. Next, we have Platinum Sensitivity versus Fraternity. We are going to have a brand new set of bands to go through for those. And without further ado, here we go. Hey, Apocalypse Navy issue. That ship is shown up on grid. It's showing up in the bands increasingly much. Bart, anything you're seeing in here that's jumping out at you?
So the 2 big ones, Fraternity banning the Apocalypse Navy issue makes a lot of sense because Platinum Sensitivity both has an Apocalypse Navy issue flagship and also was running triple Apocalypse Navy issues with their flagship. So, which is a weird flagship choice. We're not going to get into that too much. It's like, okay, interesting choice, but, you know, Mark Bridges is going to Mark Bridges. Jackdaw ban is very interesting. Jintan I do read sometimes. It just takes a couple hours. So the Jackdaw gives you a whole bunch of mid-slots, which means you can fit remote sensor boosters, remote tracking computers, bunch of target painters, all those kind of things. So any shield comp, throwing a Jackdaw in there is extremely effective just because you have the ability to snipe very small ships and just be this complete menace from really far away while also providing kind of a weird level of support to your team. It's very difficult for us as viewers and commentators to see exactly what's going on with them until they die just because of the limitations of the UI. But trust me, if you see Jackdaws, they're doing a lot of stuff that is making everyone else more effective.
Definitely. And one thing I see Twitch chat asking about, we have these little numbers on top of each of these bands. We haven't been talking about them too much, but this is the amount of time the team took to decide. So it looks like Fraternity took a fair amount of time to decide on banning the Mollis, and honestly, longer than I expected to ban the carries as well. CCP Kestrel, with this set of bans, are there any comps that are jumping out at you as likely to bring?
It looks like Fraternity might be trying to bring something long range or something that would struggle with damps. Maybe something like Battleship Heavy that can't apply well or doesn't have like the means to kill off like Mollises and Kereses very well.
Yeah, it could very well be. They can definitely absolutely ruin a comp's day. But we've got both teams on grid. We're ready to go down to the arena where we will see which team is going to reign supreme.
Hello and welcome back, Capsuleers, to the arena. This time we are here with Platinum Sensitivity going up against Fraternity. In this match, again, winner and you are prize enjoyer, loser and you are out.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the red team of Platinum Sensitivity, unless Mark Bridges has brought all Matar jams, it is probably very Jover for them because that Apocalypse Navy issue, the flagship, going through the ban here of that APOC coming in from Fraternity, you're going to be shooting EM into Sleipnirs and Swiples, notably the worst possible damage you could be shooting.
No, you're right. They have their work cut out for them, absolutely. We will see, though, where that Widow is potentially gambling on those jams and where potentially not. But that is a pretty cool ship to see as a flag there. APOC Navy, rather. We haven't seen any other teams bring that, and I'm excited to see what it can potentially do, even going up against an AC rush here.
And the Swiples are doing exactly what they should. They're diving the far of the back line. They're going to get on top of Rote in the Oniros. The Cinnables are soon to follow. Meanwhile, it looks like the Sleipnirs are choosing to brawl it out in the front. The Nurgle and some of these other cruisers, the Pontifex, are getting an initial screen. But man, there's just so much damage on the very back line of this Oniros. Like, the Arbitrator's doing what it can to get guidance disruption, but like the Oniros is going down into hull. It's about to be out of the arena. There's just 3 Swiples and a Cinnable on top of it. Turns out you should use your support wing to go after logistics.
No, that is indeed true. It really helps. And Swiples, not only are they good support, but they actually have a respectable amount of DPS in and of themselves. Diving into the back line like that Oniros died so quickly. There's a myriad of electronic warfare effects still going off onto the Fraternity side, which does help them mitigate some of the DPS there. When those autocannons are not right on top of something, it can be a lot harder to apply, but realistically, Frat are not struggling at all. They found another kill in the Nurgle. They're going after the Confessor. They're punishing the Widow and the Pontifexes as well.
Yeah, I mean, this team for Mark Bridges, I mean, you're going to lose the Widow here, and they're about to go completely out of the tournament. Unfortunately, this is basically just an L in draft. I was saying even with Matar jams, it's probably a fat L. You don't have the damage in these control comps. You need to be able to buy time, and one thing that Matar rush comps are very good at doing is not giving you any sort of time. Mark Bridges already saying GG's and white flag, knowing that there is nothing that the Platinum Sensitivity team can do at this point.
Yeah, Mark Bridges destructible after all, going down in that Widow. They were forlornly trying to use some smart bombs there to clear off drones and do anything they could, but alas, it was for naught. Meanwhile, they have taken down a Cinnaball. It won't be a 200-0 victory, but it's a brutal one nonetheless. All of these autocannons dealing just so much damage to everything. They were able to burn directly into the back line. They were able to burn into the front line to apply well. They could do everything they wanted to, essentially.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to think that this match is happening at 4 p.m. or 4 a.m. rather, Japan Standard Time, right? And in much of China, in the mainland, it's going to be around 3 a.m. Like, it is very, very late for these teams. And even with this win, Fraternity is going to have to turn around in another couple hours, and they're going to have to play again. That's just life in the lower bracket. Fraternity, you're going to be happy. A lot of people had kind of discounted them, saying, hey, you're the Fraternity, like, B team, like the good players from your alliance went over to Nerve. But, I mean, doubters are shook right now. I mean, Platinum Sensitivity has been traditionally a top 8 team, and in the year of upsets, they're going to go out here to a Frat team that's playing very, very well, and they're going to make top 16 with it.
I also have to say it's pretty exciting seeing some of the names that I'm used to actually seeing on Tranquility playing and, killing people in Frat staging, for example. I've seen some of these teams even some of these players, rather, from the Fraternity team even fielding Alliance tournament ships in some cases, and they're getting a couple more for their effort at the minimum. Taking down this flag APOC Navy now is the rest of that Fraternity team. There's just this one Celestis. Wow, what a dominating performance. And yeah, it turns out they can beat a team like Platt.
Yeah, I mean, good for on the Celestis. He had just survived long enough to allow the side of Fraternity to really loot whatever would have been in that Navy apocalypse. So probably some officer heat sinks. The Celestis now does MJD out of the arena, and in a convincing 4-minute match, Fraternity will eliminate Platinum Sensitivity from the Alliance Tournament 21. We'll send it back to the desk here to break that one down.
And welcome back. We have Platinum Sensitivity also falling out of the bracket. Only two of our top 4 from last year remain. The bracket in absolute complete shambles. We have once again seen a rush just come in and bowl over the other team. Black Bart Pirate, how do you like that one?
Yeah, they flew it correctly. I think it's always nice when you have like not quite, almost back to back where you get to see a comp kind of flown well but not perfectly, and then you see somebody take it and do exactly what you're supposed to do. So the big difference I would say between that one is that because they started out at 20 kilometers with their Matar rush, they were kind of able to do that arcing in and just went straight for the Hyenas, because Platinum Sensitivity actually did a really good job screening. Now, Platinum, since that was over as soon as we saw it, it's like, okay, you brought a Widow comp versus a Matar rush. That's literally the worst thing you could possibly see. But that being said, Platinum Sensitivity did do a great job screening. It just didn't matter, because if you start far enough apart that you can use your momentum to get in and kill the Hyenas immediately, like, it's very hard to screen a Sleipnir when it can do 1,000 DPS to whatever's tackling it. If you don't have an Hyenas repping you, you're not going to survive long enough to deal with it. So it's super unfortunate for Platinum Sensitivity, because I know they're a favorite of a lot of people here in the studio. But they're out now. They did lose their flagship. I don't know if we have their flagship up yet.
We do. In fact, it has just posted, and Zkill is estimating it at 210 billion, featuring Brokara's modified Mega Pulse Laser, actually an assortment of Officer Pulse Lasers, a Goten's Warp Scrambler, a Cormac's Micro Warp Drive, Tobias Webb, and then we have a three Draclera's Heatsink, a Cormac's Damage Control, and some rigs. So yeah, very nice flagship there. Unfortunately, it has gone to Zkill board, and hopefully, what dropped? Most of the stuff dropped because, of course, it is the Crimson Harvest. Very exciting. CCP Kestrel, we saw one ship in there that we have not seen as much this tournament. That is the Tholos, the little brother of the Cenotaph. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so like the Cenotaph, it has the breacher pod weapon, so that lasts for about 75 seconds. It is very close range, especially on the Tholos, which it's only 8 kilometers. And I believe the Tholos does 200 DPS with the pod with max skills, and then with rockets and autocannons it probably does like another 200 or so DPS. But I was mentioning, like, in theory, like the Tholos can do like 2,000 DPS in like a perfect situation where there's like 6 targets all stacked up on top of each other, and you can just like keep podding like 6 different people. It also does about the same DPS as a Seapool, but it costs a bit more. But one of the things that makes it like so strong is it has the web resistance bonus, so it's really good at like going in, tackling something, but then getting out pretty safely, which is it's a lot more risky for something like a Seapool to do that.
Yeah, we saw them used quite a bit in the Charity Cup 2 tournament, where they were sort of pick ban in a smaller format. Here, 10 ships, they've been a little bit less popular, but they are still showing up and getting some work done. In terms of ships that it did not get a ton of work done in that match, the Widow.
Yes.
Tell me about Blackbird Pirate, what that Widow was trying to do.
So I got a quick look at the fit, and it did have pretty much rainbow jams. I don't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head, like what their total setup, but the problem is like you're using an armor Widow, and Widows are not really meant to be armor tanked. Unfortunately, to do what the Widows are supposed to do, which is be a jamming battleship, you have to use mid slots, so they're also not really meant to be shield tanked. Like there's some, it's kind of this weird ship where like in a tournament setting, the thing that you're supposed to do with it, it's causes it to be bad at the thing that you also want it to do, which is survive. Theoretically, the Widow jams are like the best. They are insane. They have a much higher dice roll chance of actually jamming someone out. The problem is that you can jam everything from hitting anything besides your own ship, and if you have 9 Minmatar ships rush on top of you, and they all decide to shoot at you, it's like, well, my jams do nothing because I'm just dying. So it's I understand what they were trying to do. They were trying to do kind of this like heavy ECM control where they jam everything out, and then only they DPS stuff down and eventually win. It doesn't work when there's so many DPS ships, and it's kind of too bad because they're some of the most interesting watches to matches to watch, but they got hard countered. Like that is the counter to a Widow comp is 2 Minmatar rush it. So, oh well.
To learn more about jams, by the way, we have a lovely video. So the ECM gets fielded a lot. We've seen it a couple times in this tournament. It's not quite as popular as it used to be, but it can still be devastatingly effective. So right here we have a Brutix that is targeting these 3 different ships, and what ECM does is it prevents you from targeting anyone other than the ship that is currently jamming you. It is a random RNG-based thing, but the Widow gets a lot of bonus to that RNG, so Widows are very likely to hit the jam. And as Black Bart Pirate was saying, it prevents you from shooting anyone other than the ship that's jamming you. But the thing is, if you just shoot the ship that's jamming you, then you blow it up, and then the whole problem goes away.
Yeah, so like theoretically, if RNG was perfect, and the Widow jams every ship, they don't kill the Oneros because the Oneros can't get targeted. Their screening tackles everything, and they can't stop the tackle anymore. But the problem is like you don't have enough jams to get everybody. Like, there's a chance that if they knew they were going into Minmatar Rush and they still wanted to field the Widow comp, they could have put all Minmatar jams on, and it might have worked. But then like, now you get into that thing where it's like, well, if you know you're going into a Minmatar Rush, why are you bringing a Widow in the first place? So it is what it is. It's RNG for the players on both sides. You know, people always say like, well, I'm perma-jammed all the time. You know, they're getting good RNG. Well, it can be the other way, and you know, it's too bad. Widows are super cool. It's just kind of a weird niche ship, and in the AT, kind of a weird niche ship on TQ as well. They're fun to use, but you're not getting out of them. The problem is if it's a shield tank ship and you have to use your shield slots to do its job, you're going to have some issues.
I love how I'm reading Twitch chat, and Twitch chat is talking about how didn't it used to be that you could jam something and then it couldn't target anything? You're right, Twitch chat. It did used to be. That was many, many years ago at this point. So many years ago that we resolved to stop talking about it. But thank you for bringing it up on our behalf. CCP Kestrel, how have people been thinking about like the balance on jams? It seems like they're in a pretty good spot right now with the change.
Yeah, they seem pretty healthy right now. There's still maybe 1 or 2 ships that might need like a little bit of love, like the Griffin Navy issue, as like one of the ships that's kind of like a 1v1 meme ship. And the Rook, I think, is the least flown recon right now, but it is also very powerful in the right circumstances. So I think ECM overall is a lot healthier now because like it's not as frustrating as it used to be. It's a lot more. You have to be like a lot more skilled to use it. But at the same time, it's still like a very powerful crowd control.
Yeah, it's definitely long past the days of gate camping with a solo Saber and your cloaked Falcon. Yeah, Griffin Navy issue, that just has a bonus on the drones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're weird.
Yeah.
It's cool. But I don't know if you're... Yeah.
It's more like a blast. It's more like a Merlin Navy issue that has like 5 ECM drones.
Yep.
Yep. Speaking of ECM drones, we've seen those somewhat in the tournament. There's a number of different drone loadouts that you can bring. Bart, which particular drones do you tend to favor? You know, assuming you're not in a drone comp, obviously.
That's a very long question that I could answer for quite a bit. So it really depends on what you're flying. So if you're flying any armor-based setup and you have a drone bay on your ship, you should have at least a set of light rep drones. Rep drones are ridiculously good, and it's something that on TQ most people never use. We saw a Vexor setup that had a full DPS set of Vexor drones, like the classic, where you do the heavy and then like 2 mediums, 2 lights thing, which they did a ton of damage. But usually people will do like a set of 2 sets of lights and some ECM drones. If you have extra drone bay, fit some rep drones. Always bring ECM drones. They're the most toxic thing to ever fight against in this game because the way the ECM calculation works is it's like an actual like your sensor strength to the jam sensor strength, and they kind of just roll a dice between the two of them. And there's some division and stuff, and we don't talk about math. But the thing is when you throw the light ECM drones out, there's so many chances to jam constantly going on that it just messes stuff up. So we've seen it actually a couple times today, and I saw Twitch chat talking. They're like, well, why does it look like someone's jamming? There's no jam ships. A lot of rushes will bring a flight of ECM drones and just chuck them on the Logi and then ignore the Logi for the entire time. So yeah, in the tournament, always bring rep drones if you're armor. Don't bring shield rep drones. You can, but it doesn't really matter as much. Always bring EC drones. and then bring a set of light drones just to be like, there's a vigil 45 kilometers away, and I don't want to deal with it here. Have fun kiting this. So, I mean, we saw it. That's kind of how Truth Honor Light lost that Griffin, is they just chucked that set of light drones on the Griffin. We're like, hey, we're not going to worry about you, and eventually it died. And then, I mean, you saw what happened.
Yeah. It can also be murder on like frigate logistics, because the light drones will hit the frigate logi, and then one of them has to repair the other, and you're just like,
Yeah, it stresses you out. You're like, oh crap, I got to rep this guy and rep this guy and rep this guy, and then suddenly, you're using too much capacity, you're using too many actions, your reps are cycling at the wrong speed, who knows what happens.
You heated on the wrong thing, and now all of a sudden your battleship pilot is screaming. It's a very high-octane sort of gameplay there.
Yep.
CCP Kestrel, so we've talked about some of the comps that we have seen, some of the ships that we have seen in the tournament. Are there any ships that you can think of where you're like, man, I really wish someone could just make this work?
I mean, I'd love to see the Vindicator. It's always a great ship to see, especially when it's flown badly, because then we get to see Black Bart Pirate rage about it. I believe there's one team that has a flag Vindicator, right? But I don't know if they're still in the tournament or not.
Yeah, I do recall seeing that, and I was just taking a note. The Wingnut shout out on the flag Vindicator. We saw some flag Vindicators get some work done last year.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think we've seen it yet this year. We've seen one Vindicator, and it was the Vindicator with the flagless shack.
Oh yeah,
which, it was cool.
It was cool.
That was a throwback. That was a throwback. Like, I was like, all right, cool, we're bringing this back. Yeah. So, yeah, Vindies are cool though.
They're a great ship, and they do sure make a very large PIFA number. So next up, we have one more match for this segment, and that's going to be Barcode versus Deteriorated. Let's take a look at the bans for those. All right. Hey, Raven Navy. Get the ban stick. Just snapped, banned, got that out of there. And we've got, another smattering of reasonable bans. The one tank ban here, the one where they really got in their heads, was this Zarmaz ban. Maybe they're thinking, do we ban the Seno? Do they ban the Seno? Good news. They banned the Seno. CCP Kestrel, what kinds of comps are open here?
Oh, both the Hugin and the Rapier are not jammed. Oh, not banned, sorry. So we could potentially see a Kingslayer comp as well. We've got Typhoon Fleet issues are open.
Yeah, it's very, very out there. Bart, anything jumping out at you?
No, I'm kind of in the same boat as Mr. CCP Kestrel. Not having Hugin Rapier really does set up for that high application cruise missile setup. I hope that people start flying it more. It does seem like something that at least Barcode would do. I think that it is one of the best comps in the game currently, and we didn't see it at all week one and now or day one, and people are trying to bring it out on day two. So it'd be cool to see it. I hope that nobody's bringing Armageddon Navies because I hate them. But it is open, and that seems to be kind of everyone's what do we do? Just triple Armageddon Navy. We'll see if it works. So, I could see either of those. We're not going to see drones, and if we do, what are you guys doing? Stop it. There's Domin expand. EOS band.
EOS band, yeah. No drones. No Stratioses allowed in this in this tournament. But we are at the point where we can see what is going to be brought. We will head down to the arena to watch this next match.
Hey. Welcome to the arena. I am moderator, joined by my colleague here, Novatera Ren, and we are a little bit nervously, but not too much, kind of anxiously getting ready for this match. Not biased as a former Barcode member at all here, as I believe the Armageddon should be able to, with the support of the Hugin, get really on top of the Kingslayer meta, hold down a Pontifex, hold down a Magus, apply with bonus painted and webs, and then go after the Inquisitors with what remains in your clip.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about this matchup right before, as we were seeing these teams warp in, and we sort of agreed that despite the fact that we did see this actually go in the Napok's favor earlier time today, we do think in general that this should actually favor the Kingslayer here if piloted well, but it's definitely going to come down to whether or not they're able to pilot it as well as we think teams of this caliber likely can, but it should be a good one regardless. Deteriorated showing up with those Navy apocalypses, and I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to kill some of these lower-end targets.
Oh, yes, okay. Oh, Damage coming onto the Megas already. That's going to be the Vigil blowing up the signature, making the Napox easy to hit. I just didn't see locks from the Navatas pre-repping onto the Pontifex. Oh no, Sid the Kid is pre-repping the Navatas, not the Pontifex. And it's going to go down. That's going to be the links off the field for the side of Barcode here. And now Asura is going to be the primary here. That's going to be initial links that you have, but in about another minute or two, they're going to be out, and they're now dumping clip into the Navy APOX instead of the link ships. I'm not liking this for Barcode, as Tugan is getting gunned down here by that long-range tracking coming from the Napox.
No, this is absolutely absurd. I don't think we had it on our bingo card that both link ships would die right off the bat to essentially just the initial volleys off of these Napox core from the Deteriorated side, but they have managed to find it. They're trying to find additional kills from the low end, but it does look like things are stabilizing a little bit. Those Navitas, I guess, pulling some transversal and staying alive, which is really important here. And now a lot of damage starting to come into the Apocalypse Navy of Parlia as these Armageddon navies start to bring their rapid heavies to bear.
I'm liking what I'm seeing, at least from Necrox. He's getting his heavy newts onto both the Inquisitors, and then the rest of the APOX or Navy Geddons are really dumping their clips onto Parla here. You can actually make that work. If the Inquisitors are completely capped dry, you might be able to, with your rapid heavy clips and the discipline that they had, not shooting anything off the jump, actually punch through one of these Navy APOX. It's going to be close, though. They might run out of rapid heavies just as he survives in a little bit of hull here. But if they get one of the Navy APOX, it might actually be fully worth it on the trade.
No, you are right. I think that was a really good call on the newts landing on those Inquisitors specifically. If this does turn into multiple clips that are needed in order to actually kill one of these Napox, I think that will then favor the Napoc team. But otherwise, if they're able to kill it with the first one, no, I think that would then absolutely favor them, regardless of the fact that they lost those links. But it does look like damage might be stalling as he's in around 10% hull. No, it does go down.
Yeah, so that's going to be the Navy Geddons did come off of their clip. They're on reload right now, but they did, with remaining drones, get onto Q Kappa. I know see the Inquisitor getting caught in the backline. That's going to be Wild Things and Asura Zem are getting tackled on that. Necrox is now breaking off, trying to get maybe Matiz, who is now burning back in to support his other Logi buddy. Tugan here taking some damage, it looks like, from long-range guns. Also being counter-neuted here by the Curse. So new battles here back and forth. The Curse actually being very influential in getting guidance disruption onto Huey Kante. Huey, however, looking at him, is really on the ball at zero, getting on top of Q Kappa. Guidance disruption is not going to impact him nearly as much as it might Necrox, who is burning back actually now to try to get into range.
We've also seen Curses being really good at shutting down frigate Logi wings specifically, largely because their smaller newts are often going to cycle a lot faster than these heavy neutralizers from ships like these Armageddon navies, meaning that they have a bit of an easier time actually keeping something completely capped dry and not letting off a cycle of reps here and there. So I'm definitely wondering whether or not those Navitases will have anything to help their Armageddon Navy core with. Damage bar, though, is so heavily favoring the APOX here.
Yeah, and the drones that were coming on from the Vexers were initially not targeting that Inquisitor of Decia. They were going onto heavies, and now the heavies are being broken off of that Inquisitor. They're being sent after the APOC, which is probably the right call here. Now having the Vexers just be newt boats, make sure that the Inquisitors are completely out of range and completely capped dry, not able to do anything, as the Curse is returning in favor to the Navitases, who are also going to be completely capped dry as well.
Speaking of drones, the blue team here, Deteriorated, are using as many rep bots as they possibly can to keep up their Napox for every additional moment they get. Any moment that they do get additionally, they're going to have much more consistent DPS across a longer match. And for that reason, they just want to stay alive as long as possible and grind it out. And I think they are slightly managing to. I don't think this APOC is going to break before we see Huey Kante die.
Huey Kante, it's going to be the second time he dies in a battleship. First time it was the flagship, and now it's going to be the Navy Geddon here. Necrox is going to be the primary damage dealer here, and primary is now going to be Asura Zem, one of the ships holding down these Inquisitors in the backline. If Azura goes down, that's going to be newts off of the Deacon. Azura is now breaking off, trying to get tracking, as Q Kappa is staying down into low hull here, breaking, but Azura is not going to be able to out-track a Navy APOC as he's getting down lower and lower to hull and does fall. And Wild Thing's the next primary for for the Navy APOCs.
Yeah, these Vexers as well have just been sitting on these Inquisitors and continued to apply Newt pressure as well. And with them being freed up a little bit, they're going to be able to get a few more reps into these Apocalypse navies, which is a really big deal at the moment because it is so close to breaking is the APOC navy of Q Kappas, but every additional volley that goes into them, that it just isn't targeting something else from the team.
Yeah, and that's huge. I mean, the Vexer of Wild Things now getting some reps, but also getting chunked down into a hole here, and that's going to be the long-range, pulse. And once Wild Things goes down, it's going to be everything onto Necrox here. Striker Eriker just in his Hugin, just not able to get webs onto much of anything that ever really mattered. I'm wondering, like, where were the initial webs on the Inquisitors, on the Pontifex, on the Magus? Like, where were you to be able to apply damage onto any of the low end here?
Yeah, there were a few points in time as well where I was actually watching APOC navies from players like Q Kappa as well just burn into closer and closer range whenever they would swap over to the next target. And that's really important because when they are able to close the gap and get into conflag range, that's when they're applying enough DPS that they can actually outperform a battleship core like these Armageddon navies, where rapid heavies otherwise are going to be very heavily DPSing you down, but your DPS is massive when you have conflag.
And keep in mind, this entire time, like, the reason we're seeing Necrox bleed faster than Levon, even with the reload being on Necrox right now, with the attack bar being nil for Barcode, is just that there are no link ships for Barcode anymore. This entire time, like, off the initial jump, the Magus and Pontifex were just sniped off, and I have to wonder if that really just tilted the team into oblivion here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the things that does favor these ships that are using the turrets in a lot of cases over something like launchers, is the ability to just snap off small ships right off the bat, especially before they've pulled up any transversal. That's exactly what we saw here. We're now starting to see the Logistics Navitas pair from the Barcode team get disrupted now. One of them gone. Tugan is, I do believe, next to drop, and I don't think anything else is going to die here from Deteriorated side.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go get Tugan a beer in real life after this. He's going to probably need some support, as his support is no longer able to keep up Necrox, really the sole remaining damage ship on the side of Barcode here. And with that, I'm just going to give up on making predictions, at least for now. But, man, decisive win here on the side of Deteriorated, upsetting what had been, 2 years ago a top 3 team and then a top 6 team last year. Congratulations to them. They played excellently in the set.
No, I really agree. I feel like we saw them struggle their way through the feeders in a lot of cases, but they've really put it together here again and showing off why they were actually a top 8 team last year. They did really well last year, and it looks like, hey, they're, again, getting prize ships here and can still go further. It's a really nice showing. Overall, yeah, I mean, brutal the way they've been able to take down this comp, and I agree with you. It was likely off the back of just being able to get rid of those links right away. What do the links really add to a team comp like this?
The links add a couple different things. So the Celestis is going to be being able to damp you just that much more effectively when you don't have, like, your sensor strength, right, to be able to have longer range targeting. It's also going to make your ships have less armor buffer, right? There's going to be links on that from the Magus. There's also going to be, active rep support that you can get from the Navitas links as well, and then resistance bonus. And then, of course, there's going to be evasive maneuvering, right? Something that the Magus would have, and that's going to allow your ships to go faster, or interdiction maneuvers, right, for your Hugin to be able to have webs at a further range. Striker is doing his best to pull range, but there's only so much you can do, really, to pull range against a Navy APOC, as he's down into hole, being chased by a handful of Valkyries and a webbing drone. Good fights coming into local from Necrox here, the sole remaining ship here. Necrox has initiated self-destruct on his Armageddon Navy issue, which will not happen in time, as there's only 40 seconds remaining in the match. He will survive the duration of that time unless he completely shuts off his hardeners at this point.
No, you're right. An absolute wall of good fights coming out there. Yeah, those links are so critical. They essentially help with every single thing that your team is looking to do in an AT match, especially when there's E-War on grid, especially when you're reliant on so many moving parts and everything. Yeah, it really just hamstrung their ability to participate in the rest of the match, essentially. Yeah, regardless of who we thought might be favored from the comp warpins, looks like these APOCs are indeed taking it down. I'm loving the curse as well. I feel like this ship has been so good all day whenever we've seen it. The newts have been relevant. The guidance disruption in this match particularly relevant as well. With time hitting 0, though, that'll be it for us here, and we're passing it back over to the desk.
Welcome back, and congratulations to Deteriorated prize ship enjoyers. Once again, condolences to Barcode, who are also out making, again, brackets in shambles. Deteriorated, they did a skin run through the feeders. Can they do the same thing through the Alliance Tournament main bracket? Black Bart Pirate, we saw Navy Apocalypses again.
We did, and they beat Navy Geddons, because Navy Geddons are bad.
Indeed. That is the story for this tournament. Navy Apocalypses, #1, headshotting links.
That was actually really cool. I mean, I said, there's a break, so we're not going to talk a ton, but instantly losing your links like Alpha'd right off the bat, that's got to feel bad. And then losing the next one, like, you know it's coming, and it's just gone. Like, that was perfect. Perfect play. It was a little closer than I thought it would be, but honestly, really good match. And, you know, any match where Navy Geddons lose is a good match for me.
All right, we'll have to check in on the statistics for the Armageddon Navy issue after the break. We will see you all in 30 minutes for our next match.
Hi everyone, it's me, your loyal supporter, CCP Convict. And even though the Alliance Tournament is going on right now, we're going to take a little bit of a break from the explosions, but don't worry, they'll be back soon. But in the meantime, I wanted to have a conversation with my two wonderful colleagues, CCP Swift and CCP Lumi, about the CSM elections which are taking place right now in the very amidst the combat that's happening in the arena. So, CSM 20 is the current council that's up for election. And we're in the middle of the campaign period right now. So tell us a little bit about what's going on the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, we're in the middle of the campaign period. Actually, campaign period's about to end, but we're in the middle of like the CSM election period, where we've got 55 incredibly talented candidates vying for essentially your vote. They were kind of going on podcasts. Lumi and I did some interviews with them last week on CCP TV. Highly encourage everyone to check that one out. It was so enlightening to hear about not only what makes these players tick, but like a little bit about their personal lives too. We've got like a chef, some scientists, just all over the place.
Cool. Well, let's talk a little bit about the institute itself. I said the CSM before, but it stands for the Council of Stellar Management. This has been something with CCP, I want to say, since about 2008 was when it was inaugurated. Is that correct? In that ballpark, right?
Yeah, somewhere around there. 2007, 2008, somewhere around there.
Yeah, right. And so if you're new to EVE Online, the Council of Stellar Management, like he says, a player-elected body where we get up to 12 people from the player base who form the incoming council, and they will essentially work as sort of like a focus group that works closely with CCP. They sign NDAs, we let them inside the tent, and they give us feedback on upcoming development because we give them a glance at the roadmap ahead. Now, for a long time, basically the CSM had been your sort of like charge alone, but you've been assisting a lot with the CSM in the last couple of years, and now it almost feels like you're probably operationally, in terms of the election at least, you're more in charge of things than CCP Swift was.
I may have hijacked it a little bit since FanFest, because I was looking for a project to bite into after FanFest was over. I felt like I was in a bit of a lull, and I was like, I'm going to yoink that. It's mine now.
Take it off his hands.
I did, yeah.
Well, good. I'm sure we'll all benefit from that transition. So you mentioned before that you've done a series of interviews with the CSM candidates on our Twitch channel. The VODs for that are available on the channel you're watching right now. So if you want to find out more about those candidates, you can go back and watch those. But there's also a forum thread on the official EVE Online forums where every candidate has to post their platform, as it were.
So as part of their application process, they fill out a form where they tell us who they are, and that's the form we use when we start voting soon, TM. But as part of that, the last step they do is after they've been accepted as candidates, they have to fill out a thread on the forums. Without that, their candidacy is not accepted. So all of them, all 55, have a campaign thread up on the forums where they discuss all the points they are running on. and then some more in the comments.
Yeah, and they talk about their personal history a lot, their involvement with the game, what their background is, to help voters sort of identify, oh, this person's like me, so they probably have the same priorities and the same experiences.
They will all have a bit of a history of what they've done in EVE so far, so you should learn a lot.
Yeah. And there have been some community initiatives as well to sort of like shine a spotlight on some of the candidates some more. I know Kapelle Aderon has a series of interviews that she's been doing on her YouTube channel where she talks to various candidates. She's a former CSM member herself.
Also running for CSM, so she's pulling double duty here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, platforming people even though she's just making more competition for herself.
Yep.
Admirable. Any other initiatives out there in the community you're aware of that sort of like help shine a light on the CSM?
There's a whole bunch, actually. Also has been doing interviews on his usual show, also a candidate himself, so more competition to him too. And then some of the EVE partners have also been hosting streams, like Loremarth and Shadek or Sasquatch has also done a lot of interviews. No. And we have the Untethered podcast, so there's plenty of places where you can learn more about these people.
All those places are on YouTube.
Yeah,
and Twitch.
Yep, YouTube, Twitch, and also EVE University has been doing some chats and hosting some town halls. They're also going to be hosting like a how to vote for the CSM type. I don't want to say voting for the CSM for dummies course, but that's what it is. So it's a 101 course on how to fill out your ballot.
I'll come back to this voting system in particular in a little while. But I was going to ask, you're a former CSM member yourself, CCP Sweet.
Yes.
In addition to being a multiple Alliance Tournament champion.
Indeed.
You've certainly had a story life. You should write a book one day. But for now, just tell us a little bit about which CSMs you were involved in and what it was like for you from the perspective of being a player.
Yeah. So back when the CSM was fairly new, I really thought it would be a great way for me to share my experience with CCP and also just help with any questions that they might have about certain play styles. At the time, I was like a block level FC. And so I was like, oh, FCing, maybe they need to know a little bit more about that. So I ran for CSM 5, didn't do very well. Did really badly, actually. But I still wanted to partake. It actually got me involved into doing things like podcasts, going on shows, talking to the community, engaging with people. And so for CSM 6, I came back and we did it. We got on just barely. Back then, there were more seats, but there were alternates. So I was the first alternate. Mm-hmm. But it's okay. Someone had to step down, so I got pulled into the big leagues. And then for CSM 7, I got on to the normal just council without having to go through like the difficult way.
Yeah. No more backseat driving.
Yeah, exactly.
I ran for CSM myself. I ran for CSM 10. I wasn't successful in getting on. There was like 10 candidates, 10 members of CSM 10. I came in on 13th. And during that term, 2 of the current CSM dropped out, so I was like one heartbeat away of making on, but it didn't happen that term. No, I didn't try again. But you mentioned alternates before, which is sort of like once upon a time, the structure of the CSM was very different to today. It was very hierarchical, or in the sense that we had like various roles. We had a chairman and other secretary and other responsibilities and alternates. But today the CSM's a different beast. It's essentially completely egalitarian. Like everyone is on the same level regardless of how many votes they collected when they got in or anything like that. And they're sort of like, if they want to have certain roles, then they're free to self-organize in that context. But now it's just much more of a collaborative group rather than like a hierarchical organization.
Yeah, there's no chairperson, there's no like secretary, there's no any of those roles. Like you said, it's super egalitarian, super flat structured. And part of the reason why is it's like, first of all, those roles didn't really do too much in practice because the CSM always operated as a body itself.
I think in the original white paper, those roles were created because it just seemed like, well, that's what you do when you sort of create these sort of things. But over the years, we perhaps learned that it works better without having like an internal internal sort of friction of having more senior people, more junior people, and just having everybody on an even playing field.
And it's a pain in the ass to get on the CSM, right? So, like, why would we want to just create levels within the CSM when just hitting that bar is insanely hard enough?
That's right. If you're in, you're in. Everyone deserves a seat at the table after that, which is really cool.
But yeah, we've been tweaking with the format over the years. It's been going between like 14 members, 10 members, 12 members. And in the last couple of years, what we've done is we have the CSM where players can vote for 1 through 10, and those people get elected in. But then CCP gets the opportunity to choose an additional 2 candidates if we want to, based on what we know is going to be coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, at election time, CSM members don't necessarily know what our future plans are.
Yeah.
So when they campaign based on that, and when voters cast their votes based on those decisions, sometimes maybe knowing what we want to do in the next 2 to 3 years that we want to get feedback on we might cherry pick a couple of people whose sort of area of expertise sort of like falls in that realm, who may not necessarily be like fully represented in the 10 chosen by the community.
Yeah, and for the selection, we have to pick between candidates that finish between 11 and 20. So you still have to get a bunch of
People
votes.
who
You have to
have high support.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of support. But we just want to round out some experience levels, and if there's a knowledge gap or just a blind spot, we want to make sure to kind of fill that in as well. And it's worked out really, really well.
Cool. So let's return to the timeline for a moment. Like I said, I said we're in the middle of. You correctly said that we're closing in on the end of the campaign period. So
we are.
When does the campaign period officially end exactly?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Voting starts on Monday.
Right. So then we pivot into voting. And how long will the voting period last for?
So unlike last year the voting period was 1 week. This year we're going to do 2 weeks of voting. So it's going to be from the 27th, it is on Monday, the 27th of October, till the 10th of November.
And when will people find out the news?
On the 14th.
On the 14th. All right, cool.
Yeah, we'll have to count all the votes by hand to see if there's
right.
any hanging chads in there.
That.
Like do the spreading of like the votes over everyone. So that's going to be a challenge in itself.
Yeah, well, actually, on that, let's talk a little bit about the voting system itself, because I know a lot of our players come from less developed democracies like the United Kingdom or the United States or Canada, where they still use this archaic first-past-the-post voting system, whereas some of us are more familiar with, like the Netherlands or Australia, for example, with the much more sophisticated transferable preferential vote, optional vote, whatever you want to refer to it as system. So when people come to vote in the CSM, first of all, what is the criteria for a person to be eligible to vote?
So your account has to be over 60 days old, because you need to have played some EVE to be able to vote, and you can't just like create a new account. And they have to be Omega.
All right. So an Amiga account over 60 days old is eligible to vote. Cool.
Yeah.
And if you're a player who has multiple accounts, each one of those accounts, that means that criteria will be eligible. So you do get multiple votes
on account level, not on character level.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So when it comes time to fill out the ballot, you'll be given like you'll go to the website. There'll be a gigantic list of all the candidates, and you essentially have to construct your ballot of up to 10 choices in order of preference from top to bottom. So how does it work then if you're selecting multiple candidates when you're voting in the CSM?
I might actually pass this over to CCP Swift, since he knows the system way better than I do, and it involves mods, and I really don't like mods.
So as you said, it's a super great way. It's a very egalitarian. Apparently, that's going to be
it's
my
a good
SAT word for the day.
I've used it once as well, so we should run a tally. I'll put one on the bottom of the screen while I'm editing this.
That'll add some nice fun to it. But no, it's a great way to be able to vote for the person you want to, rather than voting for the person that you think has the best chance to win. And it's also a very good way to preserve your vote. So let's say there's someone who maybe they're running for the first time, and you really like just vibe with everything that they stand for, everything that they've said, but they don't have a lot of like support from other people. It's their first time entering the community. People might not recognize their name.
They're not from a big community, or
exactly. They're not from
profile.
like a huge alliance or anything, or do podcasts. But you still want to give them your vote, so you can put them number one. And should they not get in, or should they not kind of get enough votes to, we can get into the actual process a little bit. Yeah. But should they not get in, your vote can go then trickle down to the person that you had second on your ballot. And if that person doesn't get in, it'll trickle down to the third, fourth, fifth, and so on. So it's a really great way to preserve your vote, and also vote for the people that you think are, just represent you the best, rather than just have the best chance of getting on.
Yeah, a really, really interesting way to look at it is that maybe there is a credible candidate who might have got maybe not enough to get on, but a decent number of votes, for example.
Yeah.
In a situation where people are thinking about first past the post and not wanting to waste their vote on someone who they don't think they can get up, by having a transferable vote, you can vote for that candidate. And then if they're unsuccessful, then your vote gets transferred to your second and third and fourth preference, like you said, until basically either everyone's elected or all your 10 preferences are gone, in which case that's when your vote exhausts.
Yeah.
But the cool thing about that then is at the end of in the wash-up, when we count all the votes, that candidate can still look and see how much support that they had. And maybe because people voted for him anyway, even if the voter didn't feel like they had a chance, they just wanted to show that they supported that candidate might then go like, I wasn't actually I wasn't successful, but this wasn't a waste of my time. My message did resonate with a lot of people out there. I should keep going. I'll keep being present in the community and run again in the future rather than just packing it in.
And that's what we see a lot of as well. This is like when people see the number of votes that they get, it incentivizes them to kind of keep going down that path, which is great. Because in like the very early CSM terms, I think 1 through 8, it was just a direct vote. You had one vote for one person, and you would just see very skewed levels of voting patterns. And people who are like incredibly qualified feeling like, oh, I only got like 50 votes. This sucks.
Yeah.
Why am I even going to bother? And in like subsequent years, they might get only 50 votes in the previous system, but they would have like 600 first place votes in an STV type system.
Yeah. All right, that's excellent. Well, we need to button this up because the next matches will be resuming soon, so I can't wait for that. I didn't look up who the next match is for because I'm not sure when this is going to get played, so I can't ask for predictions or anything like that. We'll leave that to the people on the desk. But button up, the CSM voting will be starting on Monday, and please do vote in the CSM election. Please do fill out your ballot completely, and please do vote with your hearts and your minds. Don't worry too much about who you think is going to win, who's going to lose. Look at the candidates that are out there on the various platforms that you have available to you to find out more about them, make an informed decision, and then cast your votes for every one of your eligible characters. And eligible characters who vote will also be receiving a what?
A Metamorphosis frigate is what they're getting this time.
Cool.
They will be available in the New Eden store after we finish voting.
All right.
You have to go and claim them, though.
So you get stuff and you get to vote.
That's right. You get to democracy and you get a reward for it.
Yeah.
Incentivize democracy. It's not quite as good as managed democracy, but maybe one day.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
We'll see if there's a huge bug invasion or something. All right. Thank you guys so much for joining me. We'll hand it back to probably the break and the desk eventually, but good luck, whoever's competing, and I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the Alliance tournament.
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 21. I am CCP Overload, joined on the desk once again by Mystical Might and CCP Kestrel. We still have more explosions for you today. Once again, guaranteed, my personal guarantee that there will be explosions. There is no refunds, in case you're wondering about this guarantee. So we have a couple minutes until our next match. We're still in the elimination bracket for now. So these teams are trying to get through, get into the next round, and just keep prolonging the run, maybe get some ships. Let's take a moment. Now, we've just had a break. And I saw Band Guy moments ago stuffing chicken into his face. So let's see, have we got the bands? Or do we just have chicken fingers? Bands? He's saying, give me a second. He's still eating the chicken.
Nice.
Classic. We have 2 minutes and 20 seconds till the match. Let me see if I can find the bands myself. There they are. Good job, Band Guy. All right, so Zarm, classic band by this point, and the Zenithaf, our two favorite bands for the tournament. Overall, looking pretty standard. CCP Kestrel, what do you see here?
Yeah, Hugin and Rapier band, as expected. Take away some of the big Kingslayer options. Cenotaph and Zarmad band, pretty standard. Eos and Dominic's taking away like the two best drone ships to just take away the drone comp. Raven Navy band as well, so that triple Raven Navy comp is not going to be used.
I think what's interesting about the band is that the Raven Navy took 3 minutes, 10 seconds for them to decide that they wanted to get rid of it, which is fairly interesting. I think teams are probably going to trend that way, having seen how the Torpedo Raven Navy has performed so far.
Yes. So I reckon what's happening here is they had a band strategy. It didn't include the Raven Navy, but teams are now getting to the point they're doing their bands and they're having to have a discussion about it. They're like, well, we've just seen how effective this can be. We've seen how deadly it can be. Are we comfortable that we can control it with what we want to bring? Maybe it's worth ban.
Russia's still open. Sleipnir's out, but Nighthawk, Loki, they're still open.
They are still open. So let's go to the arena for Rusty Hyenas Clan versus Doro Sweetpunch.
Live.
Welcome back to the arena. We have Rusty Hyenas Clan versus Doro Sweetpunch. Rusty Hyenas Clan have shown up with a triple Navy Apocalypse setup with a curse. Hopefully they brought their tracking disruptors because, Maud, what does Doro Sweetpunch have?
Again, Navy Apox, people seeing that so far as an Apex comp with a curse instead. So kind of a curse versus a Shimu. We have kind of that faction cruiser from the Sanchas having that web range bonus, being able to kind of have a bit of an intermediate role because the Hugin and the Rapier, of course, were banned. So that's the next best ship in that kind of a situation.
Yeah, we've been seeing the Ishimu a lot this tournament. We'll see if it's able to do the budget Rapier impression just fine. One thing we've been talking about a lot on the desk has been the target paints. I note that we have a Vigil for Rusty Hyenas Clan. Mod, I'm not seeing anything for application on Doro's side.
No, what they've chosen to do with downgrading an Ishimu, it's going to be 12 points cheaper than a Curses, means you can upgrade some of those Navatas to Deacons. So we have Tech 2 versus Tech 1 Longi. And let's see now that the match starts what will be targeted here. Paints will be the tell here from the Vigil of Lumi as we see that go on to...
Nothing yet. Oh,
One of the
Pontifex. All right.
I
Going
like
for
that
the headshot. Yeah.
So the Pontifex is doing the correct thing, burning away, not directly in a line, but keeping in range of both Rakina and Jebediah. So good job. That Pontifex will not die. The paint should be swapping off in a second here. It does now, and we're going to see it go on to the Vexor. Notably, only one tracking disruption we're seeing from the Curse in a web on top of that. Looking at that Curse, it appears to be the Vexor, actually, not the Ishimu. Actually, no,
yeah,
both
Saladin,
of them.
Both of them. It looks like Doro is trying to get onto the Curse of Lost. That's going to be a huge loss for Rusty Hyenas Clan. It's a big points investment, and that Curse, not only is it bringing some tracking disruption, maybe not as much as it could have brought, but it's going to offer a lot of energy newt power. But on the other side, Flower Fallen is falling into low armor.
And that's the Deacons who are actually kind of in almost Narnia right now, but actually we're really getting into like almost Scorch range only, and now getting into range of the Deacons. I think Flower's going to be 100% fine, and if they can really trade the Curse for a Vexor that's going to be fine, it looks like the side of Rusty's has gotten the memo and they're going after Neo Ruby instead.
Yeah, this Curse is just holding quite comfortably, though. It's not like it's taking that much damage, and maybe the Damps are doing something about that, although it seems like most of the whole arena has just glommed onto this one ball.
Yeah, and there's a good amount of rep drones on top of it, but just a ball of damage drones now as it looks like Klus, Eriker, and Ray are getting on top here. It doesn't seem like there's anything really like out of range. I just hope that they're not out tracking themselves at this point, going maybe
Curse is dead.
Curse finally goes down.
Curse.
Okay, that's going to be the tracking disruption off. I really like that trade here, but Neo Ruby
Look,
is
they're
really
following
low.
it up on the frigates just immediately.
Perfectly.
Both
Perfect
Navatases
play
are
there.
going to go just completely gone.
Yep.
As you say, Neo Ruby's low, but if you trade an Apocalypse Navy issue for the entire Logi Wing and a big part of that control bar, Mod, how do you like that?
I actually think that's okay, but only because you have the Deacons, and once the rest of that support wing goes down, the Navatas does go down. Neo Ruby's getting really low, but if you have two Deacons, even if they're damped and they have to get close, if you can get rid of some of the webs, and there's not going to be much really to web now that Curse is down, this is okay, I think, for Doro Sweetpunch.
Yeah, now, okay, Neo Ruby falls, so we've got the points totals pretty much equalized, and I agree with you. I think it's okay, but this is actually still pretty close. The Celestis is currently trying to damp the Deacons, maybe trying to break their ability to rep their teammates. Pontifex is taking big damage from Rusty Hyenas Clan. Mod, what can Rusty Hyenas Clan do to win this?
So Rusty Hyenas is going to try to punch through like Ray, right, as quickly as they possibly can. And if they do get through Ray rather quickly before Schmicka goes down, you start to get into a point where if it's a 3-1, it's impossible to come back. So right now, I actually really like what Doro is doing. They're putting all their drones onto the Pontifex and their low end. That's going to be the Vexors that are getting on top of it, whereas the battleships are just trading battleships. So again, support going after support, BS going after BS. That's what you have to do to really make it from, again, all teams here are top 16, but you're going to be top 12 with that. And that Pontifex is going to go down in a second here. And Schmucka is going down way faster than Ray. That's going to be the difference between T2 Logi and no Logi.
Yeah, losing your logistics is really tough. Once you lose logistics, you really have to see if you can try to trade it out. And we can see that there's target paint going on one Deacon. Another Deacon was grappled, but really those Deacons are just surviving, and that survival might make the difference as things are definitely starting to tilt in the direction of Doro Sweetpunch here.
Yeah, and even though, Ray has been just stabilizing around this 50% armor mark as, Schmicka is going down low into hull. And in a second here, the Pontifex is dead, right? The links are still applied from it. But once that Magus goes down, as it does right now, there's double Pontifex in favor of Doro. So they have links advantage, they have Logi advantage, and it's 2 versus 2. Even with Ray being low, this is still almost an insurmountable lead.
Yeah, and those Pontifexes, not only do they have the links, but I expect there's some damage drone potential in here. And, Celestis, sure, it can fit a couple of damage drones, but honestly, and there's 2 Vexors. How could we forget to mention the 2 Vexors of Saladin and Flower, both of them still around to provide both drones and some additional control for the Doro Sweetpunch side.
Yeah, no, Flower has definitely been, blooming the signature of these ships that it's gone after, getting webs onto the backline. Speaking of webs, we see a grappler onto Jebediah Morales, actually getting a really good tracking shot from either Crom or Nestot, getting him rather low, but getting stabilized here by Rakina, having the presence of mind to split reps between the Deacon here and Ray. And Ray's just been sitting around half armor here this entire time, whereas Nestot is bleeding structure now. This is a win for Doro.
This is a win for Doro, and I think this is another win for the reactive armor hardener module, because one of the things that I've noticed with the Curse Down, the Magus, the Pontifex, that's a ton of potential damage drones. Navy Apocalypses, all those can do is shoot EM therms, so Rhea probably sitting on a very comfortably spooled reactive and comfortably tanking with the help of the Deacons.
Yeah, I mean, I had initially kind of talked about what had been the keys to victory here. And it seems like they were executing on at least what the both of us thought they needed to do to win. Rusty Hyenas didn't necessarily play poorly, I don't think, at any point, but just Doro played a little bit better.
We've seen Doro with this Navy Apocalypse setup before in this tournament. They've been looking just incredibly strong. This is their first Alliance tournament as an Alliance tournament team, but they come in with a bunch of players who've flown with very top-tier teams. They've obviously been studying, watching the tournament. They've got good comps, and they're flying them incredibly cleanly.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Rakina before this tournament, even in feeders. Like, their goal was just to get into the main event. He's a really old friend of mine. And not only did they qualify for the event, yes, they're in the lower bracket, but they made top 12, doing better than they had even thought, and they're still in it even at this point.
Oh yeah, their prize ship they're in the money. I mean, everyone's in the money at this point, but they're extra in the money.
Yeah, they're more in the money. So they're going to go from a minimum of 2 prize ships each to, I believe, now 4. So doubling up on your wins, as they're going to be, doubling up on their kills here, as that's going to be all of the Navy Apocalypses completely gone, and with it the attack bar for red.
Yep, now it is just a question of, can Milton Cini and Lenny Vez kite it out? Is one of them going to go for a boundary attempt? We can see Milton Cini off in the distance where Celestis is like to live, being chased down by the Pontifex, Ashimu, and Vexor. Death comes for us all in the Alliance tournament, especially with 2 minutes and 42 seconds still left on the clock.
Yeah, and I mean, credit to her in the Celestis here. Milton played reasonably well. I just think the difficulty that she had is that the Vexors, when they were getting shot, right by Flower, was getting shot at the beginning of the match. He, burned back to the Deacons, and to her credit, she was doing a really good job of applying damps. But again, that's just a lot of points that we're just really not able to have that much of an impact here. And when you think about the impact, right, of these ships, the Vexors getting tackle on the back line, and you look at Red's team, what do they really have for tackle? They just don't. They've got a curse. It's going to be newts, right? Disruption. And really only one disruptor. The rest of it was kind of guidance. Celestis, no tackle. Magus Pontifex, it's going to be remote. Sensor boosting, it's going to to be maybe a paint.
You could put a scram on one of those. Maybe there's like a little tackle screen going on here.
But you're not going to. But a scram is not going to work on these Deacons, which are going to be primarily Tenement fit, right? And then you've got a Vigil, which applies paints, and then Navitas. You have no real tackle other than the Napox, and that's kind of the differentiator, I think, between the teams that they make it into the money and the teams that kind of go on, is you need to be prepared for more situations than the one you want to face.
Exactly. It's the sort of it's also the sort of comp coherence where, here I think the plan for the Deacons was the curse. The medium newts, we've seen those be incredibly effective in this tournament. They can really just make the Deacon pilot want to just slam their fists on the keyboard and get up and walk away. But it's not good if the curse just dies first. And Doro recognized that, the curse is a threat, we're going to take it out, and then it was smooth sailing from then on.
Yeah, and really good presence of mind. Again, it was a Star Harrier and one of the other Vexors who just streamed across the field and made sure, hey, our loss condition, like you were talking about, Allie, here, is if we lose our Deacons, right, and they just prevented the curse from doing what it wants to. And if you have 30 points that can't do anything, along with a Celestis that couldn't do what it wanted to, you're already neutralizing nearly 50 points of the enemy team before the match even starts. And actually, it will end here as the Vigil goes down.
Indeed, and we'll send it back to the desk, follow before with some ads in front.
Someone get Rusty Hyenas clan some WD-40 as they are done in the tournament. They have squeaked their way out of the elimination bracket. I don't know any more Rust-related puns, but that's the ones I'm going with.
I'm impressed.
Thank you for your consideration. So, Mystical Might, on that matchup we saw two very similar comps, but they had some fundamental differences. We saw one choosing to bring two Deacons and one choosing to bring two Navitases.
Yes.
Now, obviously, by taking the cheaper Navitases instead of the Deacons, that allowed them to bring in that Curse and the Celestis, but yet it didn't work out for them. What happened there?
So the Ishimu managed to burn in to the Rusty Hyenas team. Thank you. And land webs on the Curse, and then the triple Navpok managed to burn in together. I actually quite liked how they were spacing themselves. Doro managed to burn in with their core essentially within a few kilometers of each other. Typically when we see all of these teams burning in to start applying their damage to things, sometimes some of them will get screened off because they're all flying separately and then they'll get left behind. So Doro was well positioned, I think, to burn in as a group and start applying their damage to the Curse. I was a bit worried towards the beginning because they sat on top of the Curse and we saw no damage coming in. But I think that's because the Navpoks decided that they were going to orbit the Curse or approach the Curse at about 600 meters a second when the Curse was going about 10 meters a second. And I don't know if they realized that they, being CCP, have removed the tracking bonuses from the Navpok and replaced it with an optimal range bonus. So sitting still would have been your best bet on that front. But, you still managed to pull through. And I think going from the Curse onto the Navitases just meant that eventually Rusty Hyenas couldn't trade properly into the Navpoks, and they fell behind. Yep. They lost momentum.
And CCP Castro, what do you think about this sort of shift we're seeing in the Logi meta? Most often we see much more Tech 2 logistics cruisers than logistics frigates, but it's definitely been the other way around this year.
Yeah, it's very interesting, especially I thought we'd see a lot more Tech 2 logistics cruisers with the buff that they received in Legion, and then also the rollback of Surgical Strike, making logistics more powerful. But just with everyone going for like triple battleship comps, there's just not enough points for a Tech 2 logistics cruiser.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the meta evolves over a shorter tournament in terms of like 3 days back to back to back instead of 2 weekends. Of course, Misty, usually teams have that time in the weekend in the middle to be like, oh my god, how did we not see this, and start practicing and like making changes after seeing how things are being brought. But with 3 days straight, they're not going to have a chance to do that.
Yeah, I think that is going to impact how teams kind of respond to things that they see. I think we've already began to see the Arabian Navy banned, as we did in the last match, because it may not be something that you were testing in practice, and you're not sure how your comps are actually going to deal with it. So the best thing for you to do is to remove it. Even if you know that your comp has other weaknesses, they are a known factor. So you know how you can best approach it, even if it is a bad situation for you to be in. But for a lot of these teams, the week period, like you said, was a time where they would scrim every single day. They would be running the setups that they weren't familiar with, but they think have been strong during the tournament. And then we would often see in the final weekend that the strong comps that teams have kind of identified throughout the first weekend just make repeat appearances. And essentially you start running into mirror matchups. You kind of know what the strong comps are going to be. It becomes a known factor as well for the best of series on the final day. So I like it more when there's less time for teams to be reactive and to run everything through the testing machine. So we'll have to see how that kind of plays out on the grid as well.
Yeah, awesome. Now, if you've been keeping up with the tournament, you've been making the predictions on Challenge, and the person with the best predictions is going to be able to win a graphics card, a pretty cool GPU. We have been tracking the analyst desk and their predictions, and we can see now how they're getting on. Let's take a look. So Ali Aris, by far and away, doing the best right now. I believe in, I think, overall 4th place or something like that, 5th place something, which is pretty good. Nova just behind, and then Viter, Mod, Starfleet, Mystical Might very much in the middle of the pack, but there's a big jump there from Starfleet. Then we have Disc coming in, Rose, Colonel Kurtz, and I believe that is the end of the graph. We don't need to talk about it
I don't
any
think
further.
that there's anyone called CCP Overload.
I don't know who that CCP Overload is. I mean, the jury's out. This could be anyone. And to be honest, we can't really attribute that to a single person.
I've always been told that bigger is better, so naturally, surely the person on the right side of this graph is doing well.
Yes, it does say higher is better.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to assume that that's red.
Well, colorblind, right?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
can't tell which one's which.
Exactly. I mean, so I love an underdog story. So I kind of voted with my with my heart through most of this. There's a lot of the times where I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure this team is going to beat this team, but I really want the second team to win, so I'm going to vote for them. This has not stood me well.
No.
As a strategy to to predicting the tournament brackets.
To be fair to myself, all of my predictions were done on my mobile about 10 minutes before predictions closed. So I was just clicking. I was just clicking teams and be
so
like,
you've got
yeah,
the
this is
50-50
probably
coin flip.
Yeah. Coin flip, coin flip, coin flip, coin flip. And with the way that some of the teams have been playing this tournament,
there's been some big upsets.
Yeah. So
some good matches.
In fact, I was ranked 300 and something yesterday. So the fact I'm now middle of the pack is a great thing, and I expect I will be in first place by tomorrow.
I think that ship has long sailed, Mystical Might. I think you're not getting close to that one. All right, our next matchup is well, we talked about some upsets. Both of these teams have been involved in a couple of upsets. It's NERV versus Desync. Let's take a look at the bans as I reach for my ban stick. Here we are. Okay. I'm surprised the Zarm made it this far down before getting banned, considering how popular it has been. But Mystical Might, the carries and the Mollis here. What are you seeing?
I think carries and Mollis ban is not so much standard, right? I think we've seen the Mollis banned a few times. The carries being banned also makes sense in the sense that you would have a harder time replacing the Mollis now because the Celestis takes more points and takes up a cruiser slot as well. But I think what is most interesting about all of these bans is that all of them were done in under a minute.
Yes.
So I think both teams showing that they were fairly confident in what they wanted to ban ahead of time, allowing for any potential kind of overlap in what their ban potentials may have been. So the Maulers, for example, may have led the Nerve team to kind of take a moment to think about what their next ban would be in this case. I still kind of find it strange that we're only seeing a single Arbitrator ban and then a single Hugin ban, but we're not seeing like Sentinel or Crucifier banned if they want to remove the tracking disruptors, and we're not seeing the Rapier or the Loki, Hyena, those kind of ships being banned as well, if they wanted to remove the ability for long-range control. So.
Yeah, I mean, TCP Casual, I feel like what a lot of the teams are trying to do here is rather than just completely ban out a comp, they're trying to just like slightly make a lot of comps slightly worse.
Yeah, and one thing that might be interesting as well with the Hugin ban on the blue side is that the Cenotaph is not banned in this thing,
True.
and they might have been like waiting for the red team to ban it and waste their ban on that. But then they decided, okay, we're going to leave it open and take it ourselves.
It might just be like Cenotaphs and Lokis.
Yeah, could be. I mean, maybe this is people are now more afraid of the Raven Navy than the Zenitaph, and the bans are going to switch over. But we shall see. So let's head into the arena for NERV versus Desync.
I'm going to look at the Rapier.
Welcome back to the arena. We have Cenotaphs. We have two Cenotaphs on grid, but they're only on one side of the grid. What the heck?
Yeah, so it turns out that blue side of desync, hopefully they don't desync themselves out of the arena, as the Ceno dots might sink their chances. That Rapier Offender Chainbreaker is going to have to play out of his mind. Unfortunately for desync, they've come in at a bit of a cross warp, so the closest possible angle you can get at this 90-degree so the Cenos will have very little distance to cover to really get on top of Gideon, Howling Wind, and Vex. I'm really liking my, calls here. If I'm Remeline and Sailor, I feel like I've absolutely, completely rolled my team on draft.
Yeah, it should be very interesting to see. Of course, not only does the Rapier have webs, we can hope that the Magus, Pontifex, and Vexer are going to have a little bit of extra stuff they can do. Like maybe there's some screening, some scrams, something like that. Like, sure, you might feed your Magus, but if you feed your Magus to get your whole core away from the Cenotaph, maybe that's good. And the rush is on.
Yeah, I think this Ramjag
webs are on too.
Yeah, I feel like the Ramjag of Garion is going to have something to say about that. Like, even though the Rapier is getting up to speed, it's taking so much longer because he's 100 MN.
Scrammed.
It's scrammed. It's 100 MN. It's going to be 100 MN after burning ship, so the scram won't affect it, but the Cenos are just going to burn past it.
The Cenos still out of range.
Notably, they don't have tackle yet onto the Armageddon, except for Vex has been caught.
Go.
That's going to be
Vex.
Sailor. That's going to be Sailor here in the Nighthawk getting tackle on Vex. They're just barely. The Cenos are just barely out of dot range though, and now Snow Kid Fox is going to be the primary. I don't hate that actually. Trade out some of the Logi and the low end. Try keeping long-range grapples on this as you can. Rapier, yes, it's going to be dotted, but it's 100 MN fit. There's so much E-War that the system is actually having trouble keeping up with it as the Navy Osprey does go down here. That Rapier is actually living his heart out, but like Double Inquisitor is not going to be able to keep it up even without dots. And now the Navy Geddons are hard held down. That's going to be the Jaguar just getting into the backline and doing God's work.
This Jaguar, it's a little tough. We see paints on the Jaguar, paints on the Scimitar. The Jaguar, a famously tanky tackle ship with the ADC, but they've switched to Remeline, and the Cenotaph just absolutely melts.
Yeah, and that's not too surprising if it's going to be under heavy capacitor penalty, and like the Scimitar is freelow, but it just doesn't have the rep output that the the Basilisk is going to have, and this Cenotaph goes down, and now the Rapier is actually stabilizing. Even under Inquisitor reps, there's just a cloud of rep drones on top of him as the Rapier is completely free right now, and the Ceno's being completely controlled. The Jag is being controlled
Darkness
there.
is going down. Look at that. Shield bar almost gone.
Yeah.
Scimitar's got to be like heating reps. Dark D is screaming on comms, but if the Cenotaph goes down, this is going to look really tough for Nerve.
Yeah, I would have thought that the Cenotaphs would have been able to get in to the backline free, and that the Jackdaws would just punch through the Inquisitor, and that the Rapier would go down shortly
but the
after.
Rapier, look at that. Rapier's falling.
The Rapier is now
bleeding.
down actually into hull here as it's continuing to take damage. However, dots on Gideon Zendikar are finally taking their toll as he's going down low into armor here. This match is still very much not over.
Is completely repped up. This is a
that's
a 180.
That's a 180 just off of having to go onto rapid heavy reload. In the interim, the Scimitar's been able to repair it. So the Scimitar is actually now the primary of Copper CN. Just paints on him. Otherwise, the Vexor goes down instantly, or not.
Well, basically instantly, yeah. I mean, you've got a Cenotaph, you've got a Nighthawk, even a Navy Osprey and triple Jackdaw. This is a ton of damage on the side of Nerve. Desync's control bar, it used to be full up, but it's shrinking moment by moment, and with it, Desync's chances.
Okay, so the Megas of CL Lux was being an absolute Chad going into the back line and getting a web onto the Scimitar, but CL Lux is going to get caught out of range of the Inquisitors. I think in this case, you actually just had to stay on Copper CN and let those missiles apply to it. If Copper somehow survives, even with those ASB charges, it's going to be in a world of hurt, and I don't know why Darkseid is taking damage right now. All your damage has to be on that Scimitar.
Yeah, Scimitar is slowly I've seen these ASB reloads. It's like the revolver. You just got to count them. There's 9 charges. Once those 9 charges are up, as I believe they are about to be, we'll see the Scimitar bleeding into armor, bleeding into hull, and it's webbed, it's grappled, it's painted, it's going down. But is it too little, too late?
Yeah. I don't know, actually, because the Inquisitor's still alive.
Cenotaph just turns right around. That thing has got to have the sig of a barn, given how well it's getting hit. That, or they just didn't put tank in it.
I mean, that's going to be the paints coming from the Bellicose. The Bellicose has been an absolute Chad. Bellicose is uninterrupted, and what will make these missiles apply even better is a combination of a Rapier and the the webs to hold it down and the paint to bloom it. And even with Vex going very, very low, that's just the Cenotaph, in the backline getting dots on top of it. And Darkseid Forever is about to go down.
Yeah, the thing with the dots is they, just one dot isn't enough to kill something. It'll give your Logi a stressful time, and these Inquisitors are absolutely repping their ever-living hearts out. But
they're repping that Rapier right now. There's nothing on Vex in the backline.
Okay, so Vex dipping into hole. I mean,
and
maybe Vex is
that dot on top of him is going to kill Vex. So this Geddon will in fact go down. The Ceno now is actually getting, it looks like some logistics reps on top of it. That's its own ASB. That tiny little pink bar is going to be ASB charges on top of that Ceno, getting him back fully. Meanwhile, Mihoyo or Hoshimati in that Jackdaw does go down here. This is a bloodbath.
This is truly a slugging. I mean, honestly, we saw this load in and we're like, okay, Ceno close warps, yada. This has been way closer than I thought it was going to be, Mod.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the Cenos would have had an easy time with it, but Chainbreaker is doing his absolute best to be, that wolf packing himself and just keeping webs away from everyone else, saying, no, not in my house. Yes, you're going to kill my Navy Geddons, but I'm going to make you bleed for it first.
Yeah, now, in terms of Navy Geddons, we need Howling Wind to survive. We can see the jam icons going on. Those are those ECM drones we were talking about before the break, with Nerve trying to get every single little bit they can do. In a rush comp, usually you're looking at this kind of damage race where your damage versus their hit points, and that race is as close as we've ever seen it.
Okay, and now we actually see the Cenotaph of Darkseid's Forever. Maybe it wasn't an ASB charge, maybe possibly just some shield bots, but it is now getting to a beacon right, trying to be able to play itself into possibly either surviving on time because we only have 4 minutes left and they are up a total of 15 points. Nighthawk, however, webbed. That's going to be Fenrir trying to prevent Sailor from really stalling out the time any further. And Sailor is just kind of out in Narnia right now, being painted down by that Bellicose.
Yeah, Howling Wind is unfortunately the main damage left for the desync team. You've got one Navy Armageddon, which is not currently shooting. Unclear, I lost count if it's on reload, just not in range. But that attack bar is empty. Meanwhile, Nerve, they're still applying damage, and against all odds, the Cenotaph of Dark D's is still living.
Yeah, I mean, credit to, now Lily, Mo, and Syrian. The Jackdaws have just, gone off onto a beacon and say, hey, we can't die at this point because even it's too much impactful on points. And now the Ramjag has gone deep trying to get tackle on top of one of the Navy Armageddon, but that's going to be webs coming onto it from that rapier, but now a grapple as well from Howling Wind. And Blacktooth Tony, the Inquisitor, is being held down or getting paints from what? I'm not sure what's applying damage to it. It looks like
the whole team, so the Jaguar, the Nighthawk, and the Cenotaph have all grouped up on Howling Wind. That means that Cenotaph dot is back in play. Howling Wind, we've got all damage going onto the Cenotaph. Howling Wind is firing, is neuting, all of that. Is that going to be enough to break through the Cenotaph's hit points, though?
It very well could be, but if I'm Sailor, what I'm trying to do is make sure that dot goes on to that Navy-Geddon because Asino is being completely kept at range. It's never getting that dot on. It never was able to close. Excellent play by Fenrir Chainbreaker. Howling Wind trying to do his level best to pull range, and he has been able to do so, even with the Ramjag. The Fenrir bought enough time.
Falls.
And
Dark
with that,
is down.
And with that, it's the point trade. I don't know why the side of Nerve just didn't try to play the points. You're up, and now you're down as a result. They didn't have to force anything.
That's one of the toughest things. We saw this earlier with the Deepwater versus Doro match. If you get something down, you can just kite around the arena. You don't have to actually go in again, even if you're in rush comp.
And now Sailor is trying to do everything he can to apply damage, and the Nighthawk is, in fact, on top of that Armageddon at 0. The math on this gets a little bit wonky here because I don't believe Sailor can die in the time that's left. But again, under double Inquisitor reps, neither should the Navy-Geddon with only 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining on the clock.
These two Jackdaws have got to take out these Inquisitors. We see a paint going on to Blacktooth Tony. We see damage going on to Blacktooth Tony. Jackdaws, they're the only ship on this team that's going to have a really easy time applying. But Blacktooth Tony is surviving.
Speaking of the Ramjag, Nora is now being held down by... It looks like a web here from Blacktooth Tony, and now a Newt as King MYF, tries to get tackle on Howling Raven, does take damage, and now the Jaguar's just been completely cap dry, actually, from the Navy Armageddon. That's completely a capacitor issue. It's also been webs, it appears, from that rapier. If Blue Team wins this, and it looks like they are, desync, Fenrir Chainbreaker deserves, an extra bonus. You have to be giving, an Nhinga and a Skua just dedicated to this rapier who has single-handedly carried his team on his back to a W in this match.
No, this has been an incredibly close one. This is honestly one of the ones for the books. I love armor control, and this is kind of control. I love control versus rush because it all comes down to these really tiny micro decisions. Is your rapier doing the right thing? And this thing, yes, absolutely. Is your rush able to get on top of the enemy team before you get screened off? In this case, not quite enough. It's really skill testing, and we've seen Desync fly this very, very well. We'll send it back to the desk where they will yap about you some more.
Desync proving that the Zenithaf can, in fact, be defeated. It's not scary. Why would you bother banning it? That was a great match, just to be clear. I really enjoyed that match. After the tournament, there's usually a lot of teams that go and they post videos with their comms recordings and stuff like that, and that is definitely one of the ones I'd love to see, because both teams landed, and both teams said, we've never seen this particular type of matchup before. Double Zeno is almost always going into other Zenithafs, and you have the triple Armageddon Navy issue suddenly going into double Zenithaf. That's going to be a difficult matchup for both sides, but both sides have clear paths to victory in that matchup, and we saw one side holding the dots back for a little bit until they were in position. Then later, you saw Howling Wind in the last remaining Navy Armageddon. He clipped out on the second Zenith half. The team kind of pulled back. You have to wait for him to reload his rapid heavy missile launchers, and then he didn't use them for, it was a good 2 minutes or so. They were moving around, they were catching, webbing different things, and I think you pointed out, Mystical Mike, during the match that maybe the other team, the NERV team, were waiting for him to start shooting at, say, the Navy Osprey. Then the Xeno was going to come in, dot him, but Howling held on to his nerve and was able to wait till they caught the Zenitaf and then clipped him. Excellent match.
Yeah, it was very much a gamble at the end, I think. The Zenitaf, I think Dot Des took a little bit to kind of reload her extra large ASB since there was no damage coming out. And then once that was ready, kind of tried to dive in onto the Navigeddon. The issue being that she didn't get into range to get that dot off onto the Navigeddon. I think if the dot had been put on the Navigeddon at the very end, it would have been a different ending to the story, right? I think even though the Cenotaph would have gone down, you still had that 75 seconds of damage coming out from the Cenotaph posthumously, which I think would have swung things. But you know what would have also swung things?
Jackdaws.
Let's say we have 3 light missile Jackdaws on the team. They're on grid.
Yep.
Untouched.
Yep.
Living life.
Just there for vibes.
And there's 2 Inquisitors on the enemy team.
Don't need to do anything with them.
Okay, I see. Yeah. I think if the Jackdaws had killed the Inquisitors at any point in the match, then it would have also been a different ending to the match. I think they would have won.
Yeah, I mean, we checked the fits as well to see if there were rocket jackdaws. So maybe that would explain it.
I was like, they must surely just be rocket jackdaws. They're putting all their damage into the Navigeddons to make sure that they die very quickly. So I pulled up the fit on my phone and I see light missiles. It's like, did they have ammo? Yes, they did. Okay. Terrible times.
CSP Kestrel, we talk about like dots and stuff, but we don't see the Zenitav that often because of how much it's being banned. But maybe tell us about how the breacher pod actually works.
Yeah, so the breacher pod is kind of like a missile. It shoots out. It actually has a 12-kilometer range on a max-skilled Zenitav, so it's very short range. Once it hits, it will then last for 75 seconds with max skills, and it does 1% of their HP, or up to, I think it's 800 damage right now after the nerf. And so, in theory, it can like out DPS like even like an Officer Vindicator or a Lashak if it's like ticking pods on 6 different targets. But in practice, it's very hard to get that, especially in this case. We saw it. Oh, and also should mention it does true damage as well, so it goes through resistances. So its actual like real DPS is like way higher than 800 DPS with the pod.
Awesome. Now, I believe we have a graph on a Zenitaf, number Zenitaf's win rate. This is important, hard-hitting stuff. So let's see if we can toss that up. All right, so 0 Zenitafs, you win, I guess that's just under 50% of the time. So already, starting off, you want to bring a Zenitaf. Clearly, it's going to be above 50%. 1 Zenitaf, I'm guessing that's about 55% or so. And 2+. Have we seen more than 2?
Okay, wait, hold on now. I don't think we've seen 3 Zenitafs on one team yet. So I think
it says 2+. I think it's on one team.
Yeah, but that implies that we've seen 3. And I don't think we have.
Maybe it's just other.
Rest.
Yeah. I mean, it is 2+. It's accurate.
It seems like you should just bring 3 Zenitafs, and you will probably win.
Well, I mean, this here is the peak of Zenitaf Hill, as we can see. So this is the base
that we know of.
This could be a false summit. It could go down.
I think it is a false summit.
4 is up here somewhere. Like 3 or 4 Zenitafs is like there. Like 150% win rate.
Yeah. Bring 3.
Bring 3. Do it, you cowards.
You won't.
Yeah, you won't. Yeah, cowards. All right, let's take a look at the bans for our next matchup. Punishing Grey Raven versus Psychokids. Cool. Okay. So this
never mind.
Here he is, the Zenitaf. They're like, nope, no, don't want that. So okay, we see the crowd favorites now. So the Zenitaf is banned. The Armageddon Navy is banned. The Raven Navy is banned. The Zarmaz is banned, and the Dominix is banned. But CSP Kestrel, we don't see very many just standard Tech 1 Armageddon bans. Talk to me about that one.
Yeah, so the Armageddon has a bonus to energy neutralizer range, so with heavy newts it can actually put out like pretty far. I think they go out to like 30 kilometer optimal, then like 15 kilometer fall off, which is pretty strong. We're also not seeing any of the Hugin or Rapier bans, so like Kingslayer is fully open. We're also not seeing like any Arbitrator or Crucifier bans or any kind of bonus D-War like Maulus.
Yeah. Maybe we need more bans. Misty, would you trade like 10 points for more bans? Like you can have your 200, but then if you have 190 points, you can have an extra ban.
No. I wouldn't, but I would trade pilots.
Okay. Imagine you're like, I'm going to fly in my first match. No, no, sorry, you've been
we
traded.
need that ban.
What? I heard a lot of shouting. What was that?
I don't know. What just happened?
Oh, I see what happened. We were in these headphones. They're quite thick, and I think that was CCB Zealous hearing us talking about trading bans. I think he was just yelling no at us.
Look, listen to me. Zealous, hear me out. What if you have to do more balancing for the tournament every year?
Yeah. Ooh, RNG point system, and it varies depending on. After every match, the points adjust.
Every single time a ship wins, it goes up 1 point.
Exactly.
Nice. How about that?
We've solved it. We've solved the Alliance tournament. Let's do that.
I don't see
He's
him
saying
walking
yes.
towards the door.
We also have it like based on the lottery results as well.
And then we can have like Twitch chat get to vote on the top 3 ships.
Twitch chat decides the bans.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to do that, Twitch chat? Do you want to decide the bans? I think you guys will like that. Yeah. Twitch chat, you can decide the bans. Someone start a poll for the next match and we'll get the bans going. Meanwhile, before we get actually legitimately murdered by CCP Zealous, maybe we should go to the next match, which is Punishing Grey Ravens versus Psychokids.
Hello, I am moderator joined by my colleague Ollie Aris, and we are going to see Cruise Foons against Navy Megas. Punishing Grey Raven have really settled on this Navy Megathron comp, which they have brought to 0. Meanwhile, the side of Psychokids, France versus Russia. What have Russia brought?
Psychokids, they've brought Cruise Typhoons, which is great because if you're in Rush Comp, you want to get on someone and be on them at 0. And if you're in a Kite Comp, you want to be far away and usually have things to enable it. In this case, the thing to enable it is the Hugin of Mickey Knox. So Mickey Knox going to have to reprise what we saw last match from the Rapier and just web. Anything gets close enough, web it off.
So in this matchup, one of the things we were talking about before going to this desk is that this match is going to be very much won and lost depending on what the Hugin and the Ishimu do. With the Hugin having relatively further webs, it's able to, and we see it actually happening, completely perfectly spread webs across all the Navy Megas and the Ishimu, control speed perfectly, meanwhile dumping the cruise missiles from the paint, bonused from the Vigil into the Vexor. This is clinical precision that we're seeing coming from Psychokids.
Exactly, and Punishing Grey Raven, they're doing their best to get damage on the Hugin. If they're able to clear the Hugin, this is going to, before they lose too many ships, this is going to be completely the other side of things. But right now, Psychokids, they're in the driver's seat. They just have to stay far away and clear off enough of these ships so that the Hugin can spread.
And unfortunately, webs have actually not been applied as well as I might have liked from Mickey Knox. Some of them have fallen off, and the Ishimu is no longer webbed. The Vexor had initially gotten tackle onto the Typhoon fleet of Yoshitoshi, who has now slipped it. Actually, and now...
the Vexor's got webbed off,
The Vexor got webbed off after initially getting tackle, and like the Fleet Typhoons and the Navy Megathrons are both deceptively quick. The Navy Megathron got a bit of a buff recently, and the Vexor of Pivert that had streamed in to get tackle is now getting punched through.
Yeah, these two, this is the thing with screening, is you need enough screening for the ships that are coming in. Right now they're in a situation where there are more ships coming in than they have screen, and so they're trying to clear off these Vexors. Pivert goes down, that's a big win. Tobosh, hopefully next, and we're just seeing the Typhoons see if they can keep kiting. So far, so good, but this Hugin has got to be just banging on the keyboard as fast as possible.
Yeah, so to his credit, Mickey Knox has been flying 100 MN Hugin. That's pretty much the standard fit here. But now he's getting those newts on top of him. That's going to be Kit Kat in the lead, who has been getting some webs, but you can only put webs on so many things, and Mickey Knox has been doing his best, but eventually the capacitor is going to drop. There's no
I was going to say there's the scram, but 100 MN, he's just going to keep on coasting.
And the Inquisitor goes down actually critically from Bradford Clear. That's Mickey Knox still getting the presence of mind to hold things down, so that means that the low end, that's going to be like the Pontifex Magus, can apply drones onto the backside of the Inquisitors. Inquisitors getting neuted out. I'm really liking how these Typhoons are playing. Inquisitor getting low, Mark in the backline. That Purifier has done nothing the entire game, has a cloud of light drones on top of him with no Inquisitor logic to support him. He's going to go down. Tordra is going to be the Vexor, now controlled. Mickey Knox playing out of his mind and doing exactly what he needed to secure the win.
Yeah, this is a 1v10 in a sense. Well, okay, it's not really a 1v10. It's Mickey Knox and the backup band of massive damage as Mickey Knox is webbing things off. So far, yeah, like you said, so good. And we've seen so many teams. This looks easy. They're making this look easy, but we've seen so many teams run into problems where, oh, you have to turn. Oh, you hit the edge. Oh, your Hugin just didn't see a ship that slipped through. So far, Psychokids, they're just playing this perfect.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey Knox is winning a mini rush. Do not sue me, Disney, because these Typhoon Fleet issues, again, playing out of their mind. And in a Kingslayer comp, we're talking about how people think about going after the Navy Megas. No, you go for the low and you clear that out. Now the Ashimu is completely controlled. Yes, finally, there's tackle on top of a Fleet Typhoon. If I'm now Catastrophic and Yoshitoshi, I go away, I sit on MJD beacons, and I just say, hey, you're Navy Megathron, come to me. I'm a Cruise Typhoon. I hit the entirety of the arena. Frank Latank is going to be the primary. I really like that. Get rid of the Ashimu. Get rid of anything that can possibly web down your Inquisitors and control any of your Pontifex, your Magus. And again, the side of the Frenchies in Punishing Grey Raven still do have links in the Damnation, but it is so incredibly slow. And with the Ashimu down, there is now exactly one web each for this Hugin to apply ships to.
Yeah, the great thing with a control bar like this is the fewer ships there are on the other side, the better your control modules get. If you only have to web 4 ships, well, shoot, you might have 4 webs in your mid slots.
And look at this. This is exactly what's happening now. And Mickey is now just cycling his webs. We see only 2 webs, but they're the ships that are in the lead, right? You say, hey, you guys that are in front, you can come a little bit further ahead. Oh, now you're in the lead. I'm going to cycle through you. And these Fleet Typhoons are using the range advantage that they have to just pound through the defenses. I mean, even with that said, the Damnation has a ton of health. Look at this, like, blue defense bar both teams have. They're still maxed out even with the entire support core gone, but there's still 151 points remaining on the side of the Frenchies.
Oh yeah, I mean, most of this is the thing with triple battleship comms. We've been talking about this the whole tournament. Most of the points here are in the triple battleship core, and it's that way on both sides. The Hugin, a fairly large investment as well, leaving only both sides have opted for double Inquisitor as opposed to more spendy Logi, so they could find some other place to use their points. But so tons of hit points with the points that are afforded them, but those tons of hit points are just getting ground down. And I gotta say, it really sucks to be in the situation, Mod. You've got your Megathron, you're like, all right, I got my blasters, and I'm
Yeah, really unfortunately, I think the only win condition that the blue team had at the very beginning of the match was probably not to stream in. They most likely needed to play micro jump drive beacons and say, okay, either we're going to land all of our ships and we're going to get a combination of Ashimu webs and newts from the Navy Megathron. You're playing, again, 1 heavy newt in the Navy Megathrons to the 2 heavy newts in the Fleet Typhoons. We need to find some sort of an advantage because you should not ever really be able to win by just hitting approach F1. And, I mean, look at how well the Psychokids team has played control. Yes, they lost to evasive maneuvering earlier, but that's because it's evasive maneuvering. They're going to be probably a top 8, top 4 team if they keep playing the way they are.
Yeah, this has been an absolutely wonderfully executed comp. We've seen Triple Typhoon repeatedly in this tournament. It's been here we see Triple Typhoon fleet issue for the most part, owing to the changes in points and the loss of the duplicate points rule, where if you brought more than 1 copy of a ship, it cost more points. Previously, in the Alliance Tournament 20 finals, it was often Triple Typhoon. And that's still going to be good in this tournament. Yeah, I mean, now that Seth Quantix goes down in the Damnation, that's going to be any sort of mobility links or any other support that the Navy Megathrons might have had completely off the field. And in about a minute, they're going to be in the 7th circle of hell as the Typhoons are going to absolutely put Dusty into, a certain level of hell right now. Yeah, and Dusty, I believe Dusty is going for one of the micro jump beacons at this time. Maybe a little bit too little, too late, but going to try and see if he can jump into the back line, get something done here, or at least jump away from at least some of the missiles in flight. Yeah, and this is really what
I would imagine they're trying to do is you're trying to jump away from some of the missiles in flight. But again, Yoshitoshi and Jim Raynor are now having the presence of mind to get closer to the center of the arena, and there's truly nowhere you're safe from a Fleet Typhoon with those missile guidance enhancers. Usually there's going to be one or two of those in the mid slots, and cruises just have such, range that really the ability of your ship is more bound by your ability to target than it is by your missile's flight time.
Yeah, and with the pawn effect still alive, that means the targeting links are still alive. That's the other thing that can happen. You lose your links, you lose your targeting range, and then, oops, you can't shoot so far. Jim Raynor does get grappled. Is a little unclear, is that long grapple or close?
That is going to be a long grapple. That's going to be Destiny Noah getting the grapple. But again, look at the HP of Dusty. He has a little bit more speed. 1,500, and he's getting a long grapple that's now been broken by Jim Raynor. Again, Jim Raynor, he's playing APM like he's in StarCraft right now.
Yeah, it's one of these things where this is the thing that's so tough about Kite, is in Kite, you've got to not only fly, be aware of the boundary, be aware of everything else, and you're flying a battleship. You have 5 mids, 6 mids, just so many different things that so many different buttons that you can be pressing at any one time. And to do all that while not boundarying, not wandering close to anything, it takes a pretty heads-up team to play, and also talk to the rest of your team about things like, oh, let's shoot this guy.
Yeah, and to the credit of Psychokids, they've done very well with this composition, and they've continued to win with it, but this is a problem that you get in this tournament where you bring the same comp 2 or 3 times in a row. This is the third time we've seen Navy Megas out of them with this set of bans. You're going to make yourself far too predictable and vulnerable to this kind of a setup where what the Psychokids brought was not even so much a counter comp, but it's a counter comp that that beats the Navy Megathrons and is still good versus things like the APOCs. It's still good against Navy Geddons. It's good against so much that you're like, we beat what we think you're going to bring, and we beat so much else. It's a very confident pick by a team that's very mature, but with that, time does run out, and we'll send it back to the desk.
Punching Grey Raven started Alliance Tournament 21 so well, knocking THL into the lower bracket, but they are now being eliminated by Psychokids in what must be one of the most frustrating ways to get eliminated. Picture this. You're playing the Alliance Tournament, you've done pretty well, you're making a pretty decent run, and then you spend 10 minutes on internet television just kind of following around a bunch of Fleet Typhoons just out of arm's reach of you. That can't have been that much fun, Mystical Might.
I think as Theron said when we were all grouped around the TV watching it, they knew what their win condition was. They had to get rid of that rapier.
Yep.
They locked in. They fired their missile. They forgot about it. And that was it. Yeah. I think towards the end of the match, I was just saying I think the Navy Megas basically just got up and walked away. You can just hit approach, turn your micro drive on, and you don't have to do anything else, because you can't.
Yeah, I think as well, CSP Kestrel, we were looking at it and we saw a scram land on, I think it was a Hugin, I can't remember if it was a Hugin or a Rapier, but I think it was a Hugin. And we were like, oh, that's it, they've done it, they've cut down the ship they need to catch, and then it just didn't slow down.
Yeah, it turns out it was an overpropped Hugin, and so we were kind of rooting for them, because once we saw the scram icon on them, we thought maybe they could kind of turn this around. But yeah, as soon as it just slow boated out of scram range again and didn't turn slow down, it was just completely over.
I think Kestrel was like, does that mean it's just over for them? And everyone was just like, yes. Yes, it's over.
It's like, I play 100 men. Okay, well, take my pieces, head home. Yeah, that's unfortunate for them, but good job on the Psychokids side. Sometimes having that presence of mind to execute with 100 men, because obviously you have to make the fitting around it. Being a battleship-sized prop mod Mystical Might, it's harder to fit it onto a cruiser.
Yes, you have to make some sacrifices, whether that is using a lot of the rig slots for ancillary current routers. You can't use Tech 2 rigs in the tournament, so those would be T1, meaning that you need to use more of them. You only have 2 rig slots, so you probably use both of those. For the current routers, you're probably also not going to have a 1600mm plate. You're probably going to have an 800 to allow you to fit on that compact 100 MN, so that you can maintain your speed when you are scrammed.
Yeah, and we saw just those 3 Navy Megas with all of them with webs on them, and then the 3 Fleet Typhoons just flying away, waving peacefully.
It was 3 Navy Megas that were all webbed, and then we saw a little web just come in on the Ashmu as well. It was like, yes, joy.
What a fun time they must be having. Oh, that was. I think we were just visited by the ghost of CCP Zealous. I'm not sure if that was on stream or not. All right, CCP Kestrel. Tell me, right now I believe there is a mass test running on Singularity which people could play in. What's going on Singularity right now?
Yeah, so on Singularity right now, we're testing some new mining gameplay that we're putting out in the Catalyst expansion, the new phased field dungeons that you can find in the main test system. There's also the new ships that you can check out as well. You can't actually fly them, but you can take a look at their stats and give us feedback about the balance. And then there's also all of the mining UX changes and a few other things on there.
Yeah, the phased fields, I believe. And CCP K1P1 has told me that if you're on Singularity in the mass test, if you message her, she will 100% reply to every single message that you send her on Singularity. So get in her mails, email CCP K1P1, let her know your thoughts. Every single one will be personally replied to. All right, now we have 5 minutes to our next match, and I believe this is still lower bracket, but then after this we're going back up to the upper bracket. So this is still an elimination match. It's going to be Fraternity versus Deteriorated. Now Fraternity, this is not the winning team from 2 years ago. Most of them are in NERV, but they're doing pretty well. Mystical Might.
Yeah, I think that the Fraternity team had a bit of a shaky start and entering into the tournament that ended up putting them into the lower bracket, but I think that they've actually done pretty well to push on through those lower bracket matches. It can be pretty grueling as someone that was on a couple teams that fell into the lower bracket kind of early on, just due to some unfortunate matchups at the beginning of the tournaments. You have to have a fairly strong mental to still be going in that lower bracket, still have that understanding that anything could happen. You could see any comp that you haven't practiced against, haven't seen so far during the tournament. I mean, I'm sure when the Navy Megas first turned up, people were like, what the hell is this now? You know? So there's always the option to see something new. And yeah, I think they've been performing fairly well.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the bans for Fraternity versus Deteriorated as I grab my patented CCP ban stick to point at them. All right, so we have... Oh, oh no. Maybe
we had.
Oh no! This is a disaster.
You almost had it.
Let's use the other end.
Guy's messing around with you.
All right, we have the Zoroast, the Loki. We've seen the Loki, Hugin Ravens, all the webs here being banned. Mystical Might.
I think this is actually a fairly interesting kind of ban section, as well as this.
Yes, I was going to talk about that in a little bit.
Yes, go on. Feel free.
Well, I was going to ask CCP Kestrel to talk about it. I'm not expected to know anything. CCP Kestrel, look at this. Look,
yes,
it's a
that's the broadsword.
Oh no, God,
a heavy
goodness.
interdiction cruiser.
Oh no.
Yeah, and
get the broadsword on this ban list.
And no cenotaph ban. Banning a broadsword over a cenotaph. We did mention the broadsword a bit earlier in the broadcast. Someone actually bought a broadsword, and that was because they were doing like a Sleipnir rush, and Sleipnirs were a bit with the broadsword. We might see Nighthawk still, but I guess with the low-key ban, maybe you don't want to do that. It's a bit of a weird ban.
Yeah.
This is the perfect time. 3 cenotaphs is a guaranteed win.
I mean, if both sides bring 3 cenotaphs,
then it's a guaranteed win.
But if only one side brings 3 cenotaphs,
then it's a guaranteed win.
Then it's a guaranteed win.
Yes.
Awesome. I mean, these bans, I'm just looking at the times now. The Hugin and the Rapier, they took them a little bit of time to think about it. And nothing compared to 3 minutes and 12 seconds for the broadsword. In case you're wondering how the banning works this year, if you've not been paying attention, it's a sort of A, B, B, A, A, B, A, B thing. It's as simple as that. It rolls right off the tongue. But it's done in time, so you basically have a bank of time, and if you ban quickly, you kind of add a bit more into your later ban, so you have more time to think about it. I don't think we've seen anyone just like forget to make a ban yet and run all the way to the end, but I believe it's possible.
I mean, more power to the team that manages to skip a ban.
More power to them, indeed. All right, let us head into the arena for Fraternity versus Deteriorated in this match in Alliance Tournament 21.
All right, folks, we have the Cenotaph. It's on grid, but again, there are 2 of them, and they are all on the same side. Moderator, what have Deteriorated done here?
So Deteriorated have done what they nearly did against Tuskers, and they've brought triple Bargus. So one of the comments that we've been making, again, on the desk, in the booth, has been that if Cenotaph is open, it's being brought often in a mirror, or you simply just do not care about it. And in this case, Blue has baited that they might bring a rush of their own. Again, we've seen double Cenotaph beat single Cenotaph in a rush, but triple Barghest is never going to get range of the Ceno. And without any webs for the Cenos to have like anything to close to the Barghests, that's going to be a problem. Like, yes, there's Cinnables. Yes, there's a Spiteball and a Jackdaw that can really get tackle. But, like, these Barghests should have no trouble just deleting that Basilisk.
I will say, there's Cinnables, there's Sweetballs. I do not see any webs for the Deteriorated side. So those Barghests have better be packing their long-range heated scrams because somebody, okay, the Punisher, but somebody else has got to be able to prevent this. Otherwise, the Kite Dreams may be dead. So this is going to be a really interesting one to see once we go off the beacon. Can Deteriorated clear enough of the tackle from Fraternity that they can just kite it out, or are these Cenos going to get a chance to shine?
I think the Cenos are going to go nowhere fast. Like, they are good with micro or with afterburners, and they have the web resist, but the web resist is going to do nothing when both teams have banned out webs entirely. So the Basilisk is going to get damned. The Spitballs are going to rush across the field. I think they have to.
Number one, target painter. Lasers coming in. We should be seeing damage coming onto new AAAHX in the Spiteball as
who gets
just
absolutely deleted.
Melts.
And that's no surprise there. That was one of the things that was getting tackle on Ashtorp. What else has tackle on Ashtorp? It's going to be the Sweeple.
Second Sweeple down.
Yep, and that's going to be the next Spiteball that's down. Ashtorp is now free. However, Leona is being held down by a web. So is Q Kappa. Those are going to be some of the Cinnables.
And Ashtorp is tackled. Okay, we've got all three of the Barghests have got some form
gets
of tackle
deleted,
on
and
them.
now they have to make sure that they clear the Cinnables. And I don't want if I'm Q Kappa, I don't want to be anywhere near my other Barghest buddies. Those Barghests need to be splitting and burning away from each other as fast as they can. So Leona is off in space. Where is Ashtorp? Held down by a Nighthawk and a Cenotaph. Q Kappa, where are you at, buddy? You're being
Ashtorp
held down by a
just took the dot.
Cenotaph. So they're going to have to clear tackle off of each other and use that as a kind of a bit of a win condition here. Like, Ashtorp is absolutely going to go down to that
melting.
dot. But, like, again, Leona's being able to play his life. Now the Pontifex is playing their life. And that's going to be all the fast tackle really off of the field here. Q Kappa doing their damnedest. And now the Basilisk is actually ramming in, as that was the last ship holding down Q Kappa. Q Kappa in low armor. The Magus has gotten links towards it. Basilisk of Optimus Mecha had been doing his absolute best to get a tackle on that. And now Optimus is getting neuted out by Q Kappa. That Magus of Relic doing his best to try to screen, and not screen or scream. Words are hard at this point in the night, but Red did very, very well to get as much tackle as they did. Fraternity did very well with that, but it wasn't enough.
But as we say that, Leon and Tavara takes a web, takes a breacher pod, or at least a breacher pod attempt.
And that is a Ceno holding Leona down, and that Ceno should be able to 1v1 it.
Yeah, this is going to be particularly tough. The Barghests are on rapid heavy, were on rapid heavy reload. They've just started firing again. That reload time, they were able to clip through most of the low end of Fraternity, but if they're not able to clear the Basilisk and something else, Q Kappa might be in a real rough spot here.
Okay, so this is going to be the Basilisk of that's got held down by Relic in the Magus. If I'm the Magus here, I am doing my very best to try to get tackle on top of something. The Punisher, if you went down holding down one of these Nighthawks, which I believe they did, then you're doing everything you need to. And now I like the target of getting rid of Super Cyno. That's another ship that could be killing your Inquisitor. That's going to be the Rapid Heavies that were shooting Super Cyno, but
that's Leona down. Q Kappa, the only remaining Barghest, the hero that must attempt to kill something. Q Kappa switched to Flay Den, judging by the target painters coming in.
And that's the Magus. That's the Magus that's holding down this Nighthawk. And now we see that the Cenotaph is approaching, trying to put dots on the Magus, but it's a Magus. It's just not going to apply that well, and it's scrammed. But and now you're putting Ceno dots onto Tenement Inquisitors. Man, that is rough.
You've got to hit something,
You have to hit something, but that's rough.
And it looks like Trump's Bloodthirst in the Cenotaph trying to chase down Q Kappa. The Inquisitors also trying to chase down either Q Kappa or Relic. As we've got this little... Relic's got Scram on... Relic is at least near Trump's Bloodthirst, and Inquisitors are trying to keep each other up right now.
Yeah, I mean... the Relic has been on top of Flayden, holding it down. That's scramming down that Nighthawk, and now the paint coming from, it would appear to be Q Kappa, applying damage onto the Nighthawk. I like that call. Get rid of the Nighthawk. That's going to be most of the links off of the side of Fraternity, and with that, they'll get the points advantage. But the Mollusk that has been applying damps of Alec here has had drones get on top of it. And Q Kappa at this point is getting chased down by a Cenotaph. Turn your micro warp drive on. Go faster. You cannot get caught right now.
Q Kappa's running. Oh,
Q Kappa's running.
The web goes on.
The web is on top of it. Oh, Q Kappa, please tell me you're not going to die because you turned your brain off. And now the Cenos are both on top of it. Oh my God, Fraternity is going to seize victory here because Q Kappa was burning in a straight line and just was tunnel visioning on killing that Nighthawk. And Fraternity proving actually that they are the better of the two CN teams between them and Nerve. Q Kappa saying good fight. He knew he got played, got caught, and wow, what a throw from the side there of Deteriorated.
Mincing no words here. The triple Barghest, we've seen it again. This is the second time we've seen it in the tournament, and unfortunately, it's the second time it has fallen. This is another losers bracket match with Fraternity going on. Deteriorated, they are prize ship enjoyers, so there's something to be said for that. But Fraternity will be enjoying a greater number of them, seeing if they can hold up the Fraternity run, or the Fraternity name for late in the tournament. Yeah, it's pretty much all over here. We've got dots going on with the Inquisitors.
Blue no longer has an attack bar. Like the Inquisitors and the Mollusk no longer have the ability to do damage. They just don't apply anything. I hear Mystical Might in the background clapping loudly as his boys in Fraternity secure a W, and with this secure themselves at least 12th place or better. Again, both teams are prize ship enjoyers. Deteriorated has deteriorated my brain, as those Barghests were about as flat as their brains were in that match, getting caught by everything, not having enough wrinkles to run away.
Yeah, we see the Mollusk of Deucia and the Inquisitor of Parlia. Mollusk just comfortably chilling. Unclear if there's going to be like a boundary record here. I personally would like to do this. Mollusk is zooming around. You could get a pretty big number.
Yeah, unfortunately, I would rather get a pretty big win, but you might as well take your W's where you can get them, because you're not getting them in this Alliance tournament match. Fraternity, I mean, well played by them.
There he goes, yeah. Deluzia's down. Jackdaw taking the very last things, and we'll send it back to the desk.
Fraternity there taking the win over Deteriorated, who, let me just get my finger, and I'll be ringing this bell for a little bit. Mystical Might, imagine, if you will, the Barghest.
Yes.
Known to do lots of things. Be flat, be square, have a bonus to scrams.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
So when that match came in and we saw those Zenithafs, we were like, maybe these guys are wrinkly brained and have 2, maybe even 3 scrams on these Barghests, and they can just keep everyone away from them.
Yeah, I mean, the more fantastical among us were thinking, oh, they could all have 4 scrams each, and we see 12 scrams go out onto 10 ships. It turns out they had 0 scrams on their Barghests, and as Jazzer said in the Twitch chat, not fitting scrams on your Barghest while leaving Rush open is intentionally throwing.
Yes.
And we've already seen Deteriorated intentionally throw in Barghests against Tuskers in their first match, I believe. So it does seem to be a running trend.
Yeah, they did try and ban out a lot of the Rush ships. I think all 4 of their bans are Rush with like Sleipnir broadswords and.
Where they're just like, we banned every single possible Rush ship in the game.
Apart from the Nighthawk, and there's something with a C that is banned a lot, but I don't remember what it is.
Yeah, and then as well, towards the end, when the Barghest was like running away from the 2 Zenithafs, there was the classic telltale sign of someone who's just hit approach. Because one ship is doing this, the other one's just curving around after them.
Yeah.
And he started firing his breacher pod too early, because they only go 12 kilometers. Now, if you are 11 kilometers away from something and it is moving away from you and you fire, the distance that the thing has to travel to reach the thing is more than 12 kilometers, so we saw them disappear. But then he got a little bit closer, and it was very much just like, whoop, you're the Barghest, and dot. And that was GG.
Someone asked in chat I think Big Daddy Nexus said, someone asked Frat how much they're paying per throw. You would know if you were in the tournament, buddy.
Wow. Yeah. So what could they have done, other than the obvious one, fit scrams to your bar guests? Could they have done that differently with what they had, CCP Castro?
I think they definitely could. Like, there didn't seem to be that many scrams on the Fraternity side. I think the Sinos only had webs each. So what the bar guests potentially could have done is maybe go over to an MGD beacon and just play the game of, like, teleporting. It probably wouldn't have worked out that well, but with free guidance computers, you can kind of afford to do that without really losing your DPS. Whereas the Senators have, like, super close range damage, so they'll be losing a lot of DPS, like, following you doing that.
Yeah, I mean, we see the bar guest used, especially armor bar guests, in some of these like armor control comps quite often. And I mean, just to hammer a point home, usually you have to have the control. The reason you bring armor bar guests is because you can fit them in the mids. But Mystical Might, instead of these scrams, what did they choose to fit them with?
So they went with a triple guidance computer, target painter, cap booster, micro drive in their mids. And I don't think that they really needed 3 missile guidance computers. I think they could have gone for 2 and been absolutely fine. I think not having the scrams is kind of unrecoverable.
Yeah,
I think it's kind of unrecoverable. The strongest part about the armor bar guest is the fact that you can fit utility in those missile slots.
Yep.
And just not bringing that utility means you are giving up a massive part of what makes the armor bar guest strong. You could have just done shield bar guest at that point.
Yep.
And you wouldn't have lost too much. You would have lost a little bit of application, but you wouldn't have lost a scram if you weren't going to fit one anyway.
Yeah, and CCP Castro, do you think maybe this is one of those examples when a team, like the 3 crafters and the meta and the fitting, and they're like getting into this spiral of, we need this because then they'll bring a disruptor, and then we need another one, and then we need 3, and then we don't need the scram because we'll just go really fast, and you end up bringing these like really weird off-meta fits because you convince yourself that this will work.
Yeah, that seemed to happen with the bans too. Like we thought the broadsword ban was very weird, leaving the Sino open with that. And like the broadsword ban is just so weird. I think they just felt like they completely banned Rush out, and they weren't expecting a Rush, and maybe they were hoping for like more of a control team, which that Barghest comp probably would have done a lot better against.
Yeah, I mean, I like the armor Barghests, Misty. I think they're good, useful ships. Like they do a lot of damage. They have a lot of that. Like the long range scram is super good.
So the reason I like... So Armor Bar Guest is, I think, fairly decent. I think when it comes down to discussions on what flagships teams are picking, I've always been a big proponent for the Bar Guest because it is flexible. So you can either do an armor fit, you can have that utility, you can fit your officer scram and get that extremely long scram range, which gives you a decent amount of control, as well as having decent application because of those missile guidance computers. But you can also then fit it for shield and get a really high damage ship that can pump damage out so long as you have a good team around you to support you with vigils, with long range webs, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think Armor Bar Guest is a thing that teams should take into account. I don't know necessarily whether I would go anything other than rapid heavy missile launchers on it. I think if you wanted a cruise platform, then the Typhoon Fleet issue or the normal Typhoon are probably better for that. In that particular use case, especially because the points required for a bar guest are extremely high. So 3 bar guest, I think, is 150 points.
Something like that,
which doesn't leave you much in the way of a strong support wing. Whereas Typhoon Fleet issues, for example, I think are 43 points there or thereabouts, which gives you 7 points back per bar guest to spend on other things.
Yeah, it doesn't leave you much in the way of points, as you say. It does leave you a lot of places to put scrams.
Yes.
So next time, put scrams on them. All right, our next match. So we're going back up to the winners bracket. So these are our teams that are undefeated. So we're getting into the pointy end of the tournament, as it were. All these teams that are playing and winning, they're going into tomorrow. They're going to the final day, where we will continue to narrow them down to just one, who will go home the winner of Alliance Tournament 21. But before we get there, we have to go through all these other matches, and the next one up is back up in the winners bracket is the Tuskers Co versus Deepwater Hooligans. So let us take a look at the bans for this upcoming match. Okay, nothing untoward that I see here. So classic Dominic's. The Typhoon Fleet, we've not seen that banned for a little bit. It's been kind of like dropped in favor of some other things. Notably, CCP Kestrel, the Raven Navy, unbanned. Nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, neither is the Rapier or the Hugin. So we could definitely maybe see like a Kingslayer that's not using the Typhoon fleet issue.
We could indeed. And Mystical Might, we don't see a huge amount of Celestis bans. Usually it's more like the Keris or the Mollusk because they're cheaper and easier to fit in.
We have seen quite a few Celestises used over the course of the tournament. And I think as the tournament has progressed, the use of damps in these matches has actually improved quite substantially. So I think it does weaken a setup that uses a Celestis in that cruiser slot, because if you replace it with a Mollusk, you are, I think, getting fewer damps, but you're also you might have to rejig the lower end of your setup, right? Because it then takes a frigate slot instead of that cruiser slot. There's not really a cruiser that replaces it in that same category. I don't know if you would want to try and squeeze in a Lachesis or an Arazu, because they take significantly more points than a Celestis does. What I was going to point out is that it's interesting to see how quick the first ban was, and then every other ban took about 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're now to the point that teams have seen CCP Kestrel. They've seen what other people are bringing. They've seen what is being effective, things that maybe they haven't practiced so much against in testing, seeing the ban meta start to evolve, and it's no longer like the first couple of matches, people kind of have a ban list in their head when they go in. They go, okay, we're going to do this, 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 and this, and we see the bans going through pretty quickly. But as we get deeper in, we are seeing people take a bit longer to pick in what they're going to ban. Now, how do teams kind of deal with this? Like, you see the ban come in, like, what's the discussion process that's going through their minds?
I think red side like ban being like super quick is like we're starting to see it become super quick, because like there's always going to be something that you just want to ban out that's general, and you can save all of your banning time for like especially the last ban, which is good. We're also seeing like kind of something similar with the blue team as well, where they like ban their second last. They spend like a lot more time on average on their second to last ban.
Indeed. And Mystical Might, the Sleipnir, pretty popular ban, not the most popular, but obviously it's going to really weaken things like Fly Killer.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much in the way of Fly Killer, though. I
No,
think we
we
saw
really
it from, it worked in testing during the feeders, where it was flown really well, but then in the main tournament we haven't really seen much of it. We usually see it in rush setups, but if they were aiming to remove rush, then they still left the Nighthawk and the Loki open as the potential options. It does push teams towards missiles. So if you were aiming to bring something like Arbitrators or Crucifiers, you could potentially stack Guidance Disruptors and have a fairly decent chance of countering whatever does come your way. But that is running a significant risk.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, we haven't seen a huge amount of Fly Killer in the main tournament. You mentioned we saw it in the feeders. We have a video to explain Fly Killer. We just haven't used it yet because no one's bringing it. But those videos, those instructional sort of guidance videos, telling you about like armor control, rush comps, and so on, those are available on YouTube. If you have friends in your alliance that are maybe new to the alliance tournament, point them at those. Hopefully, they're a good little way of explaining some of the core archetypes in the alliance tournament, because this shit can be really complicated sometimes. We know it. It's fine. All right, let's go to the arena for the Tuskers Co versus Deepwater Hooligans.
Hello, everyone, and we have got Deepwater Hooligans versus the Tuskers. Deepwater Hooligans, they've brought the triple Ravy Navies that have been doing so well back to this match, but they're at 0. They've got torpedo launchers fit, but what have Tuskers brought, Bart?
Oh, Tuskers have gone with a massive throwback, bringing their sort of patented armor cyclone heavy missile kiting setup, and unfortunately for the Deepwater Hooligans, the torpedo ships are maybe a little bit out of range with their warp to 0, as Tuskers is sitting at 50 meters. We're about to find out whether or not these arbitrators are fit correctly, but there are damps, there are Hugans, there's everything Tuskers wants, and I feel really, really bad for Deepwater.
Yeah, those Raven Navy issues with the Javelin Torps, they can shoot quite far, and that's very good, but not when they're damped, not when their guidance disrupted, and not when they're, wow, that looks like this is the classic Tuskers 5-web Hugin, maybe 6-web Hugin coming in here.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. That being said, there is a lot of movement going on. Like you said, they do actually have a surprisingly large amount of range, and we are seeing a bunch of little EC drones going out and trying to get that Hugin jammed. So maybe RNG is going to be on the right side and will stop this horrible, painful weaponing from happening.
Yeah, as we see that, Lash Wolfram, Jatsia in the Navy Ospreys both tackled. Navy Osprey popular early target against these rush comps. The Fleet Cyclones, they're looking for their target, not seeing quite yet. And Flak Inquisitor is grappled. Looks like maybe a long grapple, but damage is attempting to go onto the Hugin, which is causing so much trouble for the Deepwater side.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good target calling on Deepwater's side. So they clearly understand what is happening to them, as they should, since Tuskers has been beating people with this comp for years now. Also, like, the reps are really solid, but Tuskers is wiping out a Bifrost. So that is probably all of the skirmish links. It is going to be a lot harder to chase people when you are slower.
Exactly, and Navy Ospreys, the grapple for the Hugin was not to be. The Hugin has escaped and continued webbing down the entire team. Those missile guidance disruptors, we see very good E-War use by Tuskers. Some Navy Ravens, their guidance disrupted, so they can't shoot very far. The other Navy Raven is damped, so he can't shoot very far.
Yeah, when you can't lock something, you can't hit it. The Tholos of Yasmin taking quite a bit of damage, actually holding really well. Like, the Logi Scalpels are doing so much work, and that is a very difficult thing to do. But, you know, unfortunately, this Tholos is getting blasted by heavy missiles with crazy application. I'm kind of wondering when Deepwater is going to realize that maybe they need to adjust their playstyle and potentially go for an MJD beacon or 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough. We can see right now it looks like they're still on the approach. Everyone's still trying to catch up to Flak, but Flak is 100 MNing away. Tuskers have switched from Yasmin to Lash Wolfram in the Navy Osprey, now taking some reps. Scalpels are damp, but they seem to be doing just fine anyways.
Yeah, these Scalpels are doing crazy good. It does look like they're doing a little bit of damage over here to the Navy Magnet, but Stu Miner flying away very, very quickly. Just, I don't know, it kind of looks to me that Deepwater is maybe starting to compress in and reassess their situation, because these Scalpels are holding really well, but now the unpredictable fist has been webbed and painted and is taking a ton of damage and is gone just like that. So never mind what I just said.
Yeah, it might have been I noticed that the Navy Raven is not damped anymore. One thing you can do in a damp ship that can be super powerful is you switch. You damp someone maybe a little bit, they get used to their range loss, and then you switch your damps, heat them, put everything all in one person, while you just delete, in this case, their Logi buddy. And in this case, Yurgisil falls shortly after the Unpredictable Fist, so no Logi for Deepwater. That's a big loss.
No, that's very unfortunate. Things are going to start slowly dying here now. Tuskers doing Tusker things, as is tradition. It does look like Flak Inquisitor's actually taking a little bit of damage, might have gotten slightly too close to those grapples, because as we can see, the Hugin is slowing down. As I say that, I believe that they might have just gotten turbo damped, and possibly the Hugin can escape. I'm wondering if it's having some cap issues right now, though, because it doesn't look like it's speeding up too much. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, as you said, Tuskers, they've been doing this Alliance Tournament after Alliance Tournament. We saw them defeat Goonswarm with this last time. We've seen them defeat countless teams, and it's tough because Tuskers, they're kind of the main team that does this, right? We haven't seen this a lot in the rest of the tournament.
No, we haven't seen it. I think this is the first time we've seen this specific setup. Tholos going down as Yasmin as well. It is one of those things that we've been saying it for years. This is a Tuskers comp that they have been flying forever. You need to be ready for it to be brought out, but it is so off meta compared to what most people have brought this year that I can understand someone thinking, hey, maybe it doesn't work anymore, but clearly it's working great, at least versus these these torpedo Navy Ravens, which are just having the worst game of their life right now.
Yeah, the last couple matches for this day has been the story of Rush versus we knew you were bringing Rush and we prepared for it.
Yeah, they definitely were prepared. Looks like the last couple ships that have any chance of doing anything are being brought down. Tuskers just doing immaculate target calling. You know, they left the Stork because they know that it doesn't really matter. A little bit of info links helps, but not versus this level of damps. Stork drops, and now finally the last link ship is gone, and they can now begin working on these Raven Navy issues. I do have to say I am kind of disappointed that we haven't seen any crazy MJD plays yet. Like, at least try it. What else do you have to lose?
Phil Cooper might be going for one. I can see Phil Cooper is webbed, but is burning away from the blob and towards the center beacon, possibly because we've got the Cyclone Fleet issue of Glassy. Might be in a decent range for a jump, so we'll have to see if Phil Cooper is going to make that turn, going to get to the beacon and make the turn in time. But even with a jump here, honestly, it's a little too late.
It is unfortunate that oftentimes people realize that they are in this situation a little later than they needed to. I do expect to see a jump here. The ranges are a little weird, so he's gonna have to put his finger up to the wind and feel it and try and land. But yeah, this is just really rough. The good news is this is still winner's bracket, so nobody's out.
That's true. Big AB and, Deepwater Hooligans and Tuskers, they are both already prize ship enjoyers. They will continue to be prize ship enjoyers, and the loser of this will continue in the lower bracket tomorrow, where they might get a chance to get back in.
True. This could very easily, and there is the MJD play. It is very much behind the fleet, so they're going to have to do a little turnaround here, but pretty close. There might be a little bit of damage application coming out, but Phil Cooper, very nice try. You might get there, but as we say that, our first Raven Navy issue is dropping. The damage isn't particularly high, but it is high enough to just ruin their day.
Yeah, this Armor Cyclone Kite comp is really sort of the premier control comp in that it doesn't shoot very far, or it doesn't shoot very hard. It does shoot very far, and the experience of playing against it is just like a python slowly squeezing the life out of you.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And the other thing too, and this is something that we're kind of seeing, is the difference of like a PIFA DPS versus actual applied DPS. There's very little real DPS on the Tuskers team, but if you're applying 100% of it because you can actually hit your target and it hits literally everything. I mean, we saw how fast these ships were dropping. It's a little bit better than having 5,000 DPS of torpedoes that can't actually reach anything.
Yeah, and kudos to Vekuz and Jakub in the arbitrators. They have, as well as the carries team, all of them have been ensuring that the torpedoes, even with their range bonuses and undoubtedly range bonused fittings, as we've been seeing earlier in the tournament, can't hit anything.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Phil Cooper's going down now. Good call on Tuskers picking the closest battleship. Very much swarmed by pretty much everything, and also hard tackled by a very vicious Navy Magnate, which are surprisingly high DPS frigates. So we were kind of looking at them and was like, wow, this is actually a very powerful ship for 4 points. So
yeah, if you want 4 points and a reasonable amount of damage, there you go. Navy Magnate. It's just a pure damage choice, unlike its sibling, the Heron Navy issue, which has been providing 5 mid slots to many a shield comp.
True. Yeah, very solid stuff. Last ship going down here. I don't, normally if we're in this kind of situation where we know that it's going to take a little bit of time, I like to play the what if game, and I don't know if the what if game works with this. I think that they might have been, I don't know, pick your metaphor, read like a magazine, a Kindle perhaps, a book.
Yeah, I think really this is what if Deepwater had brought something else. We saw the Apocalypse Navy issue band. They had brought that before. Deepwater opting not to bring their flagship, that makes a certain amount of sense in this particular matchup. Honestly, into the Fleet Cyclones, maybe a drone comp might have been well. Oh, never mind, there's the Dominix band.
Yeah, it's almost like Tuskers has done this once or twice or 3 times, or maybe even one, I think.
Maybe even won the Alliance Tournament. I mean, I think this really does highlight the power of the bands, though, because we could talk about all these alternative comps that might have done well into this Fleet Cyclone comp, and this is part of why the Fleet Cyclone comp is such a dark horse. It comes out when the bands are good, and when you think you've banned your opponent into something where you can go, yep, all right, 2 carries, 2 arbitrator, and that whole comp problem is solved.
Indeed. And with that, we are going to be sending it back to the studio with Tuskers winning 200-1. So they got 1 point.
The Tuskers Co with an execution victory there over Deepwater, sending them down into the lower bracket. So, just to be clear, this is still the upper bracket. So, Deepwater are not out of the tournament. They're already into prize ships. They're already doing pretty well, but they've been knocked down to the lower bracket. We'll see them again tomorrow, where they'll be competing in elimination matches. But the Tuskers continue their run through the upper bracket. They are the defending champions. They competed in the finals the year before, and they've been the top 3-4 team the couple of years before that. So they are an extremely solid team. Now, what we just witnessed is a comp that is won purely in execution. Like, obviously there's 3D crafting stuff as well, but that comp flown by the Tuskers Starfleet Commander, welcome back by the way.
Oh yeah.
that comp flown by the Tuskers, it's so fragile. It has to be done right, and if any one pilot makes a mistake, it can just crumble.
I mean, one of those comps, literally, as you said, like if one pilot is out of position or gets caught, or gets neutered out, or is left behind, the whole thing falls apart. I mean, that was a demonstration of how to dismantle literally a free battleship torp setup. But obviously, like there's a slight gamble though, because they could bring, I think you mentioned if they bring other comps or something, there could be a bit of a gamble there. But we all know how much they've practiced this, don't we? A lot. How many hours roughly do you think?
Hours I wouldn't know, but like I'm pretty sure if you wake up Flak Inquisitor, you blindfold him, and then you spin him a couple of times around, and then you sit him in front of a PC and like fly a Hugin in Enigma, he's gonna do it.
He's going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, you saw as soon as that match started, you just saw the amount of control land on the other team. There was webs. Tuskers tend to favour this sort of like 5 or 6 web Hugin. We saw a bunch of damps as well. And if you're new to the tournament and you're not super familiar with the how the UI works, I believe we can throw up a quick video and I'll explain it for you. So I'm hoping that will come up momentarily. Okay, here we go. All right, so this is the tournament UI. We love it. It's very familiar to us, and it has a couple of really important things. So first of all, the match timer. This is just how long it's going to go on, and the applied effects. So you things like your new, scram, web, damps is another super important one, and you can see the health of each of the ships. Now, the important part to look for in some of these matches is the 3 bars at the top. The blue one, the red one, and the green one. So in this instance, we were talking more about control. This is things like your damps, your webs, modules that basically affect the other team in a way that makes it harder for them to do what they want to do. And in that last match, the Tuskers control bar, first of all, max girth, and second of all, it was mostly full green for most of the match. It didn't really drop off. As you mentioned, Flak, in that Hugin, he was constantly applying those modules to different things. We had the damps coming in from different ships as well. And Starfleet Commander, we also saw a Navy Magnet in that. Not super common in comps like this. Why would you bring a Navy Magnet?
Remote SIBO. Just
just
an extra remote SIBO for 4 points. But as Thurum said in the break, like you said, mentioned that all the ships are going to have remote SIBOs, aren't they? To just make sure that Hugging, because Flak is the most important person in the comp. Like, if he isn't as good as he is as a pilot, it all falls apart. I mean, he did it but really well, considering that he has so much to think about, his own positioning, where his teammates are, where all the other ships are. He needs to decide which ships to web and when to let go, and when to go for something else, when to make sure he's got webs on the primary. There's just so much he has to think about, but he did it really well.
Yeah, and the other modules that did a lot of work in that last match were, of course, the sensor dampeners. So let's take a quick look at how sensor dampeners work in the Alliance tournament as well. We can talk over that one. So I'm hoping this appears on this screen. There we go. Okay, so sensor dampening. So there's a couple of different things you can do, but the main thing you want to do is either restrict them from locking you, either because they have like slow, just basically the speed to lock. The name escapes me right now. It's a bit a long day. Or also just the fact that you can't lock out to that range anymore. So when you have things like a Torp Navy Raven, you need to get close in to those ships and start to apply it. And the further you are away from them, if you get damped out of range, it can cause a problem. Now, you also will see this used against things like logistics ships. So logistics ships wants to stay away from the enemy, so he flies back to extreme range. He's still in range of his friends. He's a professional. He knows what he's doing. And all of a sudden, a bunch of sensor damps land on him. The lock range shortens. He can no longer lock his guys without coming back in, and then you catch him on the way back in. That's something that we see quite often.
Yes, and as I've mentioned, remote sensor booster is the module that has to be employed in an efficient manner.
Yeah.
And oftentimes preemptively, so that when the logistic cruiser moves away from the enemy team to avoid the taking damage, getting neutered, whatever, you want to, facing damps, you want to preemptively apply that. And one important thing also, like putting all eggs into one basket, that if that Molus Navy, or it was Magnet Navy, Navy Magnet gets dumped himself, there has to be a redundancy.
Yeah.
There has to be a chain so that somebody else takes over, and
there has to be communication for that. I mean,
it's
even
crucial.
when we were playing as well, like back in the day, like we had to really communicate, like between the teams, like rotating remote SIBOs around. And also for the logic at the beginning, it's also good to do sensor boosting first, then switch to ECCM, so you can lock up everything really quickly, and then get the ECCM on it afterwards. Yep. But rotation is really important, because if they're going to dump something else, as soon as they realise that the Logi still, can lock at that range, they're going to start rotating the damps around.
Yeah. So if you are newish to the Alliance tournament, you want to improve your game, this is one of those matches that I recommend watching back. It's a great example of how to execute super well and just in a dominating fashion with a very, very good comp. All right, we're still in the winners bracket. Let's take a look at our next matchup, which is going to be Ragequit Cancel Sub versus Meta Reloaded. So let's see if we can get the bans up for that. Okay, Theronth, look. It's a curse ban.
It's my favorite ship. Why is it banned?
I guess they don't like it.
We've seen curse used already a couple of times together with IIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIII There's Typhoon Fleet, Armageddon Navy banned on the Ragequit Cancel side as well. So all of the best, most overperforming cores in the triple battleship armor comp.
And relatively quickly banned.
Yep.
13 seconds, 2020.
They knew what they wanted.
Yeah, everyone's kind of...
Except this battle is down here. They're
So
like,
it
what did we
looks
do for the last one?
Like, Meta Reloaded were probably just thinking, they're probably just thinking, God, everything that we want banned is already banned. Like, you know, what do we do? Like, they just thought, we'll do a Basilisk.
Yeah, this is a real sort of who's who ban system here. So the curse is interesting because I believe the Arbitrator's banned a lot more often because the curse is a lot of points, Starfleet Commander.
It's also really dangerous for any Logifigs.
True.
Like, super dangerous. Like, if it gets forgotten about, gets randomly Inquisitors, just count them out of the match, basically, at this point. But you're right, though. All the cores are gone. Like, all the main battleship cores, the Foon, the Raven, APOC Navy, Armageddon Navy. So, basically, Ham Rush is open. Loki's still on there. We've got drones as well.
Dominics, yeah.
Are still on the table. So, I think we're probably going to see those as well. I think probably Ham Rush, Sleipnirs as well. We saw them a lot up today as well. So, maybe some of that. Or maybe we might see the same thing we just saw Tuskers fly. Again, someone else might pick that up and just start copying it.
Yeah, they've just been fitting it up in Jita right now.
When the
quickly multi-fit.
Although nothing dies, so they don't have the fits or anything. But the Bassi ban is interesting because that means just leaves the Scimitar, which
I was thinking maybe they're just afraid of some sort of like weird tinker setup because we've seen the Basilisk used in something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Scimitar is a good logic anyway.
Yes.
I actually prefer the Scimitar if I was flying. I think it's a bit more of a... it's got everything. It's got a bit of tank. It's very maneuverable as well. Obviously less rep power, but I think I prefer it, and it fits in a lot more comps, I think, personally.
I agree. All right, well, it's time to head into the arena for Ragequit Cancel Sub versus Meta Reloaded. I can read, it's fine. So let's do that right now.
Welcome back to the Alliance Tournament, where we have Ragequit Cancel Sub versus Meta Reloaded, bringing two conceptually similar setups, though very, very different ship-wise.
Indeed. So Ragequit Cancel Sub, they have their flagship Balgorn here, and this is a team that was top 4 in the last Alliance tournament. Surely this Balgorn has some good webs. That means that, and with the warpins that they have, they're kind of like this, right next to each other. That means that Debug should, right off the bat, be webbing something. Unfortunately, Ragequit Cancel Sub also brought some Sentinels. Blackbart, how do you think that's going to work out for them?
You know, I like the idea of bringing a Sentinel, but unfortunately they're not really that useful in this this specific comp. You could theoretically do a little bit of tracking disrupting on some drones, but it's probably not going to be all that effective. Both teams decided to warp in at 50, but because of the cross warp, like you said, they're actually a lot closer than you would think. So I think this initial drone drop is going to tell us quite a bit about these teams' plans.
Yeah, are we going to be seeing sentries? Are we going to be seeing heavies? Is one team going to be trying to kite back or forth? Either way, Balgorn's going to be a big threat with the webs. And these Vexers, we've been seeing those be quite important with things going on. Let's see where the damage goes first.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we actually do not see a mass sentry drop from either of them. The red team quickly getting a massive cloud of drones straight across, getting the ball rolling, as it were. We're having a Vexer take some damage, Inquisitor take some damage, just, you know, all sorts of things going on right now. Does look like we got some smart bombs going out from the Dominixes, so maybe they were prepared for a drone versus drone fight.
Could be, and we see some drones skittering right on back to the Ragequit Cancel Sub side, but big ball of drones just spreading damage across, and Sveinblot and the Inquisitor is target painted, taking damage. Those Tech 1 Logi, they're not that resistant.
No, Tech 1 Logi is not something that you want to have try and tank, especially against drones. That being said, the team of the Dominixes are playing exactly the way you are supposed to with Dominixes and actually ramming them straight in. And the Dominixes have actually mass dropped bouncers too. So I think that they understood that, hey, maybe we should have some damage that doesn't require us flying around back and forth. We got webs on the Thalia, a little bit of damage on the Vexer. The EOS is tackled. There's a lot going on right now.
It's really just which team is going to be able to get their damage applied. Melinda in the Thalia taking some pretty decent chunks of damage, but currently still being repped up by Toast. Meanwhile, Vega in the Vexer for Meta Reloaded is falling, and this is one of those matches where it's going to be a little bit of a snowball situation.
Yeah, if they can get this Vexer down, it kind of frees up like a weirdly large amount of damage and avoiding tackle and stuff. I'm surprised Vega is not actually flying back right now, and it looks like, okay, Vega is now turning around.
Oh, there goes
Thalia
Melinda.
just gets alpha though, so yeah, that's actually huge. Once one Logi ship goes down, the next one is usually soon to follow.
And indeed, Toast brought falling quite quickly. We've got Ragequit losing their Logi. Are they going to be able to trade this back on a Meta Reloaded? I don't see anything on the Inquisitors right now. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, it's a bit bad. It does look like the Inquisitor is now webbed, so I think that they realize that Balgorn webs are in fact good, and Sven drops right there, so, they had the epiphany. It's like, well, if they're taking our Logi out, maybe we should take out their Logi.
Yeah, that's usually what you do here, and Cucumber roll soon to follow, so both teams losing their Logi. It is true that Meta Reloaded, they have a little bit more in the buffer department, though. Triple Dominix versus Balgorn Double Eos. Yes, it's a flag Balgorn, but Double Eos is not nearly as much hit points, and the Vexer of Loud Use drops swiftly as well.
Well, not only does Meta Reloaded have a bit more in the buffer department, I actually think they have quite a bit more damage, despite at the flag Balgorn. There's something magical about the Space Potato drones. They seem to just do so much damage, and we're seeing that right now. They're going after an Eos, which tankiest ship on grid that's not the flagship. A little bit of a Vexer trade going on, but it kind of almost seems like they're running out of steam on the Ragequit side.
Yeah, and I do think these Sentinels are a major liability. So what the Sentinels can do, and we are seeing the newts being spread pretty well over Meta Reloaded, so the high slots on the Sentinels are still relevant, but those mid slots, they're just not bringing anything to the party, and with 22 points, that's a pretty big investment.
No, absolutely. And, we're seeing a Lynx snipe, always a good call, but, both sides are kind of doing that. And, trading a Pontifex for an Eos, not the greatest trade of all time, because it does look like Captain Shinken is also about to drop. So we're down to, 3 DPS ships versus 4. The numbers are not numbering. The math is not mathing. We might be seeing a dead Balgorn here soon, but I think those newts are probably starting to really apply pressure, because it's been long enough that ships are most likely starting to have a little bit of trouble turning on their buttons.
Yeah, and Bart, you did just say math, and I believe we have previously agreed that this is a vibes-based stream, and I will say the vibes on a flag Balgorn are immaculate. We have seen flagships clutch things out. I'm not saying that that's definitely what's going to happen here. I would never predict something so assuredly, but there's a lot of power in a flag Balgorn.
There is quite a bit. The thing, though, is that there is also no longer a Vexer on the other side, but there's still 3 Dominixes and Eos, and we have some Ashimu newts. And when you're trading for Ishtars, you're down to 2 ships left and a couple of Sentinels, and the Sentinels really aren't going to be doing all that much here. I want to see Debug take that beautiful rainbow-colored Balgorn and just ram it straight in there and start applying some conflag DPS, because I feel like there might be a little bit of cowardice going on right now, and you're not saving yourself after Dommy drones.
It's you're definitely not going to be able to run the flag away, but Debug's got a pretty good range into a lot of these ships. It's just a question of what is he going to be able to apply to here. It's a little unclear what's getting shot. There's some damage on the Dominix of Tilo Kun, a little bit of damage on Brian Pigeon. Stoish falling quite quickly, and it's going to be Debug against the world here in just a minute.
Yeah, that is actually some pretty disgusting DPS coming out from those drones. Debug is shooting, they're scorching on Silo, but, okay, I changed my mind. Maybe it is time to start trying to run away, because now you're about to be the last ship. These Sentinels, they're doing something. I'm sure they're doing a great job. Just wrong ship for this matchup, guys.
Yeah, and maybe I'm trying to see okay, what's Debug shooting at? I'm not really seeing the effects right here, but maybe trying to do a little bit of defanging. That said, defanging Dominix as the sentries have just so much hit points. It's a tough call.
I don't think you're defanging Dominixes. They have such a huge drone bay. We have lost the last Vexer, and as you can see, the Sentinels have been left for last besides the flagship. I think we all know why. It's because they're trying their little hearts out, but they're not super effective. Webs are going on to the Balgorn now. The Dominix Potato Pack is starting to move in, and there's a huge amount of Republic Fleet Berserkers heading straight for that Balgorn.
Yeah, and Debug is doing, as you said, say, the level best to run away. It's sort of like the one ship rapier impression. Like, I've got 2 long-range webs. Maybe I can just juggle. We see Verapio slowed down. Alexander Chorigan slowed down. We'll see these rotate over to Chadwick and Silo as they speed up. Silo Kishun actually in half armor, so Silo might go down here.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of damage. I mean, it's still a flag Balgorn, right? But both Sentinels have been taken out. I think that they were like, you know what? Let's get rid of these Sentinels on the way. Maybe the newt pressure is actually causing them to have issues catching up to the Balgorn. Debug is kind of almost turning towards a micro jump beacon, so I think there might be some kiting, but this is going to be a little rough. You got 5 ships, and one of them has bonus webs that are going to be chasing you around, and you only got about 3 minutes left to live.
Yeah. Now the Balgorn also has bonus webs and bonus energy neutralizers. I'm not seeing any of those energy neutralizers or Nosferatu's coming out here, presumably saving Cap to run the micro warp drive. As you say, the stream of Republic Fleet Berserkers is arriving. The damage should be arriving on Debug shortly, and Debug has just jumped on the beacon.
Yes, Debug has jumped on the beacon. However, Silo is also positioned on the beacon. I don't know if that was to escape or to jump, but it does look like Silo is lining up to jump onto the Balgorn. I also don't want to say this because I might be wrong, but I'm kind of wondering if the Ashmu burned out the prop because it's been sitting at 50 doing nothing. And we have the MJD coming out.
Okay. There's the MJD, but Debug has turned and gone onto the MJD again. So I think what we might be about to see here in a live Alliance tournament match is something that many of us have done in Alliance tournament practice, which is MJD laps. You want to practice getting around the beacons. You want to make sure that you're able to make a jump in a live match without jumping yourself out of bounds. And right now, Debug is doing better laps than Silo is. Debug just lined up a very nice one, heading straight for an opposite beacon. Silo did not jump onto the beacon, is going to have to do a little bit of reapproaching to get in there.
Yeah, I've got some bad news for Debug, though. The greatest tackle ship of all time, the EOS, is charging towards Debug, and while the EOS is getting webbed off, the problem is Debug is going to have to actually slow down, turn around their ship, and make it in such a way that they don't MJD off into nowhere. So it looks like Debug has chosen to continue kiting out with the MWD. I think that's the right call. You don't want to be like that video or the ad where you get bumped out and lose your flagship, but I think they might live.
No, I think Debug has a good shot of living here. You can see the defense bar for Ragequit cancel sub has that active rep. The Balgorn comfortably able to stay up. You know, the nice thing about the micro jump. Chadwick though is right next to Debug now. Looks like a jump that we didn't see. And Debug is scrammed? Can Chadwick bring enough damage in 47 seconds to clear this flag Balgorn?
I mean, we've seen this comp does insane damage. I don't know if it's enough though. We'll see. The drones are finally kind of starting to catch up. Heavy drones, being notoriously relatively slow. Obviously, Debug is rapidly dropping in speed. A lot of damage coming out, but gosh, those you know what? Flag Balgorns are kind of tanky.
They are kind of tanky. You can fit really good what reps on those things.
Yeah.
So we've looked at a lot of flag Balgorns. Black Bear Pirate, what's your preferred low slot layout here?
Whatever this guy has, because honestly, 10 seconds to go. And remember, these are not elimination matches. So in this specific case, saving your flagship is not just a cowardly thing to do. It is an incredibly intelligent thing to do, because while they have lost, they will have the flagship for their next match, whenever that may be, and we will send it back to the studio.
Ragequit cancel sub getting knocked into the lower bracket, but crucially they preserved their flagship Balgorn. So a pretty good match there, and I really liked. There's a moment, if you go back and watch it, the match is still very much being fought over, but Ragequit are an experienced team. A lot of people have flown a lot of different matches. They know how the tournament works. They know when their win condition is gone, when the match is almost a foregone conclusion. And you can see, while there's still people fighting, the Balgorn in the background is just like, all right, I'm ahead out. See you guys later.
At some point, that's the thing, that at some point there's Debug, wasn't it?
Yep.
He probably just thought, okay, this is not going the way we thought it was going to go. Now is the time maybe I start going to a beacon and start jumping around.
He was moving quite early. Like the team is smart enough. They have enough situational awareness to know the match is over at this point, and if we keep trying to claw for it, we're going to lose the match and we're going to lose the flagship Balgorn. So they obviously made a call to be like, hey, get to the beacon. So you saw him pulling away while other ships were just left to die, and then he started bouncing around between the different beacons, and he was able to prolong the match just long enough to keep his flagship Balgorn alive. And crucially, flagship Balgorn enjoyers, he had an armor rep.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, because compared to the other ones, was just full tank, wasn't it, earlier today?
And there was a NOS.
And he had a NOS as well. That's important as well. But I want to talk about we were talking about the Sentinels, weren't we? About how kind of had not really much value in their comp at all, really, and they banned the curse, didn't they?
Yep. I mean, the curse seems in hindsight as a nice opener ban. I was like, oh, we're just gonna put it out here, see how they react, right? We don't want to run it ourselves. And then those Sentinels, they landed on grid, and they were like, I don't see any guns on the other side.
There's not really much we can do. I mean, all they could do is sort of nuke the Inquisitors, maybe nuke the Pontes and the Ears and stuff, but it's not really high value things they could do.
You're not utilizing what you have paid for.
Yeah.
Not good value.
So, Theronth, we talked a little bit about the NOS. Now, when we saw that Balgorn flying, you were calling out, doesn't look like he has a NOS. Later on, we saw the NOS effect appear when it was just a Balgorn.
He was so relieved when that happened.
Yeah, Theronth was genuinely sitting there being like, oh, God, they've got one. Like, he thought that he didn't have a NOS. But tell me, Theronth, why is having a NOS on your flagship Balgorn just so important?
First of all, it keeps on draining no matter how low your own capacitor is, and the target's capacitor. It has only 10 seconds cycle time, so you can keep your target drier all the time. Because heavy news, they do have a very long cycle time, 24 seconds.
I think it's 24 seconds.
Yeah. So when you're neuting an opposing battleship, they can inject between those cycles, and they keep on operating as usual. The NOS is the thing that introduces a little bit of a chaos into that cycle, and it's much harder to actually keep up the cap with the NOS. And you feed yourself because you keep on draining as a Blood Raider ship, so you can run your stuff for longer.
Yeah, and that's one of the benefits sometimes that we see with the Sentinels, because obviously they use small newts, so they can cycle really quickly, and they can keep something just completely flattened. If you hit someone with a large newt, bang, all their cap's gone. But 24 seconds for them to regenerate it, inject. But with the small newts cycling, if they're staggered, you were talking, Starfleet, about if he just goes and slaps them on the Pontifex, that thing is neuted out and can't fire its links, and then put one on the EOS, and you can flatten that in about 30 seconds as well.
But I do think that, obviously, the other team had the Dominixes, which has a lot of utilities as well themselves, and the high slots as well. So, and a lot of DPS as well. So I think that I do think the Dominix comp was probably stronger, and we called it before the match. We thought, well, drones is wide open at this point, so good that they got the Balgorn out, but I think the Domis were probably the stronger setup anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the Dominix setup we've seen in the last couple of Alliance Tournament finals do really well. Yeah. So it's been a popular ban, and I think we'll continue to see it for the rest of this tournament as well. All right, let's look at our next match, Seker Matar versus Evasive Maneuvering, and let's take a look at the bans for this. Okay, so this is kind of more what I was expecting last time. This
is a bit more standard.
Yeah, we have the baby curse, the arbitrator here. Then your standard Hugin rapier bands, very quick bands as well. The Zarmaz, Zarmalade, Zamalama Ding Dong, whatever you want to call it, is right here. And then of course everyone's favorites, the Armageddon Navy issue.
And this is when the standard bands end.
Yes, this is where the standard bands really, really do end. Theronth, I mean, what is this? What is this?
This is trash.
Just to be clear, ladies and gentlemen, he is not referring to CCB Leggy Bro.
No.
CCB Leggy Bro, very much not trash.
This is very much UI issue. Like it should be over here.
Bankai, can we move the Ashimi over a little bit to
over
here?
Over here.
Can we have it here, maybe?
So we don't see a Leggy Bro.
Yeah. We don't want to be punting a Leggy Bro. Bangai. Oh, there we go. Here comes Bangai. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Perfect.
There we go.
There we go. No more confusion. So, this is trash. Theronth, why is this trash?
On many levels. On a ship level, you can, and on a band level, because this can be replaced. The Ashimu can be replaced with multiple ships. The only role it has two roles. One of them is to web up to 30 kilometers, for which you have stronger ships.
Yep.
And the other one is medium newt pressure, for which you can have a Vexor.
Exactly.
So dedicating a whole ban, which is also one of the last bans, and it took 2 minutes and 30 seconds for them to figure out they
really thought about that. They were like, you know what we should do? We should ban this Shimu. They're probably arguing.
This is our win con right here.
This is it.
What's the one ship that can stop us from our path to victory? I know, it's the Ashimu.
2 minutes 33 seconds to figure it out. I also like the obviously evasive maneuvering banning both Hug and Rapier Sleipnir as well. I think that I like the Hug and Rapier ban. That's really good. clearly they don't want to be kited or sort of controlled at this point.
But also, Theronth, it continues.
It keeps going across.
There is more. There is his Veeple ban.
Why do you keep on torturing me?
Tell me, Theronth, why is there a Veeple ban here?
And actually, I don't hate that much.
I was going to say, I think that's a decent ban.
It's
okay. Like, T2Ds are strong.
It's definitely not...
Is there not better things to ban?
No, but it's like T2Ds are pretty strong. Veeples are really versatile as well.
But the Zenithaf's not banned. Why won't you just ban that?
But maybe they
or
have
the Raven Navy.
They want their Xeno and Cenotaph come to be weaker. They want
they want it to be weak. Exact. Good point. Exactly what they want.
They know how to deal with a Cenotaph. They don't know how to deal with a Sweetpunch.
They're like, whoa, it's the Sweetpunch.
Like, we haven't practiced that.
There's too much for us to deal with.
The risk is too high. I wonder if the Ashimir got banned and they just panicked. They were like, what? What?
This is our win condition. They've done it.
That could have been a Cenotaph ban.
That should have been a Cenotaph.
There's a lot of opportunities.
However, it's clearly more powerful to ban an Ashimo in this context, so what do I know?
Well, I think we're going to see some interesting comps. So let's head over to the arena for Seker Matar versus Evasive Maneuvering.
Hello, and welcome back to Cenotaph Tournament 21, where we have, in this case, 3 Cenotaphs on grid, 2 for Evasive Maneuvering, 1 for Seker Matar. That's right, it is Cenotaph Rush versus Cenotaph Rush. Black Bart Pirate, which rush do you favor here?
I've always wanted to... I think 2 is a better number than 1, but 1 and 2 are also better numbers than 3 in this case. And so I'm going to go with Team 2, which is Evasive Maneuvering. That being said, they have all decided to warp in at 0 with the exception of their Jackdaws, which is definitely a choice. So this is going to be one of those ones that in about 20 or so seconds, it's going to go from us yapping to us being like, oh, this ship's dead, oh, this ship's dead, oh, this ship's dead, oh, this ship's dead. So, get ready, guys.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those ones also where the target prioritization is going to be a big thing. Obviously, the Cenotaphs are going to be trying to dot as much as possible. The Basilisks are going to be trying to rep as much as possible under the stress of those Cenotaph things. I think we'll be seeing probably just trying to trade out Navy Osprey, Navy Caracal as quick as possible. Just get the most EHP or the most damage for EHP down that you can. As we go off to see dots right onto Fenrir Nordson and dots onto Atticus Copernicus as well.
Weirdly enough, I feel like there should be more going on already. Like, I'm only seeing 1 on Atticus, and there's 2 Cenotaphs, and the math does not math there. But now, finally,
there we go.
There we go. Ah, no, excellent.
But it's 1 dot. It's 1 more dot for each. Okay, there we go. Ah. 2 on Chosen, 1 on Chosen, 1 on Tyson. We've got the 2 Cenotaphs, each applying their dots, and it looks like Atticus Copernicus is actually the first primary here.
Yeah, Atticus is getting destroyed, and we actually just saw the Nighthawk rep and insert him out, which makes me almost wonder if they're ASB Nighthawks. We'll find out at some point because these ships are going to die. Both of these Logies are doing incredible work keeping their team up through basically having to rep 3 things at once. You're constantly repping, and then, oh, I got to switch, oh, I got to switch, oh, I got to switch. They're all doing really good. You're seeing this dot spread out and just do damage to everything. This is super rough, so both of these Basilisks, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, and I do think these might be ASB Nighthawks. That'd be a very interesting evolution in a world where you can't rely on your Basil. 1 ASB, 1 dot. It's kind of actually similar time if you can just avoid, kill the Cenotaph before the reload. But in this case, looks like the Nighthawk of Fenrir Nordson is going to be the first blood in this match as Fenrir just drops immediately.
Yes, we saw one last little tick, but it didn't end up mattering. This red team's Basilisk is just doing so much work. Everything's barely holding on, and we're watching Skykiller Russian slowly drop back and forth. Maybe double Cenotaph wasn't the way.
Dark Chocula just vaporized. That's what you get. If you do a fast switch against the logistics pilot that's just locked in like this, you can just delete something.
Yeah, I think the Jackdaws just swapped and blew it up, which is pretty crazy. We're actually seeing a lot of the backline just getting wrecked. They're using their Jackdaws to take out the backline to try and crawl something back, but Skykiller Russian in structure, dropping HP rapidly, barely holding on here.
If we lose Skykiller Russian, that's going to be 2 of the high-end ships for the Evasive Maneuvering side, while Seker Matar has only lost 2 Jackdaws. Now, those 2 Jackdaws are very important, but in a match like this, it's really about the whole team together. There's no, one linchpin ship.
Well, I would almost agree with you, but I think the Basilisk here might actually be the linchpin ship, and it looks like that Evasive Maneuvering has actually ripped both of their Navy Ospreys out, gone into the back, and tackled the Basilisk in the back line. It's dropping very, very quickly here. We're kind of seeing things turn a little bit here, actually. The Basilisk is down. We're about to lose a Jacta. We're about to lose a Navy Caracal. The dots are finally starting to catch up, and, just like that, the turns have tabled.
Yeah, with that Basilisk down, like, we were seeing all of these ships just like, they had this little bit of shield, and the Basilisk was like, okay, you get reps, you get reps, you get reps. Now, nobody gets reps. So, Sino's in low shield, Sino's going to drop. Nighthawk's in low shield, and both those Nighthawks are going to drop. And here's where we see, Bart, those double Cenotaph are really paying off.
Yeah, it turns out if you have two Cenotaph, when one dies, you still have one Cenotaph. Whereas the other team had one Cenotaph, and now they have 0. Turns out the team with the Cenotaph wins in this specific case. Both Nighthawks dropping at the same time, Caracals dropping at the same time. It finally caught up, and I was a little worried, right, for a bit, for Faffy Waffy and their boys, but it seems like it's turned around. Everything's dropping at the same time. A little bit delayed, but this is what a rush looks like. It just took an extra minute or two for everything to end up like this.
Yeah, it's a very funny kind of rush, too, because normally we see, okay, you've got your team, they rush in, they target one thing, they tackle it, and it's like, okay, you got this guy, and then you switch, and you get that guy, you switch, you get this guy. Here, with the Cenotaph, you get all the guys at once.
Yeah, they're definitely ASB Nighthawks, too. Look at that.
Oh, yeah,
Look at that purple
it's
bar.
Ripping. It's hanging on.
Yeah.
Tyson Aardvark versus the world. Mr. Keps did get pretty low, so they almost were able to trade that back onto the Basilisk, but I'm not really sure there's anything that they could have done here.
No, I think that when Evasive Maneuvering, just made that snap decision of like, hey, we need to pull out and hit the back line, that ended it for them. But you know what? We're going to let the yappers on the desk yap about this more than us, so sending it back to them.
Evasive Maneuvering taking the win there, showing that 2 Zenithafs is in fact the better answer than 1. When they all landed on grid, I was like, well, now we're going to see what's better, 2 Zenithafs and 1 Nighthawk, or the other way around, and it happens to be that. Now, Starfleet Commander, that match was actually quite fun to watch. It was a very short match. Seker and Matar, for the first 2 minutes, they were certainly doing really well, and I think they were in a winning position.
We all thought that. We were just like, second part, actually winning this?
Yeah. If the match is 2 minutes, this is
they
done.
They got one center down, and then all of a sudden their whole team just died at the same time. And that's the worst time for the Batty part. Just sat there, just like, I can't rep everybody at the same time. But we're talking about the banning, right?
Mm-hmm.
They should have probably. Why didn't anyone ban the Seno? They banned the Ishimu and the Speeple.
Maybe everything went according to the plan.
Maybe it did go according to plan. I'm not sure about that.
Sure.
Maybe they did want to, just have some fun because this ship is banned all the time. Let's go to it.
I mean, there was a part where, if the match was 2 minutes long, congratulations, Seker Matar, you're in the next one. But then if the match is 4 minutes long, unfortunately to you, Seker Matar, you've just lost all of your ships. But there was one point where every single ship on the Seker Matar side was
they all died
damage,
at the same time. Like everything was
so
going
fast.
down to 10%.
Yeah.
Within a couple of 20 seconds or something.
The poor logistics pilot sitting there in his Basilisk, it's like that meme with the dog with the Vietnam War in the background looking off into the distance. He must have just been like, I don't know what to do.
And this is the thing. This is why I always like watching Evasive Maneuvering like Faffy's team. Just because they always will just be like, do you know what, we're going to do something a bit weird. We'll bring Senos, which is really good. But why would they bring only one? Like Seker Matar. But do you have any?
But then you can bring 2 Nighthawks. That's what they wanted. 2 Nighthawks.
True. But
2 Nighthawks. At the same time, maybe this is on TQ. We have already a case of at least allegedly one pilot that had he was flying a Rapier or a Hugin with a Recon 1 skill.
Oh, yes, we did today. That's that
happened.
That happened today.
Okay, so this camera, please. Look at me.
Oh,
if you're out there. It's your fault that you lost. That's it. Let's move on.
It's true though.
Those ships, like the skills for this weapon system, they take a long time to train. Maybe that was the case. Maybe they just thought, that they will have more of the DPS that is immediately applied, or in their testing they decide like this is the optimal configuration that they want to run with. Also, it was pretty ballsy of them to get into the execution contest with evasive maneuvering.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when Cenotaph is open, there is a very good chance that the other team is going to go right in. Come on, I'm going to field it. What are you going to do? Are you going to try to be better than me at using the ship? Or are you going to die horrible death?
Pretty much. I mean, evasive maneuvering just killing them all basically.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that they are I mean, Fafi's team is really good anyway.
Yeah.
And we saw them today. They had the flag. They have a flag, Lesh, don't they?
Yep.
With a Vindicator.
Yeah, Lesh pilled.
Yeah, and like, I think they're a strong team anyway. So I'm definitely gonna see them go further. I think for sure.
Yeah. All right. So that was a classic rush bit with Cenotaph, sometimes known as a crush. So let's take a quick look with our man in the field about rush comps in the Alliance tournament.
Hi everyone, CSP Overload here, and let's talk about rush comps in the Alliance tournament. A rush composition is one of the most direct and aggressive strategies used in the Alliance tournament. Its central philosophy is simple: close the distance quickly, hit with overwhelming force, and break the enemy's line before they can react or adapt. Rather than relying on complex positional play or drawn-out endurance, rush comps win by imposing immediate, unavoidable pressure. The backbone of a rush setup is usually a group of durable battlecruisers or cruisers armed with short-range, high DPS weapon systems. These ships are chosen because they can both absorb punishment and deliver devastating bursts of damage once they reach optimal range. The fitting focus is on resilience, speed, and applied damage. Modules that enhance tank and propulsion are critical as the weapons themselves, since the entire game plan depends on surviving the initial rush into the core of the enemy fleet. Once the charge begins, execution is everything. Rush teams coordinate closely, using webs and scrams to lock down key enemy ships and prevent them from escaping the brawl. At the same time, target calling becomes a critical factor. Eliminating the correct ships first, whether that means hostile logistics, fragile, high-damage platforms, or disruptive control elements, determines whether the rush snowballs forward or peters out. The momentum gained from each quick kill compounds, creating a cascading effect that can collapse an enemy team before they can react. Compared to other archetypes like kiting or control comps, rush comps thrive on decisive confrontation. They accept that damage will be taken, often heavily, but the gamble is they will kill faster than they are killed. This trade-off gives rush comps a psychological edge too. When a team is suddenly under immediate crushing assault, mistakes and panic are more likely, feeding into the rush team's advantage. Ultimately, rush comps represent the purest expression of aggression in the Alliance tournament. Straightforward on the surface, but layered with tactical nuance in execution. They succeed not only through raw firepower, but through careful planning, precise coordination, and the ability to sustain pressure long enough to tip the balance of the fight irrevocably in their favor.
And we're back. Thanks, CSP Overload. All right, so we have just a few minutes until our next match, which is the last match of the day. It's Paper Numbers versus Odin's Call. So again, we're in the upper bracket. This is an important one, Starfleet Commander.
Yeah, well, the losers of this go to Desync.
Yes, and Desync have been really performing well so far.
They've been good. Knocked out THL earlier today, and have been flying really well all weekend, really, to be honest. So I think this is a one to win. For them, whoever wins.
100%. This is going to be an aesthetic match as well because both teams still have their flagships.
I was going to say they're definitely going to bring them, I think.
Yeah, because I think this is one of these ones where you're in the upper bracket. If you win this match, you go forward to play evasive maneuvering. If you lose it, you go in to play desync in a best of one elimination. Obviously, you want to stay in the upper bracket, but I feel like this is one of those ones where you really want to throw everything into this one.
Yeah, some teams in the past have gone down the losers bracket on purpose, haven't they? I think to try and have an easier run. But like this, I'm talking like a long time ago. But definitely in this format, and especially against the teams in the lowest bracket today, you don't want to do that. You just want to try and win, get as far ahead as you can.
That would be insane to do that.
Some teams have done that in the past.
I have no idea what he's talking about there.
Yeah, no,
I was like, what nutcases are like, I'd rather just have a loss and go into the best of ones.
If some teams are really confident enough, they can go to the end. That's true. Why are you staring at me like that? Okay, right, yeah, whatever.
All right, let's look at the bans for this match. Paper Numbers versus Odin's Call. I'll grab my trusty band stick. Okay, so Mollis, Zarm, Slebnir, Xantav, Eos, Apoc Navy, Dominix, and then Theronth. Look, it's a Cyclone Fleet ban. Why?
Somebody got scared by Tuskers.
That's a reasonable thing to be scared by, Theronth.
It is. The question is has Paper Numbers ever historically been able to field a comp like that executed? And
I don't know.
And win with it, right?
Yeah, that was a very execution-heavy comp. That's a very good point, actually. There's very few teams that have enough highly skilled, highly drilled individuals to pull off a comp like that without it potentially collapsing.
In all seriousness, though, I think this is more follow-up to the Sleipnir ban, because Zarm is banned, Sleipnir is banned by the Odin's team, and then APOC Navy. So the scary projection thing, a very good logi, a very good base for a rush.
Yeah.
Maybe they just wanted to get rid of a ship that is good at many
Raven
different
Navy
comps.
is still available.
Raven Navy.
It is.
Yep. The Armageddon Navy.
Nighthawk Loki.
Nighthawk Loki. Lots of things still available. Turns out there's more ships in EVE Online than there are bands, which is outrageous.
I wouldn't know. I can only count to 4.
That's true. Yeah.
All right. For the last time of the day, let's head into the arena for Paper Numbers versus Odin's Call.
And we are back for our final match of the day with Paper Numbers versus Odin's Call. And they have brought some ships that I really, really actively dislike. And so before I start ranting about Navy-Geddons, I'm going to let you talk about this.
Okay. So it's triple Navy-Geddon, right? Versus 2 Navy-Geddons. And in this case, all 5 Armageddon Navy issues on grid are all fitted with rapid heavy missile launchers. The Odin's Call setup is one that we've been seeing a lot, and we've had varying opinions about it on the desk, shall we say. The Paper Numbers setup, meanwhile, is something completely different. So, Black Bar Pirate, what do you think of this?
Yeah, I hate it. So I have so many problems with it, and I would love to see how this is going to go. The thing is, I do think they have a ridiculous amount of application, and those Inquisitors are going to be hurting. We do have a stealth bomber, but the thing is that Odin's Call brought a Hugin, which is a very, very good ship. So we'll see how things kind of play out here as this match gets underway. Obviously, Hugin is immediately damped. That is what you do to play this game, and we're seeing guidance disruptors on Psyblade's Navy-Geddon. So damage is going to take a little bit. Both teams warped in pretty far away. I think they were both really, really scared of each other, which is strange because they brought the same ship, but here we are.
Yeah, and both teams here definitely skilled enough to wait until they have their target before they start firing their rapid heavy clips. So we're going to see damage. We're going to see the attack bar is fairly low, but the red team, they have their target. It is DHB Wildcat in the Inquisitor. No application bonuses that I'm seeing coming out from Paper Numbers, so DHB is able to survive. They maybe try switching onto Alan Artemisia. This is a little bit sketchy here.
Yeah, I don't know if they forgot paints or if they just forgot to turn them on, but you don't want to do that when you are flying missile ships. Unfortunately, also, though they were damping the Hugin, the Guardian of Young Renegade was temporarily webbed down, which means a little closer. Paints finally go out on Erd Void Daughter, so we're going to about to see a little bit of damage. We're seeing split damage, though, and split damage out of rapid heavy missile ships is always, 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 always a bad idea because eventually you will run out of the ability to shoot and have to reload. So if DHB Wildcat goes down, good job, I was wrong, but if DHB does not, well, some mistakes may have been made.
As we see newts going on to Erd Void Daughter, neuting, shoot one Logi, newt the other. That's the great thing to do with the Logi pairs. Young Renegade, though, is webbed, is painted, but the damage is going, it looks like, onto someone else.
Yeah, looks like they're actually going after the Celestis. I have a feeling that Celestis is causing major issues. DHB Wildcat has gone down. The Celestis is probably the best pick here. I'm guessing it's basically making it almost impossible for their Hugins to do anything. I'm not sure if they have the DPS to get the Celestis down, though. Hugin is also dropping on the other side, though, so this is actually a little rough. Now that there's only one logistics frigate, it seems that they have chosen to ignore the second one, which is always a hot take. In this specific case, though, it does work with the Hugin of Martin Conrad going down as well.
And with Martin Conrad down, the pressure is on for Odin's Call. They need to make the logistics trade, so they've swapped onto Young Renegade in the Guardian. Young Renegade is scrammed, Young Renegade is neuted, and Young Renegade is target painted. So we should be seeing damage coming on to that Guardian and try and trade things out. But the Guardian, it does have a ancillary rep in its lows. It's got a low sig. It should be able to tank for a little while. As the reload is probably coming pretty soon.
Yeah, it should be able to tank. It is currently tackled by both Vexors, so if you're wondering why the Vexors are taking some damage, it is Paper Numbers basically trying to get their Guardian free to the best of their ability. It's going to be a little bit difficult, Vexors being crazy, crazy tanky, and as they do that, we're also seeing the Armageddon Navy issues slow boat in, so, we're kind of sitting there. This is the weird thing about rapid heavy comps. You're going to sit there for a bit with no damage going out as everyone reloads, prepares their targets, and gets ready to launch it. It does look like they have decided that, hey, maybe we should not leave that last Inquisitor alive for the entire match repping. good call, took it out, and then they're also going to clear out Alan Artemis's Vexer. This is getting a little rough. Confessor does finally die, so good job on that. Turns out maybe 2 battleships was better than 3.
Yeah, in this case, it seems like, and the logistics difference is going to be a big difference between those. So Odin's Call, they only invested 6 points in their Logi because they have 3 battleships in the high end. As we've talked about, the economics of that mean that your Logi, or you have to cheap out on something, and Tech 1 Logi frigates is that. Young Renegade in the Guardian, meanwhile, 32 points, but that 32 points has given him a lot of survivability as the Odin's team just falls. We've seen them previously feed their entire low end. They've done that in the feeders, they've done that in the main event, and they've advanced onward. Do you think that's going to work for them here?
I think that actually has a chance of working. And the reason I say that is, while both Vexers that were tackling Young Renegade have fallen, while the entire low end is going away, while the links are down, they do still have Newts and Scram on the Guardian. So I do think that Young Renegade may be going down here, and there's a chance that the power of having 3 battleships will actually end up being the correct thing to do. As Young Renegade drops and we're starting to bleed structure just a little bit, there's a lot of DPS drones out. There's a couple little rep drones trying to keep them alive, but we're seeing those last couple hits and structure rapidly dropping. Young Renegade goes down, and just like that, the game is kind of even again.
Yeah, Aethel and Kura has slow-boated herself over there, gotten on top of Young Renegade, and deleted the Guardian. Doesn't matter if you are guidance disrupted, if you are just right on top of your target. So with the Guardian down, damage is turning onto Jalfi in the Armageddon Navy issue, because with most of these comps, you take out that those battleships, that's where the DPS is. Once the DPS is gone, it's kind of over.
It is. There is still actually a decent amount of damage. Something we haven't talked about is there is actually a Purifier still on this grid, and the entire time the Purifier has been doing significant damage. And we're seeing Aethel, starting to drop. She's going down. I think they're going to drop probably before they can finish anything off. There's a couple drones out on this Purifier, so they're doing their best to take it out. But unfortunately, looks like Aethel is going to drop into structure. Turns out not having Logi is actually kind of bad here. Now I say that, barely holding on. Like that there's some mad self-rep going on here.
Yeah. Ancillary armor repair, as long as it lasts, it will try and keep the Armageddon Navy issue alive as well. And let me just see. Aethel jumped away. So she's on the entire other side of the arena from the rest of the team, saving just a little bit more time, and Kami Inari in the Purifier is about to go down. This could even that up again.
Actually, I think that does even it out. Amazing piloting. Perfect jump, just costing them a couple more shots. We have the Purifier is finally down. That's a huge amount of DPS lost. And I think that it looks like Jalfi might drop here too. And, we're rapidly getting to the point where, this might turn into just this very slow battleship brawl where some team's going to barely win. I believe Jalfi will probably drop. This Pontifex is also finally dropping, so there are no more links on the Odin's Call side whatsoever, which is a huge advantage for paper numbers. But this Armageddon's about to drop as well. It's sitting in zip, and there goes the structure. So game is still relatively even. Unfortunately, Odin's is behind on points.
Yeah, so Odin's needs to kill... I'm not doing math on the stream.
Yeah, don't do it.
Odin's needs to kill some ships. Of the ships that are on the grid, the Celestis, the Orthrus are both reasonably high points. Tech 1 resists, not really going to have too much tank in them. I'd rather take those than the Armageddon Navy issue unless you're really sure you can get it down in the 3 minutes that you have remaining.
Yeah, I'm going to risk it. I might be wrong. Twitch chat, let me know later. I think they have to either kill 2 ships or the Navy Armageddon. The problem is that it looks like Odin's actually just tried to take out the CEO and the Sentinel, who immediately just overheated and burned straight away. So a little bit of damage loss there. I think Odin's is waffling a little bit. Every single ship is pretty much getting out of range except for this Navy Geddon. So this is going to be one of those really close ones.
Yeah, we can see the slow race of the battleships, Psyblade and Marine, chasing down Rafisen. Psyblade, unfortunately, is dropping into low armor. So Psyblade, he'll have an ancillary rep as well. But, if you can't hold on, you can't hold on. And if Psyblade dies, that may be the end of Odin's chances in this match.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. Rifeson's taken some damage. I think everybody's on reload right now. Psyblade's obviously getting taken down a little bit by the drones. This is really close. Rifeson is actually on an MJD beacon, and a pilot who is known for legendary battleship MJD plays. So we'll see. They might just be about to get away right here.
Yeah, Rifeson definitely there. Psyblade, low armor going into structure. The Ansel has probably run out, and with that likely Psyblade's time, I can see Repbots trying to keep Psyblade alive, but it's just a little tiny drips of armor. That said, reload does look like it's come in. The attack bar for the paper number side is very low. We'll see what Odin's Call is able to get done in the minute 23 seconds they have left.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling it for them right now. Unfortunately, like it looks like that Paper Numbers has put a full every single ship that's left on grid has thrown rep drones on Rifeson, and Rifeson is almost back to 100% armor, which is the opposite direction that you want your opponent's ships to be going down. Whereas Psyblade is slowly bleeding structure now. The reloads are done. There's some damage coming out. 1 minute remaining. I'm not sure if Psyblade is going to drop or not, but I'm also, unless some crazy accidental boundaries happen, I'm concerned for Odin's.
Yeah, it looked like they switched. Odin switched their damage onto Hoff EV6, getting the Ponty down. Like you said, 2 ships maybe can get them. I'm sure in any match like this, once you die, you're just doing the math on the spreadsheet. So I'm sure that someone told Odin's what their route to victory is. Unfortunately, it did not involve losing Psyblade. Feeding the low end, that's okay. Feeding the battleships, that's no good. And we see the good fights going out in local as Odin's has recognized that this match is just about over.
Yeah, and big shout out to Paper Numbers for recognizing as well that they had a chance of losing this if their small ships were taken out, because all of their small ship pilots, nobody's tabbed out, nobody's decided to go to the fridge, no one's popping champagne bottles yet. They're still playing, and every time they get targeted, they are flying away. So, they're locked in, they're here. They've won the match. We'll be going back to the studios so that they can say goodbye. And, we'll see you guys tomorrow from this part of the game.
Paper Numbers securing themselves top 6 in Alliance Tournament 21. Good job. I'm proud of those guys. Well done. That was a good match. They flew really well against Odin's Call, an extremely experienced team who've been to second place in Alliance Tournament before as well.
I mean, Wait, what did you say? Wait, what did you say?
It's all right.
That's
it's okay.
Captain.
Look, it's all right.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's all right.
I was actually just completely forgot. I was like, what did you say to me?
That's us for the day. Clearly, we need to just get out of here. We are back tomorrow for more Alliance Tournament 21. What I wanted to say was that. Thank you. Oh no. So we have 12 teams left. We started with 32 teams. We're down to 12 teams remaining in Alliance Tournament 21. Tomorrow we get down to 1. The grand finals will be tomorrow. Now tomorrow starts 1 hour earlier than today and yesterday, so we're starting at 1300 tomorrow. That will be the elimination bracket with Deepwater Hooligans going up against Psychokids, and then in the top bracket we have remaining the Tuskers Co, Meta Reloaded, Evasive Maneuvering, and Paper Numbers, and they're all playing tomorrow as well. Tuskers going up against Meta, and Evasive Maneuvering going up against Paper Numbers. These 4 teams are essentially just 2 matches away from the grand finals. So if the winner of each of those ones goes forward, and then that is it. You're just playing one more winners bracket final.
Though, haven't they?
Oh yeah, they're all top 6. They're all top 6.
Yeah.
So these teams are all doing really well, undefeated. There's still plenty of opportunities for them to be defeated. But yeah, that's it. So we're done.
It's gone now.
See you tomorrow.